Chapter 168. Xianxia? Huang Hantian shuddered and immediately left Qin Gang behind. He jumped away quickly and did not even care about Zhou Xuanji. He flew to the front of the demonic cultivator army of Xinhao sect and looked around nervously. Xianxia, why are you here? He gritted his teeth and shouted. Facing Xianxia, he did not even dare to take Qin Gang as a hostage. Back then, when he was still young and inexperienced, Xianxia had already won a world millennium duel and became #1 in the world. At that time, how arrogant was Xianxia? She killed people and demons. She was the nightmare of their generation. Even though Huang Hantian had already become a top-notch expert, he still felt fear when facing Xianxia. Sect leader, Qin Gang knelt on the ruins with a thud, unable to contain his excitement. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. He roared as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Zhou Xuanji got up and patted the dust off his body. His face was unsightly and he did not show any joy. This time, it was really too embarrassing. Xianxia's arrival made him feel complicated. This time, he was really going to fall into the deep pit that was the Tanhua sect. How dare you call me by my name? Child, have you forgotten how lowly you were when you knelt before me and begged for mercy? Xianxia's voice rang out again, and everyone turned to look. She came from the north, and the rolling sandstorm could not hide her demonic aura. A terrifying killing intent swept through Great Chen's border custom. Huang Hantian's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He was not embarrassed, only nervous. I can let Qin Gang go, but Sword God Zhou, you cannot interfere. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Even the way he addressed her had changed. Sword God Zhou is our Tanhua sect's vice-suzerain. You are very daring. If you don't leave in 3 breaths' time, prepare to die. 3. Xianxia's tone was filled with killing intent, scaring Huang Hantian so much that he turned around and fled. He didn't even care about his subordinates. The devil cultivators of Xinhao sect were not stupid. They ran away quickly. Soon, the vast army disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji covered his forehead and looked up at the sky without tears. It's over. I knew this old witch was going to say that he was the vice-sect leader. He sank into despair. At the side, Qin Gang was still kowtowing to Xianxia like a fanatical believer. Zhou Xuanji kicked his butt in anger, but the guy did not stop kowtowing. Zhao Tsongjin flew over and asked about Zhou Xuanji's injuries. Zhou Xuanji shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Xianxia arrived in front of them. This old witch wore a purple-patterned black robe and still wore a veil. She was mysterious and full of charm. She ignored Qin Gang and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Little Phoenix, were you touched just now? If I'm in danger of death, I'll definitely hope that the person I love can arrive in time. Just thinking about it makes me happy. At this point, she even pretended to be bashful like a shy little woman. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Even if he wanted to thank her, he could not say it now. Qin Gang raised his head and asked excitedly, Sect leader, how did you escape? Xianxia walked up to Zhou Xuanji and put her hand on his shoulder. He wanted to dodge, but she pressed down so hard that he could not move. That bunch of trash wants to kill me? I left one of my puppets at the Heaven's End cliff, and they are still standing guard there, each more foolish than the last. She laughed disdainfully and instantly returned to her arrogant and unruly self. Okay, let's leave this place first. She let go of Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and flew toward the horizon. The others followed closely behind her. At the same time, Great Chen's border custom was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou is the vice-suzerain of Tanhua sect? Yeah. Didn't that devil go to Great Shang to find Sword God Zhou? And he even injured the Emperor and Fury Buddha. This is an earth-shattering secret. How can it be? How can Sword God Zhou be an evil cultivator? Oh no, my faith has collapsed. Tanhua sect was the enemy of the entire northern wilderness region. Sword God Zhou joined Tanhua sect and instantly turned from a hero to an evil devil. Once this news spread, Zhou Xuanji would become the enemy of the world. At the same time, Huang Hantian and the evil cultivators were still fleeing. Something's not right. Huang Hantian stopped suddenly and mumbled with a frown. With her personality, she would not let me go. Could she be injured? His face turned hideous immediately. How dare you trick me? An evil cultivator beside him was enraged too. Vice Suzerain, shall we kill our way back? Kill my ass. Return to the sect. Huang Hantian snorted coldly and continued to flee. He had no confidence to face Xianxia. What if Xianxia really had the ability to kill him? The person he feared the most in his life was Xianxia. 2 hours later, Xianxia suddenly dove into the forest, and Zhou Xuanji followed her. She was holding onto the tree trunk with her left hand and clutching her chest with her right hand. She coughed up blood continuously. Qin Gang walked up to her and asked anxiously, "Suzerain, are you all right?" Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She walked to the side and sat down with her legs crossed to heal her injuries. Zhou Xuanji frowned and could not help but ask, "You are severely injured, and you still want to come out? Aren't you afraid that Huang Hantian will kill you? This old demonic woman, that trash dares to kill me? Even if he guessed that I was severely injured, he would not dare to do it." Xianxia said with disdain, but fatigue could be seen on her face. Zhou Xuanji sighed and did not speak further. He was still too weak. Don't be discouraged. You are already very powerful. If you can even defeat Huang Hantian, you can be listed in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Although Xianxia did not open her eyes, she could sense Zhou Xuanji's reluctance. Hearing her consolation, Zhou Xuanji did not feel good. He only shook his head and smiled. Top 100 of the Northern Wilderness? Zhao Zongjian asked curiously. He understood the meaning of the name, but he was curious about who would decide it. Qin Gang explained, the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness is listed by the sacred ground, the Zhonghai Ziggurat. The Zhonghai Ziggurat has the best information gathering ability in the Northern Wilderness region. The top 100 of the Northern Wilderness has been listed for 10,000 years. In the beginning, it was not real enough, but today, the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness definitely lives up to its name. The Northern Wilderness top 100 are all famous people, such as Emperor Yan of Zhou, Lin Guanyu, Huang Hantian, Fury Buddha of Great Shang, Ta Tianqian, etc. The Zhonghai Ziggurat will spare no effort to promote the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness so that the whole world knows about them. Zhao Zongjian's eyes lit up and he felt his blood boiling. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Did the Sword Monarch enter the Northern Wilderness top 100? Qin Gang shook his head and said, "He is one of the people closest to the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness." So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji was calm. It seemed that his defeat was not unjust. "I believe in you. Before the next World Millennium Duel, you will be able to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100. By then, you can witness how I become the top cultivator in the world again." Xianxia smiled again. Her tone was as conceited as ever. Zhou Xuanji threw a white cloud at her and said unpleasantly, "I'm going to be hated by everyone soon. I don't even know if I can live to that day." Soon, the whole world would know that he was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect. Damn. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. Just Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance made him hide everywhere, and now he became the world's public enemy. Do you really want me to hide and cultivate for 500 years before I become the best in the world with my sword? Chapter 169. By the way, are there other regions besides the Northern Wilderness region in this world? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. North meant direction, so he had no choice but to guess. Qin Gang nodded and said, "The Northern Wilderness region is surrounded by the boundless ocean. It's said that there's another world on the other side of the ocean, but those who go to the ocean rarely return." A look of yearning appeared on his face. Who wouldn't want to travel to every corner of the world? Wait until you become #1 in the world, like me, then you can think about these things. Xianxia snorted. Her smug tone was asking for a beating. We will never be able to reach sect master's height in our entire lives. Qin Gang's timely bootlicking made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. He patted Qin Gang's shoulder and sighed, "Please, don't be a bootlicker, okay?" "What is a simp?" Qin Gang asked in confusion while Zhao Zongjian held back his laughter. When you have nothing, you will understand. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. His expression was profound, which made Qin Gang even more confused. The four continued to rest in the forest. Xianxia had saved the two of them, so they naturally had to protect her for a while so that she could recover. For hours later, dusk arrived. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian bade farewell. My vice sect master, where do you think you're going? Although the northern wilderness region is huge, there is no place for you. Come with me, I will treat you well and treat you like a treasure. Xianxia opened her eyes and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I'm already old. You are not a good person. We are not suitable. With that he turned around and left. Zhao Zongjian quickly followed. Xianxia was startled, and her beautiful brows instantly furrowed. She said in a low voice, I will teach you a peerless divine art and make you invincible in the world. Are you really unwilling? Her eyes were cold. No one had ever dared to reject her. Those who had rejected her were all dead. Sooner or later, my sword will dominate the world. When 10,000 swords soar in the sky, it will be the time when I rule the world. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back and left quickly with Zhao Zongjian. Qin Gang was stunned. He murmured, when 10,000 swords soar in the sky, a king descends upon the world. 10,000 swords, this kid, he was shocked. Zhou Xuanji's dozens of swords were already incredible, how powerful would 10,000 be? Xianxia snorted and said, bragging in front of me? You're still far from that level. She looked in the direction that Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji had left and could not come back to her senses for a long time. Sect leader, the Qin Gang wanted to say something but hesitated. He did not know if he should ask. Xianxia glanced at him and said, I fell in love with him at first sight, can't I? Love at first sight? Qin Gang was stunned. It turned out that the sect leader liked this kind of thing. After leaving Xianxia and Zhao Zongjian, Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian moved forward at full speed. They looked back occasionally, afraid that Xianxia would follow them. Master, it's all my fault. It's because of me that you've caused such a disaster. Zhao Zongjian's face turned pale as he blamed himself. In just a few days, the whole world would know that Zhou Xuanji was the vice sect lord of Tanhua sect. It was hard to imagine how they could survive in the world in the future. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, it's not your fault. The greater the pressure, the more powerful we can be. So what if the whole world hated him? As long as he was strong enough, everything was not a problem. Zhao Zongjian took a deep breath, and his eyes became determined. He swore that he would cultivate hard and protect Zhou Xuanji with his life. The sun set and the moon rose. Late at night, the two returned to the valley. Sensing their aura, Daoist old man opened the spell formation and let them in. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui pounced on him and hugged him tightly. You are finally back. She did not cry, nor was she excited. She only whispered into his ear to express how much she missed him. Zhou Xuanji patted her back lightly and smiled. Of course, I will come back. How can I bear to leave you behind? Eek! The group cheered together and felt extremely jealous. Xiao Jinghong looked at Zhao Zongjian and asked, did it go well? Zhao Zongjian sighed and told him what happened. Even though he got his revenge, he was not happy at all. Instead, he was filled with worry. When Daoist old man heard that Huang Hantian blocked Zhou Xuanji and the other two, he opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. Huang Hantian, how did he know that you are in Great Qin? That guy can compete with Lin Guanyu. How did you guys escape? Zhao Zongjian continued to speak. After knowing that Xianxia was involved, Daoist old man's face turned even uglier. After Zhao Zongjian finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh. Chongming Demon Monarch fell on the ground and landed on the little black snake, almost breaking it. It's over. It's over, Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled in despair. Joining Tanhua sect was equivalent to having one foot in the grave. The others looked terrible too. Just now, the righteous and evil sects, as well as the sanctums, surrounded Tanhua sect. The commotion was so great that they felt despair just by thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji said, "Tomorrow morning we will head to Juadi Cliff." Juadi Cliff was a dangerous place, and the chances of survival were slim. There were the least people there. The more dangerous the place, the safer it was. The group nodded and had no objections. "Let's leave tonight, while it's still dark," Daoist old man said with a deep voice. This place was too close to Great Qin, and Xinhao sect pursued them to this place. They had to leave. "Then let's start packing," Zhou Xuanji instructed. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin left immediately to pack their belongings. Jiang Shui stretched out her hand and placed it on Zhou Xuanji's waist. "Xuanji, why does Xianxia treat you so well?" she asked with a smile that was as pretty as a flower. "Maybe because she covets my handsomeness." Zhou Xuanji pretended to be deep in thought. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain on his waist, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Humph!" Jiang Shui snorted coldly before stepping on his foot and leaving. He sighed. When a girl grows up, she gets more and more jealous. After that, he smiled and caught up with her. He hooked his arm around Jiang Shui's neck and smiled. "Don't worry. I don't like her. That old demonic woman has lived for so many years. She might look like a zombie." Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat on a big, while Huang Lianxin sat on small air. The two dragon eagles soared into the night sky and shook the forest. The others followed closely behind. The little black snake laid on small air's head and sighed, "We have to run away again." Xiao Jinghong placed his hands behind his back. His long hair danced in the night wind. "This time, it's not considered running away. It's for serendipity." He smiled. The Xianxia map was hidden in Juadi Cliff. That was a supreme treasure that shook the world. Who wouldn't be curious about it? That's right. Once you get the serendipity, you can look down on the world. Xianxia was like that back then. She viewed everyone as dogs, and that's why she's in such a predicament today. Daoist old man sat on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and chuckled. Beishao Wangjian rolled his eyes at him and said, "The first part is okay, but isn't the last part a killjoy?" The others laughed. They had been growing stronger all along. Even when they faced a great crisis, they never panicked. They also believed that Zhou Xuanji could become the top cultivator in the world one day. Chapter 170. Sword God Zhou was Tanhua sect's vice-suzerain. This news shocked Great Qin before spreading to the world. Both the righteous and evil sects, as well as the humans and demons, all received the news. The world was shocked. In the royal palace of Great Qin, Chen Bantian stood in the hall in astonishment. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was captured by Xianxia, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become Tanhua sect's vice-suzerain. He could not help but worry for Zhou Xuanji. After all, Xianxia risked her life to save Zhou Xuanji. Who would not overthink things? "I didn't expect this. I should have stopped him back then." The Emperor of Great Qin sat on the dragon throne with a pained and regretful look on his face as he sighed. Chen Bantian felt disgusted, but he did not show it. This was his father after all, and he still wanted to inherit the throne. "Father, something is wrong. Sword God Zhou did not make things difficult for us back then, and Xinhao sect actually appeared at the border of Great Qin. Don't you feel that something is wrong?" Chen Bantian cupped his fist and said. The other officials spoke as well. "Everyone knows about Sword God Zhou's benevolence." That's right. Tanhua sect must want to drag Sword God Zhou down with them. With such an overt plot, they will surely force Sword God Zhou to join Tanhua sect, which will make Tanhua sect even more powerful. Xinhao sect and Tanhua sect are not good people. Indeed. I feel that if we, Great Qin, stand up for Sword God Zhou, we might gain some fame. What do you think? Good idea. Let's write a story for Sword God Zhou and announce it to the world. The emperor heard and felt that it was reasonable. Although Sword God Zhou killed his eldest son, he did not take it to heart. After all, Sword God Zhou gave him a son with the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Now that Great Qin was being eyed by the demons, he dared not to be careless. His personal feelings must be suppressed. This is really strange. But don't act in a hurry. We cannot be the first bird to stand out. The emperor muttered. Being cautious was his strength, but it was also his weakness. Great Shang. Yang Xindi rubbed his chin and thought. The state teacher Yang Zhongtian stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this is obviously Xian Xianghua's scheme. She wanted to take sword god Zhou away, but he escaped quietly." The other ministers and generals also nodded. Back when Zhou Xuanji had been drinking with them, he had been incredibly bold and had even dared to reject Yang Xindi's invitation. He was definitely not a coward from the Tanhua sect. The grandson of the Fury Buddha, Diu, stood out and said, "I believe in sword god Zhou. Back then, during the World Hero Assembly, we all saw his bearing." Such a hero would join the Tanhua sect? Yang Xindi nodded and said, "I don't suspect him either. It's just that it's such a coincidence that Xian Xianghua was able to arrive in time. Could she have colluded with Xinhao sect?" He admired Zhou Xuanji. He could see the pride in Zhou Xuanji's bones. It was impossible for Zhou Xuanji to join the Tanhua sect, nor would he be forced to join. It must be slander. "Your Majesty, Haoqi Alliance is also pursuing sword god Zhou. Will the three factions work together?" Back then, Lin Guanyu also ignored the might of Great Shang and barged into the country. Maybe he participated. A general stood out, cupped his fists, and spoke in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the entire hall to discuss animatedly. Most people were doubting, and a few people thought that sword god Zhou was a demon. It was not everyone's opinion, but many people knew that Yang Xindi thought highly of sword god Zhou. It's time for the alliance between Great Shang and Haoqi Alliance to end. Over the past 1,000 years, how many times has Great Shang cleaned up the mess of Haoqi Alliance? Yang Xindi snorted coldly. With these words, the hall was silent. Break off relations with Haoqi Alliance? In just 10 days, the news that sword god Zhou was the vice-suzerain of Tanhua sect spread like wildfire. At first, countless people cursed sword god Zhou for being shameless. But some people who were saved by sword god Zhou or witnessed his glory did not want to believe it. Until Great Shang's emperor said that sword god Zhou would not join Tanhua sect, the public opinion changed immediately. Great Chen followed suit and said that it was impossible. Hanyin Divine Sect followed suit and said that it was nonsense. Sacred Ground Dongyuan Temple's Xuanhe Divine Monk said that he had seen sword god Zhou, that he was a righteous person, that he was favored by the heavens, and that he would never join Tanhua sect. In an instant, the whole world stopped cursing sword god Zhou. Everyone scolded Tanhua sect and Xinhao sect for being shameless, using such despicable methods to scheme against a hero. After all, ever since sword god Zhou appeared, he had only done things to save the people and eliminate evil. No one had ever heard of sword god Zhou taking the initiative to bully anyone. Soon, Haoqi Alliance was scolded too. Haoqi Alliance's arrest warrant for sword god Zhou was exposed. It turned out that Haoqi Alliance was trying to kill a prince of Great Qin. Sword god Zhou saw injustice and helped them, which infuriated Haoqi Alliance. Haoqi Alliance did not dare to retort, as they were afraid that the Xianxia map would be exposed. Even Great Zhou was scolded. The change in the public opinion made Tanhua sect, Xinhao sect, Haoqi Alliance, and Great Zhou speechless. What was this? Within Great Zhou's territory, countless commoners begged the emperor to spare sword god Zhou, or at least not to kill such a hero. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not hesitate and withdrew the arrest warrant, claiming that it was for the sake of the world. Because at this moment, sword god Zhou became the most famous person in the entire northern wilderness region. In an inn in a desert, sword god Zhou is definitely a hero. Tanhua sect is too despicable. Yet, if a hero like us is wronged like this, is there still justice in the world? Tanhua sect is already at death's door, and they still want to drag our sword god Zhou down with them? I have to say, this time, Great Shang and Great Qin are very responsible. They dared to stand up for sword god Zhou at the risk of the world's justice. In the empire, I admire them. Forget it. Can they do it alone? It's all because of sword god Zhou's generosity. Even Xuanhe Divine Monk said that he was favored by the heavens. The cultivators discussed excitedly. Every table was talking about sword god Zhou. Zhou Xuanji listened with a weird expression. The others were the same. What happened? Did they hear wrongly? Isn't this a little weird? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. Could it be because he was too handsome? Before he could refute, everyone in the world spoke up for him? Chongming Demon Monarch drank a bowl of wine and sighed, "The heavens are unfair." He had been following Zhou Xuanji all along. They did not do anything, and now he was cleared? What the hell? It was like a storytelling. Revered teacher's generosity is unparalleled. I'm in awe. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. After that he toasted Zhou Xuanji. Zhao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin did the same. They toasted one after another and were all very excited. Daoist Old Man, Han Shenbua, and Chongming Demon Monarch began to drink to drown their sorrows. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but why did they feel a sense of sadness in their hearts? Even the wine was a little bitter. Seems like we don't have to be too careful. Zhou Xuanji grinned with a proud expression, which made Daoist Old Man want to beat him up. At this moment, a swordsman in black walked into the inn. He wore a silver mask, revealing only his eyes and mouth. Once he came in, a wave of coldness swept across the inn, and it became silent immediately. Chapter 171. The black-clothed swordsman swept his cold gaze over everyone in the inn. Seeing that the tables were already full, he asked, "Who is willing to share a table with me?" Silence. No one answered. He immediately walked to a table with only 3 people and sat down. His arrival made the atmosphere in the inn very oppressive. Northern Sword Valiant whispered, "This guy doesn't look simple." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the rest did not speak. The black-clothed swordsman looked around and said, "Let's continue. Sword God Zhou is the person I admire the most in my life. In today's way of the sword, no one can compare to him. I like this topic." As soon as these words came out, the inn became lively once more. "Young hero, you have good taste." Indeed. Sword God Zhou's cultivation is not top-notch, but his sword technique is world-renowned. I like his sun, moon, and stars the most. That's nothing. The scene of dozens of treasured swords soaring in the air is truly spectacular. The revival of the sword's way will depend on Sword God Zhou. The black-robed swordsman soon started chatting with the other cultivators, causing Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the rest to look at each other. Chongming Demon Monarch covered his face and sighed. "I'm convinced." Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and said, "Hurry up and eat. We will be on our way after eating. Beixiao, go and ask if our 20 roast ducks are ready." Being famous also had its troubles. Wherever he went, people would praise him. However, what he was bragging about was the truth. It was fine as long as he didn't stop. Jiang Shui supported her chin with her left hand and pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheek with her right hand. "How do you look like a righteous person? Although he is very handsome, he is also very wretched." Zhou Xuanji heard her and slapped her hand away lightly. "Jealous." He snorted. After a while, everyone left with the 20 roast ducks wrapped in oiled paper. The black-clothed swordsman could not help but look at them. He had a feeling that these people had extraordinary origins. Little did he know that he had missed the greatest opportunity of his life. Not long after they left the desert inn, they found the little black snake and the 2 dragon eagles. "Did you bring me any delicious food?" The little black snake came over and asked with its forked tongue. "No, get lost." Chongming Demon Monarch stood in front of it and shouted. Then he kicked it away. You're going too far. Don't bully the flood dragon too much." The little black snake was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't beat this big guy, it would have rushed up and bitten him. "Are we still going to Juedi Cliff?" Xiao Jinghong asked. Since the world was not going after Zhou Xuanji, they did not need to hide anymore. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "They dared to take the Xianxia map before Haoqi Alliance. If they dare to hunt us down, then let's make their efforts go to waste." No one had any objections. The group walked towards Juedi Cliff. As usual, they cultivated while walking. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Northern Valiant Sword, and Huang Lianxin were dancing with their swords at the front, back, left, and right respectively. This kind of sword training method could train their minds. Huang Lianxin stumbled at first, but she got used to it in less than half a day. Jiang Shui followed by Zhou Xuanji's side. Her hands continuously formed hand seals to cultivate spells. Han Shenhua humbly asked Daoist old man for guidance. Chongming demon monarch was still bullying the little black snake. A big and little air were howling in the sky. They were extremely handsome now. Their wings spanned 100 feet and were like two small mountains. Zhou Xuanji chewed on the spirit herbs as he walked. He was thinking about how to reach the 5th level of the sword Qi Golden Body incantation, Flesh Sword. At the 5th level, the flesh would become a legendary sword. He was looking forward to the 5th level. He had a feeling that once he mastered the flesh sword, his power would increase tremendously. And so, 3 months passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji and the rest traveled leisurely. They toured during the day and cultivated at night. The journey was not boring at all. This made them quite the distance away from Juadi Cliff. This day, they stopped suddenly. The three-eyed drought rodents smelled the scent of treasure again. Zhou Xuanji sent Zhao Zongjian and Han Shenhua to chase after it. The rest rested where they were. How many powerful demons are there in the northern wilderness top 100? Zhou Xuanji asked Daoist old man. When he had nothing to do, he liked to ask about the northern wilderness region. Daoist old man drank a mouthful of water and smiled as he stroked his long beard, about 40%. Although their top-notch cultivators are not as powerful as the humans, the overall power of the demons is still stronger than the humans. Chongming Demon Monarch said proudly, "We demons once dominated the world, even longer than you humans. It's just that we have declined now." The main characters of the world took turns, and today, the humans ruled. What's Xianxianghua's ranking in the northern wilderness top 100? Jiang Shui asked curiously. Xianxianghua was the top cultivator twice, but it was a pity that she was severely injured consecutively and could no longer hold on to the throne. Before the battle at Duantian Cliff, she could still be in the top 5. It's hard to say now because she needs time to recover from her injuries. Daoist old man muttered. The northern wilderness top 100 was a realm that even he could not reach. Who are the top 5? Wang Lin asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji was also interested. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. He had already set the world's top cultivator as his goal, so he naturally had to be concerned. Daoist old man introduced to the group with a look of admiration. The world's top cultivator, Yang Di, the emperor of all times, dominating the past and present. The world's second, Jihuang demon lord, the sovereign of the demons, unparalleled in the world. The world's third, Jiang Wudi, reversing the yin and yang, wielding the qilin zither. The world's fourth, Xianxianghua, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades. The world's fifth, Huangquan Drake King, overlord of the ocean region, able to summon the wind and rain. The group was fascinated by these names. These were the people who held the highest authority in the northern wilderness region. Daoist old man chuckled and said, "This Yang Di is incredible. He has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times and is known as the great emperor of the Yang realm. Ever since he was born, he has never tasted defeat. Back then, he defeated Xianxianghua and became the world's top cultivator. After that, Tanhua sect gradually declined." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and asked, "Are they all at great realization? It should be higher." "No, they have surpassed great realization. The higher the ranking of the northern wilderness top 100, the greater the difference in cultivation. For example, Xianxianghua could have ascended long ago with her cultivation and age, but she did not. She dominated the human world for thousands of years." Daoist old man shook his head. Speaking of these influential figures, he only felt admiration and yearning. At this moment, an arrogant voice came. "This place belongs to me, the little evil lord. Get lost now, or I will turn your bones into ashes and feed them to the dogs." The group heard him and frowned slightly. Chongming Demon Monarch stood up immediately and cried out, "Oh no! It's the little evil lord. Could it be that Haoqi Alliance is already here?" Zhou Xuanji stared at him and cursed, "What are you afraid of? Follow us and take a look." He got up and walked toward the direction of the voice. The others followed suit. A big and small heirs spread their wings and flew over to support Zhao Zongjian and Han Shenhua. Little Evil Lord? Chapter 172. After passing through the forest, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a lake. The water in the lake was clear, and many fish were fleeing in panic, creating ripples in the water. There was a small island in the middle of the lake on which sat a huge tree. The roots of the tree were like coiling pythons, ancient and ancient. On the island, Zhao Zongjian and Han Shenhua were surrounded by a group of demonic cultivators, while a man in purple stood on a tree branch. This purple-robed man was the little evil prince, Haoqi Alliance's young master. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and smiled. "Ho, you have reinforcements? No wonder he's so arrogant." The three-eyed drought rodent stuck its head out from Zhao Zongjian's bosom and bared its fangs at the little evil prince. Even though it was angry, it still looked adorable. The demonic cultivators turned to look as well. They were immediately attracted by Ada and Little Air. The two dragon eagles hovered in the air, looking extremely majestic. Every time they flapped their wings, it was as if wind and thunder were surging. The expressions of the demonic cultivators changed. One of them leaped to the little evil lord's side and whispered, "Young master, dragon eagles, and two of them. Could they be Sword God Zhou's group?" Now, everyone in the world knew that Sword God Zhou was traveling around the world with his sword slaves. The little evil lord frowned. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others, trying to determine who was Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked softly, "Are there any other powerful cultivators from Haoqi Alliance nearby?" Daoist old man shook his head and said with a smile, "This little evil lord is already at the astral projection realm. He doesn't need anyone to protect him. Wouldn't that be a joke? No one to protect him?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "If so, what are you waiting for? Knock them down first, then reason with them." Xiao Jinghong, Chongming Demon Monarch, and Beishao Wangjian immediately rushed out. Daoist old man shook his head and said, "You're too wretched, a classic example of bullying the weak." After saying that, he flew over obediently and arrived in front of the little evil lord in one step. The little evil lord subconsciously made a move, but Daoist old man quickly sealed his acupoints and sealed his spirit energy, rendering him immobile. Zhou Xuanji mumbled, "I'm not bullying the weak. I even dare to bully the strong." This old man. His mouth says no, but his body is very honest. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and laughed. "What are you talking about?" Then, they flew towards the center of the lake with Wang Lin. As soon as they landed, all the demonic cultivators collapsed. "Where's the baby?" Zhou Xuanji asked without even looking at the little evil lord. Haoqi Alliance was after him, so why would he be afraid of the little evil lord? Not executing him on the spot was already benevolent. Han Shenhua immediately flipped his hand, and a Ganoderma the size of a water basin appeared in his hand. This Ganoderma was colorful and emitted a rich spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye. Such a gorgeous Lingji, could it be poisonous? Jiang Shui asked softly as she blinked her eyes. Daoist old man smiled and said, "It's not poisonous. Instead, it's a good herb." The three-eyed drought rodent jumped out from Zhao Zongjian's arms and onto Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, looking very happy. It preferred to stay on Zhou Xuanji's body because it felt more comfortable. Little evil prince stood still on the branch, his body stiff. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. It's over. If he encountered Sword God Zhou, could he survive? He couldn't help but think of Su Xianxian, the #1 beauty of Great Shang. He didn't even have the chance to kiss her before she died. He hated her. He had yet to become the Alliance Lord of Haoqi Alliance, and he had yet to rule the world. He had too many regrets. He couldn't accept it. Zhou Xuanji suddenly looked at him, which frightened him so much that he averted his eyes. Cold sweat covered his body. Humph. Zhou Xuanji smiled with disdain and left. The others followed closely behind. The little black snake charged at the little evil lord suddenly. Its tail was like a metal whip and whipped the little evil lord's crotch. In that instant, the little evil lord's face turned green. "Hurry up, you shameless snake. Be careful or we will roast you." Chongming Demon Monarch's voice came from the other side of the lake. The little black snake coiled around the little evil lord's neck and hissed. It looked like it was going to devour someone. Under the immense pain, the little evil lord's body trembled. The most important thing was, no matter how much hatred he had, he dared not to show his ferocity. Let me teach you a lesson. If you see us in the future, take a detour or else, the little black snake said coldly. Its tongue landed on the little evil lord's face, which gave him goosebumps. It turned into a sharp arrow and flew away. In the forest, Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but ridicule, this shameless snake is so venomous. He destroyed someone's treasure to carry on the family line. Who did he learn this from? Jiang Shui and Wang Lin blushed when they heard this. Daoist old man snorted, isn't it because of some brat's sword? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, blame me? Little Black's food for this month will be deducted. If you want to blame someone, blame this old man. The little black snake, who had just flown over, heard him and landed on the ground immediately. He almost broke down. He rolled on the ground and cried, I'm not convinced. Didn't I do it for you? Didn't the old bull say that you have a relationship with the most beautiful woman in Great Shang? I'm helping you. Jiang Shui stared at him and snorted, another month. The little black snake broke down completely. He quickly came to Jiang Shui's feet and begged, I was wrong. I treated him like this, and he will surely be mentally twisted. He will not let his women live a good life. I'm helping you. The group did not know whether to cry or laugh. This little black snake was too good at ting. The little evil lord's acupoint was sealed, and he could not move for a while. If he was eaten by a demon, it would be his bad luck. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, and the others finally came to the edge of Juedi Cliff. They stood in front of the cliff and gazed into the distance. In front of them was a wasteland that rose and fell in succession. Countless ravines and cliffs crisscrossed each other. There were also mountains that were like thorns that pierced the sky. Juedi Cliff. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it seem extremely oppressive. Juedi Cliff, severing the life of a great monarch. 9 out of 10 people will die after entering. Without the protection of 4 god refinement cultivators, one will definitely die. Daoist old man sighed as he stroked his long beard. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but think back to the past. Those people from the Hegemon Sword sect were all at the spirit refinement realm? If not for Xianxia, it would have been a battle. However, without Xianxia, they would not be able to go to Juedi Cliff. For now, I'll just cultivate in the surroundings. In any case, it's right in front of me. There's no hurry. Zhou Xuanji said. Ever since he consumed the Ganoderma, his qi and blood surged, and his spirit energy grew tremendously. His cultivation had already reached Astral Infant Level 3, but it was a pity that he had yet to break through to the 5th level of the Sword Qi Golden Body incantation. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to look around for a suitable place to cultivate. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, on the other side of Juedi Cliff, billowing black fog swept toward Juedi Cliff like a sandstorm that covered the entire sky. In the black fog, a silhouette could be vaguely seen. Juedi Cliff. All the great emperors of ancient times came here. What's their purpose? A cold voice came from within. There was a sense of inexplicable meaning in the voice. Roar. The roar of a dragon came from the black fog, and it sounded erratic. Soon, the black fog disappeared into the depths of Juedi Cliff. Thunder boomed suddenly, and countless lightning bolts struck down into the black fog, as though a terrifying demon had appeared. Chapter 173. Please enter the text. Under the old tree, the little black snake was wrapped around a rock, shivering. Zhou Xuanji was tempering his body in the giant cauldron, while the others were cultivating. Chongming Demon Monarch was sparring with the 2 dragon eagles to train their physical bodies. Daoist old man sat cross-legged on the hill and looked towards the east. He frowned and muttered, "Why do I have a bad feeling?" At this moment he suddenly saw 2 figures walking out of the sandstorm, startling him so much that he hurriedly stood up. "Someone's coming!" he shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone to open their eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch used his nose to sniff, and his expression was instantly horrified. He shouted, "Why is that old demonic woman here?" It was Xianxia and Qin Gang. "Tsk, our fate is really not shallow. Wherever I go, I can run into you, little phoenix." Xianxia's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji, who was inside the cauldron, immediately frowned. Which? He immediately flew out of the cauldron. The others took out their magic tools and prepared for battle. Soon, Xianxia and Qin Gang walked over. The others guessed Xianxia's identity the moment they saw Qin Gang. Jiang Shui frowned, her eyes filled with vigilance. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice. It was not easy for him to clear his name. He did not want to be dragged into the muddy waters of the Tanhua sect again. Xianxia walked over and glanced at Jiang Shui and Wang Lin. She smiled at Zhou Xuanji and said, "There are countless treasures hidden in Juedi Cliff. Of course, I came here to recuperate. If I want to revive Tanhua sect, I must recover to my peak power." Then she looked at Daoist Old Man, and her gaze instantly turned cold. Daoist Old Man smiled awkwardly and shrugged. "Xuanha targeting you has nothing to do with me. Who asked you to bully him back then?" "Bully?" Everyone was stunned. The image of the divine monk Xuanha's carefree attitude as an expert surfaced in their minds. He didn't expect Xianxia to bully Xuanha divine monk as well. "Back then, when you were young and inexperienced, if I hadn't taught you how to behave, you might have died in the wilderness." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. How many people had this old witch bullied in the past? Why did it feel like all the great figures hated her to the bone? Qin Gang looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and said, "I'm really convinced. You joined the Tanhua sect, and the whole world protected you. What's the meaning of scolding us?" During this period of time, wherever there were people, there would be people scolding Tanhua sect and praising Sword God Zhou. This made him speechless. After all, they had helped Zhou Xuanji sincerely before. "There's nothing I can do about it. I'm upright and outspoken. I'm untainted by the mud. Everyone believes in me." Zhou Xuanji replied casually, which hurt Qin Gang even more. Shortly after, he looked at Xianxia and said, "You too can go in. I hope you recover quickly." Xianxia's eyes were full of smiles, and she said, "I don't think we're in a hurry. Let's rest here for a while first. After all, it's very dangerous inside." She turned around and walked towards a hillside at the side while Qin Gang went in another direction to help her look for herbs. "She is the #1 demonic cultivator?" Bei Xiao Wangjian asked curiously in a low voice. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Han Shenbua, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were also curious. This lady looked so beautiful that it was hard to associate her with the cruel and heartless Tanhua sect leader. "It's okay. With her around, we'll be safer." Daoist Old Man consoled the crowd. Even when facing the heavily injured Xianxia, he did not dare to attack. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Xianxia before turning around and walking toward the cauldron. When he passed by Jiang Shui, he said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." Jiang Shui nodded and watched him enter the cauldron. In the following period of time, Xianxia and Qin Gang did not disturb them. The two groups of people cultivated on their own. Days passed by. 2 months later. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the depths of Juedi Cliff. It was deafening and shook the mountains. Zhou Xuanji, Xianxia, and the others all looked over. Daoist Old Man frowned and mumbled, "This voice? 8th level demon." A level 8 demon was equivalent to a spirit refinement realm cultivator. The little black snake shuddered and cried out, "Could it be the elders of my tribe?" His cultivation was only at 5th rank at his peak. Compared to the dragon, the difference was like heaven and earth. Chongming Demon Monarch stared at him and scolded, "You are just a shameless snake. Do you really think of yourself as a dragon?" The little black snake was enraged. "This is too much." The two demons began to quarrel. Xianxia looked solemn and said softly, "Why is he here?" Qin Gang asked anxiously, "Suzerain, who is he?" Zhou Xuanji and the others turned to look at her. Someone whom Xianxia could remember must be very powerful. Wanzong King Spectre. He always has an 8th rank ghost dragon with him. Xianxia replied. With this, Daoist old man and Qin Gang were both shocked. Wanzong King Spectre. Why is he here? Daoist old man cried out in fear. His tone was filled with fear. Beishao Wangjin asked, who is he? What's his rank in the Northern Wilderness top 100? To be able to make Daoist old man so afraid, Wanzong King Spectre must be someone in the Northern Wilderness top 100. He's ranked 58th. Great realization stage cultivation. Daoist old man said with a solemn expression. Everyone took in a deep breath. Great realization stage. Huang Hantian was at the bottom of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Only a few of them had yet to break through to the Great Realization stage. And Wanzong King Spectre was a true Great Realization cultivator, just like Emperor Yan of Zhou. Could it be because Huang Lianxin's expression changed as she mumbled softly? She did not finish her sentence, but the others already understood. Xianxia map. Daoist old man looked at Zhou Xuanji and said softly, let's give up. How could they win against Wanzong King Spectre? Zhou Xuanji frowned. They came all the way here and waited for so long. How could they give up just like that? Do you know what he's looking for? Xianxia's voice came. She stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, he's looking for the great emperor's inheritance. He would never reveal the whereabouts of the Xianxia map. If Xianxia obtained the Xianxia map, what would happen? When this old demonic woman was the world's top cultivator, she massacred the world. If she obtained the Xianxia map, who knew what evil things she would do? Let's go and take a look. Xianxia got up and flew toward the direction of the dragon's roar. Qin Gang followed closely behind her. After they disappeared into the depths of Juadi Cliff, Beishao Wangjin asked, just like that. That was the Xianxia map. The owner of it could obtain the world. If Zhou Xuanji became the world's top cultivator, they would not have to worry about their enemies anymore. At the same time, they could learn some ultimate techniques from Zhou Xuanji. How could they not be tempted? Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck and smiled. If the Xianxia map is so easy to obtain, why would it not appear for 10,000 years? The others heard him and felt that it made sense. They did not leave but waited on the spot. Next, they heard the dragons roar from time to time. Sometimes it was painful, sometimes it was furious. Time passed quickly. This day, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 20 years old. Gotcha started. Chapter 174. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Gold, Day Sword, Amethyst, Bayou King Sword, Glorious Gold, White Dragon Bone Sword. 3 legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. This time, they were all legendary swords, and they were increasing in grade. Interesting. The 3 legendary swords appeared before him out of nowhere. The Day Sword was on the left. Its blade was as wide as a meter, and there were intricate patterns on both edges that looked like snowflakes. It was silver in color. The Bayou King Sword was in the middle. Its blade was black and had many red patterns that looked like blazing flames. The White Dragon Bone Sword was on the right. As the name suggested, it was a white bone sword, the longest of the 3. A white dragon coiled around the hilt. The dragon's body was curved, and its mouth was close to the blade. Next, the information of the 3 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Day Sword grade, gold description, made from ancient Day metal. It contains the attributes of metal and wood. It can absorb the spiritual chi of wood, metal, and stone to strengthen the legendary sword. Sword name, Bayou King Sword grade, amethyst description, a sword from hell that slays evil spirits. The greater the evil spirit's karma, the more damage they can inflict. Sword name, White Dragon Bone Sword grade, glorious gold description, forged from the bones of a divine dragon. It contains the divine soul of a white dragon and the divine power of the dragon race. It can suppress the souls of ordinary dragons. They all looked powerful. He now had 3 glorious gold legendary swords. White Dragon Bone Sword, God Emperor Sword, and Hegemengio. One could not blame him for being arrogant. After knowing about the new grades, he only cared about swords that were above glorious gold grade. Of course, he treasured the other legendary swords as well. He did not even dare to use the bookcutter sword, which was the most inferior, for fear that it would break. He gripped the white dragonbone sword and placed the Daoist sword and Baiyu King sword into the supreme storage. Next, he took out the God Emperor sword. With 2 glorious gold legendary swords in hand, he got up slowly. Strands of God Emperor Qi flowed out of the God Emperor sword and enveloped his body, forming a God Emperor. It was 30 meters tall and had a powerful aura that shook the ground. Everyone looked over and saw a white dragon with extraordinary might rising from Zhou Xuanji's feet. It coiled around the God Emperor and landed on the God Emperor's shoulder, roaring toward the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. It was more divine than the previous ghost flood dragon. Zhou Xuanji looked up at the white dragon beside him. The dragon's scales glinted with a cold light. They were like blades, cold and sharp, and could make one's heart tremble. So powerful, the power of the 2 glorious gold swords combined made him feel stronger than ever. Why didn't I feel this way when I held Hegemon Jiu and the God Emperor sword? Hegemon Jiu is the treasure sword of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. It wasn't created by the supreme legendary sword system, so it's impossible for legendary swords to resonate with each other. The sword spirit explained, which enlightened Zhou Xuanji. He felt that he was more than twice as strong as before. Of course, it could only shake a low-level spirit refinement cultivator at most. If he met Huang Hantian again, it would still be difficult for him to resist. After all, his cultivation realm was still there, and his spiritual power reserves were far from being comparable to these powerhouses. He immediately displayed the white crane sword technique with the dual sword style. Until today, he had not given up on the white crane sword technique. This was his first set of swordplay, and it had feelings. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian were fascinated by the set of sword techniques that were performed gracefully and domineeringly. Where did he get so many swords from? Han Shenbo mumbled. Why did he feel that the white dragonbone sword was not inferior to the Hegemon Sword Emperor's legendary sword? Daoist old man was thinking about it too. He had thought about it for a long time, but he could not figure it out if Zhou Xuanji did not tell him. Zhou Xuanji stored his swords and looked satisfied. He suddenly thought of something. Is an 8th rank flood dragon considered an ordinary dragon? He asked in his heart, and the sword spirit answered him quickly. His eyes brightened, and he immediately had an idea. He gathered everyone and told them about his plan to enter Juadi Cliff. Nonsense, it's dangerous inside. Daoist old man scolded. This brat was always adventurous. Zhou Xuanji said, if I cultivate here, how long will it take to reach astral projection? 5 years? 10 years? I want to become more powerful. The Xianxia map is an opportunity. While the enemy is only Wanzhong King Spectre, I must enter first. Or else, if more powerful cultivators come, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, I will do what I can. Last time, when he was attacked by Huang Hantian, Xianxia helped. What about next time? He did not want to let go of any opportunity to become more powerful quickly. Seeing how determined he was, the others could not persuade him otherwise. Zhou Xuanji decided to enter alone, while the others stayed here to cultivate. After all, other than Daoist Old Man and Chongming Demon Monarch, it was difficult for the others to help him. Soon, he took action and flew into Juadi Cliff on his sword. Jiang Shui looked at his back worriedly. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Ever since they were young, he was the one who protected her. At first she enjoyed it, but now, she felt even more guilt and reluctance. She wanted to protect him too. Don't worry. I have divined. He will not die here. Daoist Old Man comforted them and reassured them. In fact, he could not divine Zhou Xuanji at all. He suddenly thought of something and began divining with his fingers. The group left and continued to cultivate so that they could help Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. We're almost there, Daoist Old Man mumbled to himself with a deep frown. He looked ahead. Emperor Yen of Zhou, ascension is your serendipity, but it's also your tribulation. I hope you are ready. After entering Juadi Cliff, Zhou Xuanji felt a sudden drop in temperature. The bone-chilling wind made him confused. He did not encounter such a situation when he came to Juadi Cliff previously. Could it be that the climate in Juadi Cliff was different? He was alarmed. Daoist old man once said that Juadi Cliff was filled with danger. There were many ancient traps and spell formations, and he could die if he was not careful. With the God Emperor and white dragon bone sword in his hands, he stood on Hegemengio. The 3 glorious gold legendary swords gave him a great sense of security. He realized that Wanzhong King Spectre's ghost dragon was no longer roaring. Could it have been killed by Xianxia? If Xianxia was at her peak, it would not be difficult for her to kill Wanzhong King Spectre. But now that she was severely injured, it would be difficult for her to defeat Wanzhong King Spectre. Why am I worried about her? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He let go of the white dragonbone sword and let it levitate beside him. After that, he took out the map with his right hand. According to the map, the Xianxia map was hidden between 2 straight peaks. There was no specific indication of where it was. He looked up and saw mountains all around him. It was difficult to tell which one it was. But these mountains were not straight, and he had to go deeper. After traveling for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji realized that something was wrong. Why did he feel that he could not fly to the top? He was not slow, and the surrounding temperature was getting lower. Snowflakes fell from the thunderclouds, and the ground below was gradually frozen. He suddenly stopped and locked his gaze in front of him. On the peak of a mountain in front of him, a silhouette stood. He held a gigantic saber in his hand. Both his body and saber were frozen, and no one could tell who he was. The third update. Some friends realized that the pen name had changed and thought that it was written by someone else. Brothers, if you need a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. If you want a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. If you want a dream, you will be Ren Wuxiao. It's just like 2 QQs. When you guys are dating online, you should know this. A few days ago, I switched my legendary sword from my Smuff account to my main account. Such a coquettish style of writing. Do you think someone else has changed? Chapter 175. The snowstorm grew stronger, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhou Xuanji looked at the frozen figure in front of him and frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the little black snake along. Let that fellow test the waters. To be on the safe side, he decided to take a detour. He didn't want to complicate matters. He continued to move forward at a moderate pace to avoid being ambushed. About an hour later, he saw another ice sculpture. The person in the ice sculpture held 2 swords and looked up at the sky, as if he was fighting. This sent a chill down his spine. He had a feeling that something was spying on him. He immediately accelerated and sprinted at full speed. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the canyon below and quickly stopped. Because he knew that figure. Tanhua Sect, Thousand Hands Devil, Qin Gang. Qin Gang leaned against the mountain wall with his arms crossed and shivered. His entire body was covered in ice and snow, looking extremely afraid. What are you doing here? Zhou Xuanji asked. With Qin Gang's cultivation, would he be afraid of such a low temperature? Having heard him, Qin Gang raised his head. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, his expression changed immediately. Vice Suzerain. What are you doing here? Zhou Xuanji gripped his swords tightly and asked anxiously, What happened? Don't you need my help? After all, Qin Gang had helped him before. How could he leave him in the lurch? This place is the ancient soul-freezing grand spell formation. If you stay here for too long, your spiritual energy will be frozen, and you'll gradually lose consciousness. You'll never have a chance to transcend. I entered this place by mistake and was already affected. If you hurry up and leave, you'll still have a chance to survive. Qin Gang quickly explained. He was so cold that he could not even force a smile. Zhou Xuanji frowned and wondered if he should retreat. The Swordmaster can use the Frost Wave Sword and the Ghost Curse Sword to absorb the Ancient Soul Cryostasis Array. As long as you pour your spiritual energy into the 2 swords, you will be able to absorb it. The sword spirit suddenly reminded him, causing him to be stunned. These 2 swords had such an ability? He immediately took out the Frost Wave Sword and the Ghost Curse Sword. Run! Qin Gang gritted his teeth and his voice became weaker. This kind of cold was not only a torture to the body, but also a torment to the soul. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. He held his sword with both hands and raised it high. In an instant, cold winds gathered, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls. The cold wind drilled into the frost wave sword, while wisps of ghost chi flowed into the ghost curse sword. The frost wave sword was only bronze rank. The ghost curse sword was a gold divine sword, so its absorption speed was faster than the frost wave sword. After absorbing this formation, will the two swords level up? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. Back then, the bloodbath sword had been upgraded. Yes. The sword spirit's answer delighted him. Qin Gang was so frozen that he could not raise his head. His spirit energy was frozen, which made him unable to sense whether Zhou Xuanji had left or not. He could feel his vitality fading away. Sect leader, I'm sorry. I can't help you rebuild the Tanhua sect, he muttered to himself, his voice getting lower and lower as if he was about to fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, he gradually regained consciousness. The coldness on his body was dissipating, and he felt warm. He opened his eyes and looked up with difficulty. He saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In the sky above the canyon, a figure covered in raging flames stood in the air like a god. He raised his two swords up high, and cold wind and ghost chi gathered around the two swords, forming an extremely spectacular tornado. Even the sky was affected by the tornado. That's an immortal, he muttered to himself in confusion and tried his best to stay awake. This immortal was Zhou Xuanji. To prevent him from freezing to death, Zhou Xuanji activated the sword will of the fiery sword technique. Flames wrapped around his body to provide him with warmth. I'm not an immortal. I'm your father. Zhou Xuanji's voice came down softly, which made Qin Gang feel lost. Dad? Father, am I dead? Good boy, you are not dead yet. I won't let you die. Father. As he spoke, Qin Gang suddenly felt that the spirit energy in his body was breaking free. His strength was recovering too. The ancient soul cryostasis formation was broken. As a powerful cultivator at the spirit refinement stage, his spirit energy and stamina began to recover rapidly. He looked up. The figure in the sky was not his father but Zhou Xuanji. You? Qin Gang was furious and shocked. He did not know what to say. It was Zhou Xuanji who saved him after all. Good boy, wait for me to finish absorbing the ancient soul cryostasis formation. Zhou Xuanji said gently, which almost made Qin Gang vomit blood. Whose father is your mother? My father is already dead. Are you going to die too? He roared in his heart but did not dare to curse out loud. An hour later, the frost between the heavens and the earth had melted, and Qin Gang returned to normal. He flew up to Zhou Xuanji and looked at the frost wave sword and ghost curse sword curiously. Zhou Xuanji stored the two legendary swords into the supreme storage and waited for them to level up. Do you think I'm powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Qin Gang nodded. He was convinced that Zhou Xuanji could break the ancient soul cryostasis formation so easily. Tell me what's going on. Where's Xianxia? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. There was no trace of Xianxia nearby. That old demonic woman was severely injured. Where could she have gone? Qin Gang took a deep breath and said, The suzerain is recovering in a cave. I came out to help her find some rare resources, but I encountered Wanzong King Spectre. I was not powerful enough and was forced into the ancient soul cryostasis formation. This formation is active in Juadi Cliff. When I realized it, it was already too late. His eyes were burning with fury. Wanzong King Spectre, I must kill you. I met two people who were sealed in ice. Did that happen recently? Zhou Xuanji asked closely. His expression became a little complicated. Once the ancient soul cryostasis formation was broken, would the two people come back to life? That's right, Qin Gang was a little stunned. Next, his expression became horrified. He cried out loudly. After that, he grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and flew far away. Boom! Behind them, a world-shaking explosion came from dozens of miles away, along with a horrifying murderous aura. Who are they? Zhou Xuanji asked anxiously. Qin Gang was at spirit refinement. Enemies that even he was afraid of might be more powerful than Huang Hantian. One must know that he dared to fight Huang Hantian. They are the Huangquan twin devils. They are extremely powerful and are the subordinates of the Huangquan Drake King, who is ranked 5th in the world. The Sword Monarch's revered teacher was tortured to death by them. Qin Gang gnashed his teeth as he explained. He increased his speed to the maximum and shuttled between the mountains. Huangquan twin devils. Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not ask further, so as not to disturb Qin Gang. After flying for 2 hours, the two of them hid in a cave. Qin Gang cast a spell at the entrance of the cave, which turned into a mountain wall and concealed their aura at the same time. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and wiped his sweat. The Huangquan twin devils have been searching for the Xianxia map. Why did they come to Juadi Cliff? Qin Gang muttered. His face was full of shock and fear. These two demons were at the great realization stage. Chapter 176. The Huangquan twin devils were looking for the Xianxia map? Zhou Xuanji frowned. So Haoqi Alliance was not the only one who knew about the Xianxia map. Haoqi Alliance was able to find out about Chen Bantian, so it was not surprising that other forces had also obtained information. Now there was trouble. He was going to compete with 3 terrifying experts from the top 100 of the northern wilderness? How were they supposed to play? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He punched the ground, creating a small pit. Don't move, they're coming. Hold your breath and focus. Lower your aura to the lowest possible level. Qin Gang cried out softly. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the qi obscuring incantation. The pitch-black cave fell into silence. Rumble. The mountain they were on began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The two of them were so nervous that they were sweating profusely. Where did Thousand Hands Demon and that kid go? A cold, hoarse voice rang out, causing their scalps to go numb. Let's keep looking. They were able to break the ancient soul-freezing grand spell formation, so they definitely have precious treasures on them. Let's extract their souls and take their treasures. Another strange laughter rang out. Just the tone alone made one feel that it was very cruel. Soon, the Huangquan twin devils' voices disappeared, and the mountains stopped shaking. Zhou Xuanji was still holding his breath and concentrating, and so was Qin Gang. Both of them were very cautious, afraid that the Huangquan twin devils were up to no good. 6 hours later, Qin Gang let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "There should be no danger now." Zhou Xuanji asked softly, "They are both demons. Why is the Thousand Hands devil so afraid of the Huangquan twin devils?" Qin Gang, this stab rendered him speechless. Tell me about the Huangquan twin devils, including how they tortured the Sword Monarch's master. Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He always had special feelings for the Sword Monarch. He became famous because of his battle with the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. However, at that time, the Sword Monarch did not dare to use his full strength because of his reputation. After he injured the Sword Monarch, he used his words to force the Sword Monarch off the stage, and he quickly left. Ever since then, the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou became his standard to measure his strength. Stronger than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, he was truly stronger. If he was weaker than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, then he was just SOSO. His love for the Sword Monarch was very deep. Therefore, he decided that he would defeat the Sword Monarch fair and square in the future and drag him down from his pedestal. The Huangquan twin devils have been famous for a long time. A long time ago, they were not subordinates of the Huangquan Drake King until he defeated and subdued them. Since then, they changed their names to Huangquan and specialized in gathering intelligence and assassinating enemies for the Drake King. The previous emperor of Great Zhou was killed by them. At that time, the master of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou brought the Sword Monarch to Great Zhou to help out. However, he was defeated by the Huangquan twin devils and was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. The Huangquan twin devils kept cutting his flesh for 7 days and 7 nights until he bled to death. His soul was also taken away by the twin devils. Qin Gang's tone remained calm. Although the Huangquan twin devils were cruel, it was nothing to him. After all, he was the Thousand Hands devil. If the Huangquan twin devils work together, I'm afraid that even Wanzhong King Spectre might not be able to defeat them. We need to find the sect master quickly and help her recover, Qin Gang said in a low voice. Then he walked towards the entrance of the cave. Zhou Xuanji sighed. If he knew this, he would not have come in. Wanzhong King Spectre was still manageable. But with the Huangquan twin devils, it was impossible. They are already far away. Come with me. Qin Gang waved his hand at the entrance of the cave, and Zhou Xuanji followed immediately. The two left quickly. Next, they were extremely careful not to bump into the Huangquan twin devils. According to Qin Gang, they would rather bump into Wanzhong King Spectre than Huangquan twin devils. Although facing the former would still result in death, it would not be too painful. Half a day later, they finally came to the cave where Xianxia was. Xianxia was still channeling her energy to heal herself. Looking at her rosy complexion, it was obvious that she was not attacked. Little Phoenix, you are here too. It seems like you are worried about me. Xianxia opened her eyes and said with a smile. Her enchanting eyes were like 2 crescent moons, which dazzled Zhou Xuanji. He immediately came to his senses and thought to himself, such a domineering demonic technique. It was a demonic technique. He snorted coldly and found a corner to sit down, away from Xianxia. Xianxia's smile became even more radiant. Qin Gang walked up to her and half knelt before her. He told her about what happened earlier. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji absorbed the ancient soul cryostasis formation, she glanced at him in astonishment. He pretended that he did not see anything and continued to cultivate. A while later, Xianxia squinted her eyes and said coldly, I did not expect the old Dragon King to send the twin devils. It seems like the Xianxia map is in Juedi Cliff. The great emperors in the past all came to look for the Xianxia map, including the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Some died and some escaped. This should be the reason why Juedi Cliff was born. Qin Gang nodded and asked, what should we do? Retreat? Xianxia shook her head. The whole world was after them. Where could they retreat to? She glanced at Zhou Xuanji and asked, do you want the Xianxia map? Qin Gang was stunned. He was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said unpleasantly, I want it. Will you help me find it? This old demonic woman liked to tease him. Was it fun? If you want it, I will help you find it. Xianxia said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with cunning. I want it. Zhou Xuanji said without holding back. He knew where the Xianxia map was, so he did it out of spite. Xianxia got up slowly and said, let's go and find the Xianxia map. The earlier we find it, we can leave. Or else, more powerful cultivators will come. Although Qin Gang was confused, he still nodded. In his memory, it was the first time that Xianxia treated a man so generously. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. Other than being more handsome than me, what else does this guy have? Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while before taking out the map and said, this is the map of the Xianxia map. Bring me there. It was too dangerous to search blindly with Xianxia. Even if Xianxia went back on her words after this, he did not mind. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Once the Huangquan twin devils arrived, even Xianxia would have to kneel. It was more important to stay alive. There were so many opportunities to become more powerful. I can't be reckless, I can't be reckless. He comforted himself in his heart. Recalling his determination before entering Juedi Cliff, he felt that he had slapped himself in the face again. Xianxia and Qin Gang were stunned. This guy has the map of the Xianxia map? So, you came here to look for the Xianxia map and not for me? Xianxia asked. With a wave of her right hand, the map landed in her hand. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. This was a suicidal question. Xianxia glanced at the map and walked out of the cave. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang followed behind her. Next, they rode on the demonic clouds and advanced. Zhou Xuanji asked, aren't you heavily injured? Why are you so ostentatious? Xianxia said coldly, how long ago was that? When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Such a bad temper? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked no more, in case the old demonic woman exploded and hurt him. Frost Wave Sword and Ghost Curse Sword have successfully leveled up. At this moment, the sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind, causing him to reveal a look of anticipation. The ancient Soul Cryostasis formation could even freeze the Huangquan Twin Devils and Qin Gang. What level would the two swords reach? Chapter 177. Congratulations, sword owner. The Frost Wave Sword has been upgraded from bronze to amethyst. The Ghost Curse Sword has been upgraded from gold to amethyst. After hearing the sword spirit, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Why were they all purple crystals? The ancient Soul Cryostasis formation is dominated by cold qi. The ghost qi is relatively thin. The sword spirit explained, which enlightened Zhou Xuanji. 2 more amethyst godly swords, not bad. His mood became joyful, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. What are you laughing at? Xianxia's voice drifted over. He looked up and saw that this old demonic woman's back was clearly facing him. Could it be that she had eyes in the back of her head? He replied, I'm happy when I think about you giving me the Xianxia map. Xianxia snorted coldly and fell silent again. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. Is this old demonic woman on her period? She has such a weird temper. The demonic cloud advanced at high speed. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked Qin Gang about the history of Juadi Cliff and the various dangers. Daoist old man once said that there were many ancient formations and natural restrictions in Juadi Cliff, and one could easily die if they were not careful. However, apart from the ancient Soul Cryostasis formation, he hadn't encountered any other formations along the way. Moreover, why did he feel that Juadi Cliff was not that dangerous? Qin Gang explained patiently, claiming that the most dangerous part of Juadi Cliff was not entering, but exiting. Once most people entered, they would not be able to find their way out. Their senses would be confused by all sorts of arrays and restrictions, and there were even ancient dead souls obstructing them. Juadi Cliff had existed for more than 100,000 years. It was older than all the dynasties. 10,000 years ago, those who could be called emperors were all beings who had surpassed the Mahayana realm. At that time, he would not be able to proclaim himself as emperor, or he would suffer the wrath of the heavens. The Hegemon Sword Emperor was the last the arch to be recognized by the heavens, and he was one of the 9 thearchs of the Sword Dao. It was said that more than 10 great emperors had fallen at Juadi Cliff. It was said that the great emperors had lost their lives. They traveled for about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. The demonic cloud landed. In front of them was a mountain. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Restrain your aura and don't speak." After saying that, she walked to the top of the hill and looked down. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang came to her side carefully. In front of them was a boundless wasteland. 2 perfectly straight mountain peaks stood there, as if they wanted to divide the world into 2. Between the 2 mountains, there was a black flood dragon that was hundreds of meters tall. Its entire body was shrouded in ghostly aura, and its head was ferocious. Its dragon scales were as sharp as blades. Wanzong King Spectre? Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. It seemed that Xianxia was still wary of Wanzong King Spectre, or else she would have charged straight at him. He did not expect Wanzong King Spectre to have found the location of the Xianxia map. He was attacked by the Huangquan Twin Devils and was heavily injured. We still have a chance. Let's wait for now in case the Huangquan Twin Devils are hiding nearby. Xianxia sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, and he nodded. It seemed like Xianxia was just bragging. Why would he need to wait for an opportunity when facing the heavily injured Wanzong King Spectre? They began to wait for the right time. After a long while, shio, swoosh, air-piercing sounds came from the west, and Zhou Xuanji and the others turned to look and saw 4 cultivators quickly flying over. These 4 people were dressed in gorgeous golden clothes, and behind them was accompanied by golden light. It was as if gods had arrived, and their auras were very strong. They quickly flew to the 2 mountains. Wanzong King Spectre? I'm sorry, but our Hunyuan Empire has taken a liking to this place. Hurry up and leave. One of them shouted loudly. His figure was tall and sturdy with a large dragon crown on his head. His face was dignified, his eyes glaring, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Hunyuan Empire. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He had heard of the Hunyuan Empire before. There were 7 empires in the northern wilderness region, but he did not know much about the Hunyuan Empire. It was said that the Hunyuan Empire was the most powerful empire. The 4 legendary generals of the Hunyuan Empire, Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang. They are all at the great realization stage, and each of them commands an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. I did not expect Hunyuan's emperor to send them here. It seems like he is determined to get the Xianxia map. The Hunyuan Empire is the only one that has the potential to become a great fate empire. Becoming a great fate empire is equivalent to a celestial kingdom, and it will rule over the entire human world. Xianxia introduced to him telepathically. Her tone was a little complicated. Great fate empire? Celestial kingdom? Zhou Xuanji was curious, but it was not the time to ask. Because Wanzong King Spectre was already fighting with the 4 legendary generals. Boom, 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 explosions resounded continuously, and the 2 mountains shook violently. The ghost dragon roared continuously as its body slammed into the 2 mountains, sweeping up clouds of dust. A stream of black light soared into the sky. As the ghost chi dissipated, Wanzong King Spectre's silhouette appeared. He wore a loose black robe with many skulls on it. His white hair danced in the wind like withered grass, and his skin was shriveled. He looked like an old man at the end of his lifespan. Just like his name, King Spectre. Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang. You are too overbearing. I'm recuperating here. What right do you have to chase me away? He asked coldly as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In response, the 4 legendary generals surrounded him. As for the ghost dragon, it was already covered in blood and writhing on the ground. Its aura grew weaker and weaker. Suzerain, let's retreat. Qin Gang said softly. His voice was as soft as a mosquito. Chen, Tang, and Xian kings were the pillars of the Hunyuan Empire. They were extremely powerful. They were no match for them at all. Moreover, the Huangquan twin devils could come at any time. Xianxia shook her head and stared ahead. Wanzong King Spectre was brutally beaten up by Chen, Tang, and Xian kings. He fell to the ground, crashed into the mountain, and was sent flying into the sky. If this continued, he would be beaten to death by Chen, Tang, and Xian kings soon. Wanzong King Spectre admitted defeat and fled with the ghost dragon. Chen, Tang, and Xian kings did not pursue him and allowed him to escape. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. When he first came in, he treated Wanzong King Spectre as his greatest enemy. But now, someone even more powerful appeared. He could not be offended. I will hold them back. You 2 go and find the Xianxia map. Xianxia said, which made Qin Gang open his eyes wide. He became anxious immediately and said softly, Suzerain, you are injured. Xianxia shook her head and glanced at Zhou Xuanji, saying, I have done everything I can. Whether you can get the Xianxia map or not is up to you. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Xianxia immediately got up and was prepared to fly out. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji held her hand and asked, why? All along, he felt that Xianxia had an ulterior motive for treating him so well. Who asked this old demonic woman to give him such a bad first impression? Because you are my vice suzerain. Xianxia smiled. Then, she pulled her hand out and flew toward the 2 peaks in front of her. For scumbags from the Hunyuan Empire, I have my eyes on this place. Get lost now, or else I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. She regained her maniacal demeanor. Her laughter was filled with madness and cruelty. Zhou Xuanji felt complicated. Thousands of words turned into a mumble. Are you Long Outyan? Who is Long Outyan? Qin Gang asked in confusion. How come he had never heard of this name? An invincible, powerful cultivator. Long Outyan. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. He paused for a moment before continuing, How are we going to act? Chapter 178. Xianxia opened her arms and walked in the air. Vast demonic qi surrounded her body like a tornado, and her momentum was great. The Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang generals turned their heads in unison. When they saw Xianxia, their expressions changed drastically. Divine General Qin said in a low voice, "Xianxia, the entire world is hunting you right now. Are you sure you still want to provoke our Hunyuan Empire?" Facing Xianxia, they did not immediately attack. In terms of aura, it was clearly weaker. "Humph! Since you dare to threaten this seat, then all of you can go and die." Xianxia's eyes were cold. She waved her right hand, and the surging demonic aura turned into a giant hand that slammed toward the two mountains. The four divine generals hurriedly dodged. There was a loud bang, an earth-shattering explosion. The two mountains were smashed into pieces, and countless gravel shot in all directions like cannonballs. A violent gale blew, which frightened Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang so much that they quickly lowered their heads. "Isn't she injured?" Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. He looked so ferocious. How did he look like he was injured? Qin Gang replied, "If he wasn't injured, it would be even more exaggerated." Rumble. The mountain they were on shook violently after being smashed by a piece of rock. The mountain would collapse at any moment. Xianxia leaped up and charged toward Qin, Tang, and Xianwang, scaring the four godly generals into hiding. After all, Xianxia was the fourth most powerful cultivator in the world and had once been the #1 cultivator in the world. How could they not fear her? The five of them fought fiercely in the sky. Xianxia was fighting the four godly generals alone, and she actually had the upper hand. "Go!" Qin Gang said in a deep voice and quickly dived into the billowing dust. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The area within a radius of 10,000 meters was filled with sand and dust, just enough to conceal their movements. Qin, Tang, and King Xian were all focused on Xianxia and did not notice them. Facing the #1 demonic cultivator, they did not dare to be distracted. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang came to the ruins to look for the Xianxia map. "How are we going to find them?" Qin Gang asked in a deep voice. There were broken rocks everywhere and they couldn't even find a cave. "It should be underground," Zhou Xuanji said. Upon hearing this, Qin Gang grabbed his shoulder with his right hand. He cast a spell and drilled into the ground. Boom! As soon as they dove underground, a divine general fell to the ground. "If I was still in my peak state, I could kill one with a slap and all of you in 2 or 3 moves." Xianxia's cold and arrogant voice rang out again, humiliating the four great generals. Divine General Tang held a dazzling spear in his hand and roared, "Demon King! Don't humiliate us. We'll fight it out with you." After he finished speaking, he stabbed out with his spear. Wind, rain, and thunder rumbled, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Even the thunder clouds in the sky were blown away. The scene was extremely shocking. Xianxia waved her right hand, and demonic energy swept out like waves, covering the sky and covering the sun. Underground, Qin Gang grabbed Zhou Xuanji and moved forward quickly. They wandered around within a radius of 1,000 meters. The map was marked between two mountains, so the Xianxia map must be nearby. The two of them searched quickly, their divine senses constantly sweeping the surroundings. Even though they were underground, they could feel the intensity of the battle. The surrounding rocks and soil kept pressing against them. Fortunately, Qin Gang's demonic aura was strong enough. "But where is this place?" Qin Gang said in surprise. Next, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. In the next second, they arrived at an underground space. The place was dimly lit. Countless green flames floated in the air, illuminating the underground space. After the two landed, their eyes were attracted by a stone door. The stone door was 6 meters tall. There were 2 stone statues with dragon heads and human bodies in front of it. They looked majestic and mighty. There was a wooden stake inside the stone door. A piece of white skin the size of a palm levitated above the stake. The two of them walked over and looked at the white skin with excitement in their eyes. "Could that be the Xianxia map? My mind can't even detect it." Qin Gang cried out in surprise. His eyes were burning with passion. He suppressed his emotions well and did not show it. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Vice Suzerain, what are you waiting for?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "Really?" I must obey the suzerain's order, Qin Gang said seriously, which made Zhou Xuanji shake his head. What kind of magic potion did that old demonic woman cast on this guy? He immediately walked over, but he kept an eye on him. He remembered Daoist old man's words. The person who obtained the Xianxia map would obtain the world. Which man did not want to control the world? Qin Gang looked at him quietly with a look of struggle in his eyes. After coming to the stone door, Zhou Xuanji's eyes fell on the white skin. At first glance, it looked like a thin piece of flour without a single word on it. Who lost their face here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He took out the frost wave sword and poked the white skin lightly. Next, the flames in the entire underground space disappeared. The white skin fell down and landed on the wooden stake. He stretched out his hand and held the white skin in his hand. As soon as he touched it, he felt a chill in his heart. How is it? Qin Gang asked anxiously. This was the legendary Xianxia map. It might be dangerous. Or else, why did no one obtain the Xianxia map in the past 10,000 years? It's okay. This might not be the Xianxia map, Zhou Xuanji replied. At this moment, the white skin melted into his palm, which frightened him so much that he quickly shook his hand. This frightened Qin Gang. Are you okay? He asked carefully. Under his gaze, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped moving. Vice Suzerain, are you okay? Qin Gang took a step forward and asked. If anything happened to Zhou Xuanji, Xianxia would hack him into pieces. Two legendary swords appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hands. The God Emperor's sword and the white dragonbone sword. He turned around slowly and looked at Qin Gang. Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and took a step back instinctively. Zhou Xuanji's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot, as though he was possessed by a ferocious ghost. Vice Suzerain, don't scare me, Qin Gang swallowed his saliva and cried out softly. Numerous legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji and pointed at Qin Gang. I'm bewitched. Qin Gang was covered in cold sweat. It's over. If Xianxia knew about this, he would be dead for sure. Boom. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward forcefully, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. He charged toward Qin Gang with his sword. At the edge of Juadi Cliff, Jiang Shui stood on the hill and paced back and forth. She looked at Juadi Cliff occasionally. Daoist old man walked up and chuckled. Why? Are you still worried about Xuanji? He walked to the top of the hill and looked toward Juadi Cliff. Thunderclouds billowed over there, and it was extremely oppressive, like hell. Yeah, Grand Teacher. Do you think Xuanji will be in danger? My eyelids have been twitching for the past 2 days. Jiang Shui sighed and asked with a worried tone. Don't worry. This brat's life is tough. Daoist old man shook his head and said with a smile, but there was a tinge of worry in his eyes. Grand Teacher, what's the most dangerous thing in Juadi Cliff? Jiang Shui turned around and asked anxiously. The most dangerous? It should be the Emperor's hatred demon. Daoist old man muttered. The Emperor's hatred demon is a person who was demonized by the great Emperor's resentment. They will become ferocious beasts that only know how to kill. They will not rest until they die in battle. Chapter 179. Emperor's Resentment Demon? Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and asked cautiously, will Xuanji encounter the Emperor's Resentment Demon? Also, will he become the Emperor's Resentment Demon? Daoist old man laughed. He shook his head and said, Little girl, the Emperor's Resentment Demon is not something that can be transformed easily. Unless you stay in Juadi Cliff for a few years, or even decades, it is very difficult to transform. Those who went missing in Juadi Cliff were either killed by the Emperor's Resentment Demon or transformed into the Emperor's Resentment Demon. They would never be able to make a comeback. Don't worry. There aren't many Emperor's Resentment Demons in Juadi Cliff. After all, very few humans and demons enter Juadi Cliff. After they transform into Emperor's Resentment Demons, they don't know how to cultivate and will eventually exhaust themselves to death. Juadi Cliff is so big. It is very difficult to bump into the Emperor's Resentment Demon in just a few days. It is as difficult as picking up a level 7 Dharma artifact on the street. Daoist old man chuckled, letting Jiang Shui relax. The little black snake jumped up and said, This old man feels that this matter is not that simple. Daoist old man turned to look at it and asked with a smile, "How so?" Jiang Shui glared at it. What kind of demoralizing words did this fellow want to say? Wanzhong King Spectre, Xianxia, what kind of people are they? They've been in there for so long, yet they still haven't come out. That ghost flood dragon hasn't called out for a long time. Don't you think something's wrong? The little black snake spat out its forked tongue and said in a solemn tone. Jiang Shui guessed, maybe they've both suffered heavy injuries? The little black snake did not reply and rolled its eyes at her. Daoist old man pinched his fingers to calculate, and his expression suddenly changed. Boom! Immortal General Xian was forced to kneel on the ground by a demonic palm. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was filled with pain. Other than Immortal General Wang, who was still fighting, the other two Immortal Generals were also lying on the ground, suffering. Xianxia floated in the air, surrounded by demonic qi. No matter how Divine General Wang attacked, he couldn't hurt her. You're too weak, yet you still dare to compete with me. Xianxia laughed disdainfully. The #1 expert in the world seemed to have returned. Divine General Wang's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xianxia, you're too arrogant. There will be retribution sooner or later." As he spoke, he raised his saber high and slashed out furiously. A terrifying saber qi that was hundreds of meters long swept out, scattering the wind and waves as if it wanted to cut the world in half. Xianxia raised her right hand and flicked her index finger. The demonic aura transformed into black arrows that shot out and dispersed the saber aura. A strong wind howled through the earth, sweeping up countless sand and stones. I am indeed condescending. What can you do to me? Xianxia smiled, completely disregarding Divine General Wang. At this moment, the ruins below suddenly exploded, and a 1,000-armed devil shadow rushed out of the ground, instantly attracting the attention of Xianxia, Chen Tang, and Xian Wang. A black shadow rushed out from the dust, chasing after the 1,000-hand shadow. It was Zhou Xuanji. Roar, a deafening dragon roar rang out. Zhou Xuanji was possessed by the God Emperor. White dragons coiled around his body, and dozens of legendary swords followed behind him. His eyes were blood-red as he stepped on the Windcutter sword and executed the 8-step sword lunge. He appeared in front of Qin Gang and brandished the God Emperor sword and the White Dragon Bone sword. Twin swords like the wind. Unstoppable. Qin Gang blocked the swords clumsily with 2 metal rods in his hands. Is this brat really at Astral Infant? He was shocked. Zhou Xuanji's aura made him shudder. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had already turned into a killing machine. He had lost his rationality and unleashed his full power, which was even more powerful than usual. All sorts of sword techniques were used instinctively, and Qin Gang could only defend. Of course, Qin Gang was confident that he could defeat Zhou Xuanji. But Zhou Xuanji was Xianxia's baby. How could he dare to injure him? What happened? Xianxia frowned. A murderous intent beamed out of her eyes as she asked with a deep voice. Suzerain. He's bewitched. He turned into the Emperor's hatred demon. Qin Gang cried out in shock. He did not understand the situation either, but this was the only explanation. Having heard him, Xianxia immediately dashed toward him. The 4 divine generals of Qin, Tang, Xian, and Wang gathered together. Could he be Sword God Zhou? Legendary General Tang said with a frown. With so many legendary swords and someone related to Xianxia, anyone would think of Sword God Zhou. They really are in cahoots. Divine General Wang said with gritted teeth. When he returned, he would surely announce this to the world. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's aura grew more and more violent. Each legendary sword unleashed its full power. The Frost Wave sword was enveloped in a cold qi, which froze the wind and waves. The Ghost Curse sword let out countless ghostly cries and wolf howls. The Hell King sword materialized the Hell King sword and attached itself to the blade. The Wicked Song sword and Heaven Sound sword let out a strange sound, which disturbed everyone's mind. Crimson Dragon Soul, Thunderous Thunder, Howling Wind, and so on. All the legendary swords charged toward Qin Gang. which made his expression change drastically. He immediately used his full power to block the legendary swords. The Thousand Hands shadow slammed its palms crazily, and the legendary swords fell one after another. Zhou Xuanji tossed out Hegemonjio. Ranged sword propelling. The sword pierced through the Thousand Hands shadow and flew 10,000 meters away, collapsing a tall mountain. This brat already has the power to fight against a spirit refinement cultivator. Why do I feel that he has become more powerful than when he faced Huang Hantian? Qin Gang thought in fear. Even with his full power, he could not gain the upper hand. Xianxia stopped, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was also shocked by Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji, who was bedeviled, unleashed his battle instincts completely. He attacked the Thousand Hands shadow like a ferocious devil, and the dozens of legendary swords were also fighting for themselves. Clang! The ordinary or grade bookcutter sword broke suddenly and disappeared into thin air. It was stored into the supreme storage by the sword spirit. Zhou Xuanji used the sky-dominating divine sword and slashed with both swords. A domineering sword qi blasted out. The heavens and earth changed color. The four legendary generals were shocked. They saw the Thousand Hands shadow being shattered by Zhou Xuanji's sword qi. The resulting violent gale swept across the surroundings. What sword technique is this? Legendary General Xian cried out in shock. That slash just now looked ordinary, but its lethality was too domineering. Most importantly, this brat was only at Astral Infant Level 3. Could it be? Xianxia opened her eyes wide as well. She thought of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji even learned the Hegemon Sword Emperor's ultimate technique? She had lived for 10,000 years and had witnessed the Hegemon Sword Emperor's prowess. An ordinary slash had the power to destroy the world. This was the way of the Hegemon Sword. The swordplay was not flashy, but it was domineering. With a slash of the sword, all living things were terrifying and all techniques could be destroyed. Zhou Xuanji once again swung his sword, unleashing the sky-dominating divine sword. He slashed out 4 times in a row, and this was completed in the blink of an eye. Qin Gang instinctively dodged, but he was still hit by a sky-dominating sword qi. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell like a meteor, smashing into the ground. Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned around and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were blood-red and his pupils could not be seen. His face was savage and looked incredibly horrifying. Without any hesitation, he charged towards Xianxia. 1,000 meters away, 2 figures were strolling over. They were the twin devils of Huang Quan. The Emperor's resentment demon? Perfect, I can refine him into a corpse puppet. One of the men, who was holding a broadsword, grinned cruelly. He saw Zhou Xuanji as his prey. Chapter 180. The Huangquan twin devils stared at Zhou Xuanji as they walked toward him, talking and laughing. Chen, Tang, Xian, and Wang noticed the arrival of Huangquan twin devils. They could not help but frown. What should we do now? General Tang said with a deep voice. With Xianxia above, the Huangquan twin devils came again. With their injuries, they were in a precarious situation. Zhou Xuanji was already in front of Xianxia, but he could not break through the demonic qi to hurt Xianxia despite his frenzy. Having lost his mind, he did not know how to retreat. Xianxia saw the Huangquan twin devils and immediately wrapped Zhou Xuanji with her demonic qi, sealing him into a black ball. She retreated with Zhou Xuanji, and Qin Gang, who was far away, quickly followed. Chen, Tang, and Xian Wang did not pursue. They left in another direction. Both parties did not mention the Tianxia map, as though it was not their goal. The Huangquan twin devils looked at each other and followed the 4 legendary generals silently. General Chen noticed their actions and cursed softly, "You think we are pushovers?" Would the 4 legendary generals be afraid of the Huangquan twin devils? Let them follow and find an opportunity to kill them later. If we kill the Huangquan twin devils, the reputation of our Qin, Tang, and Xian Wang will be even greater. General Xian said coldly. His eyes sparkled as he began to plan. The other 3 legendary generals nodded. Reputation was very important to them as it could increase their fate. The stronger their fate, the shorter the time for the Hunyuan Empire to become a great fate empire. On the other side, Xianxia brought Zhou Xuanji to a valley. There were few plants in Juedi Cliff. The walls of the valley were barren and filled with skeletons. Qin Gang landed and walked up to Xianxia. He knelt down and said with gritted teeth, "I'm useless. I failed to protect the vice suzerain." Bam! A wave of demonic qi hit him and sent him flying. He smashed into the wall and shook the valley. Xianxia stared at Zhou Xuanji, who was shrouded in demonic qi. Zhou Xuanji's limbs and neck were shrouded in demonic qi. His legendary swords were trembling as well, trying to break free from the demonic qi. What happened? Why did he become the Emperor's hatred demon? It shouldn't be. To become an Emperor's hatred demon, one had to stay in Juedi Cliff for years or even decades. How long had Zhou Xuanji been here? Could it be related to the Xianxia map? She raised her right hand and sucked in the air. Qin Gang flew to her. "Hurry up and say it." Xianxia's eyes were cold as she spoke in a low voice. Qin Gang did not dare to hide anything and told him everything in detail. After hearing this, Xianxia grabbed his neck and said, "Are you really loyal, or do you have other intentions? How can you obtain a treasure like the Xianxia map so easily?" Qin Gang's face turned red from being pinched. He said with difficulty, "His cultivation base is not weak either. I really don't dare to get my hands on the Xianxia map. I'm afraid I'll have evil intentions." Xianxia put him down and looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Qin Gang asked cautiously, "Sect leader, what should we do next?" She answered, "What else can we do? The great emperor's resentment in Juedi Cliff is unsolvable. We can only wait for him to wake up or die of exhaustion." Hearing this, Qin Gang broke out in cold sweat. If Zhou Xuanji died, he would not survive either. The two of them meditated in front of the ball of demonic qi and did not speak. They were both thinking of ways to save Zhou Xuanji. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. "Old demon Xian, so you are here. Tiski, this old demonic woman's flesh must be very nutritious." The Huangquan twin devil's voice came suddenly. Xianxia and Qin Gang looked up and saw that they were standing on the mountain top and looking down. Their faces were hideous, like demons looking at their prey. After saying this, Xianxia flew up and said, "Look after him." Her demonic qi formed into 2 black fans. She waved them quickly, and billowing black flames swept out like waves. The Huangquan twin devils leaped up into the sky and dodged the black flames. One of the Huangquan fiends, who was holding 2 swords, laughed coldly, "Xianxia, you are no longer at your pinnacle. If we can kill you here today, our names will shake the world and strengthen the name of Huangquan." After that, he swung his swords. His sword qi turned into countless red flowers and fell down like a downpour. The other Huangquan fiend slashed with his blade. The 2 of them were extremely imposing, as though they were going to flatten all the mountains around them. Xianxia's eyes were cold. The demonic qi around her exploded and spread out, blocking the Huangquan twin devil's attack. After that, she pushed upward. She waved her fans, and 2 waves of black flames swept out like dragons, forcing the Huangquan twin devils to back off. And so, Xianxia forced the Huangquan twin devils to back off forcefully and shifted the battlefield far away. Qin Gang was worried about her injuries, but he was not powerful enough. Even if he joined the battle, he would not be of much help. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji, who was still struggling in the demonic qi. It seemed like he would struggle for a long time. Loud rumbling sounds echoed from afar. The chaotic battle between the 3 top powerhouses of the demonic path was simply too great. Even though they were far away, the ground still trembled. At this moment, streaks of white light shot out from the ball of demonic qi, and Zhou Xuanji's deep roar came from within. "Xianxia map. Slaughter all living beings." Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and stepped back instinctively. Boom! The sword qi destroyed the ball of demonic qi. Zhou Xuanji charged out like a ferocious beast, and the 2 glorious gold legendary swords slashed toward Qin Gang with unstoppable force. Qin Gang instinctively conjured the Thousand Hands shadow to block. However, just when the thousand-hand shadow appeared, it was slashed into pieces by the two swords. The God Emperor's sword followed the momentum and cut off his right arm. Blood splattered. Qin Gang opened his eyes wide and were filled with disbelief. How did he become so much more powerful? He was appalled in his heart and immediately escaped with his earth-tunneling spell. Zhou Xuanji, who was bedeviled, could not use his mind. He looked around for the aura of living beings. Soon, he flew toward another direction. Xianxia, who was fighting with the Huangquan twin devils, frowned slightly. She had already sensed that Zhou Xuanji had escaped, but she had no time to deal with him. She could only think of a way to defeat the Huangquan twin devils first. 100 miles away, Qin Gang crawled out from the ground. He leaned against a giant rock and began to heal his wounds. The pain of losing his arm made his forehead covered in cold sweat. But he did not panic, because it was not the first time he suffered such an injury. Tianxia map. Slaughter all living beings. That thing is really the Tianxia map. Qin Gang mumbled to himself. He suddenly remembered some legends about the Tianxia map, and he looked terrified. On the other side of Juadi Cliff, on the top of a small mountain, 7 men were resting. 5 of them were men and 2 of them were women. One of them wore a luxurious red robe and had an imposing appearance. He shook his wine gourd and asked with a chuckle, "Yalong, Great Zhou's reputation is not good recently. Will it affect your ascension to the throne?" Zhou Yalong, the crown prince of Great Zhou. He had a handsome face and was dressed in a tight-fitting black shirt. Although the accessories on his body were not extravagant, he gave off a noble aura. He said softly, "Of course not. But for Great Zhou, I must fight for the Tianxia map." Chapter 181. Tianxia map. When Zhou Yalong mentioned this name, the eyes of the other 6 people flickered. They were the successors of the dynasties and the successors of the sacred grounds. Their cultivation bases were all at the spirit refinement realm. They came today because they had obtained the map of the Tianxia map. No one could resist the temptation of the Tianxia map. Even the Son of Heaven. However, it would be difficult for them to obtain the Tianxia map with their abilities. Thus, they decided to work together to obtain the Tianxia map and share it. They all knew that it was impossible for them to share the Tianxia map. Once they succeeded, a fierce battle was bound to erupt among the 7 of them. Zhou Yalong looked at the man in red and said with a smile, "Brother Liang, you are also the crown prince of Donghan and are 300 years older than me. This trip to Juadi Cliff will depend on you." Liang Yu was the heir apparent of the Donghan Empire. His reputation was not inferior to Zhou Yalong's. Faced with Zhou Yalong's flattery, Liang Yu smiled and said, well said, well said. I can't do it alone. We have to work together to obtain the Tianxia map. Once we succeed, we will be in the limelight." Everyone smiled, but in their hearts, they didn't think much of it. Who would spread the news after obtaining the Tianxia map? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? Whoosh! Right at this moment, the sound of tearing through the air sounded out. It was Zhou Xuanji. With the God Emperor sword and the white dragon bone sword in his hands, and dozens of divine swords behind him, he roared and charged at Zhou Yalong, Liang Yu, and the rest. The 7 of them quickly got up in shock. What a terrifying killing intent! One of them, a woman in a green dress, exclaimed. Her pretty face was filled with fear. Liang Yu took out a 4-foot-long silver sword and slashed. The crescent-shaped sword qi was hundreds of meters long and slammed into Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. The white dragon wrapped around the God Emperor sword bit the sword qi in half in an overbearing manner. Liang Yu's expression changed drastically, and so did the others. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the wind-cutter sword and used the 8-step sword lunge. He came to the top of the 7 people's heads with a single step and used the Soul Eater slash. The sword qi descended, and the 7 people dodged immediately, but some were still injured. Boom! The hill they were on collapsed. The crazed Zhou Xuanji's eyes became even bigger than before. They were completely blood-red in color, almost to the point of solidifying into a red glow. He unleashed all sorts of sword techniques, madly chasing after Zhou Yalong and the others. Liang Yu closed in on Zhou Xuanji, intending to suppress him. However, now that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map's power, he was able to send him flying back and vomiting blood in less than 3 strikes. The others were shocked to the core. Where did this guy come from? Someone exclaimed. They were all at the spirit refinement realm. Could it be that this person was a Mahayana cultivator? However, there were only so many Mahayana realm cultivators in the northern wilderness region, and they could basically recognize all of them. Zhou Yalong quickly dodged and distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji. Why does this guy feel so familiar? Zhou Yalong frowned and thought. He came to Juadi Cliff for the Tianxia map, not to fight to the death with the demons. He immediately arrived before Liang Yu, grabbed his shoulder, and left swiftly. The others also fled one after another. Perhaps they could not defeat Zhou Xuanji, but they all had their own ways of escaping. Soon, they all disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji also stood where he was and looked around. Just as he was about to move, all the divine swords suddenly revolved around him at high speed, forming a strong gust of wind. His face was ferocious, and his blood-red eyes were faintly discernible. He gritted his teeth, and it was obvious that he was struggling. At this moment, there were 2 voices fighting in his mind. With the Tianxia map, the world will be yours. All lives will be ants in your palm. Warning, sword owner. An evil spirit is trying to possess your body. The Tianxia map is a rare opportunity that can conquer the world. Warning, sword owner. An evil spirit is trying to possess your body. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness was struggling like never before. Countless complicated memories flashed across his mind. There were memories of his past life and his current life. The legendary swords around him flew faster and faster. They gathered the spiritual qi of the world and channeled it into his body. The legendary swords were protecting their master. The God Emperor on his body roared into the sky, and its might shook the heavens. The white dragon was also moving swiftly, as though it was swimming in the ocean. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji landed slowly under the protection of the legendary swords. He opened his eyes. The blood-red color in his eyes receded quickly, revealing his pupils. He regained his consciousness. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji frowned and mumbled to himself. The voice in his mind was still ringing, tempting him to control the Tianxia map. An evil spirit is in the Tianxia map. It is trying to possess the sword owner's body. The sword spirit reminded, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Could the Tianxia map be a lie? He immediately looked into his body and tried to find the Tianxia map in his body. However, the Tianxia map seemed to have vanished into thin air. The Tianxia map has merged with the sword owner. The sword spirit is trying to kill the evil spirit. Please wait patiently. The sword owner can also help the sword spirit to kill the evil spirit. The sword spirit spoke again. His tone was still emotionless. How can I help? Train with the sword. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could training with the sword strengthen the sword spirit? He took up the 2 glorious gold legendary swords and began to perform the vibrant raindrops sword and 36 paths jade shao sword on the spot. After performing the sword techniques again and again, his consciousness became clearer. He Geminjio swung his sword in the air. It was the white crane sword technique. The white crane sword technique was the sword technique that Zhou Xuanji had practiced for the longest time. With the guidance of his consciousness, he could use the white crane sword technique even without holding the legendary swords. Next, the Hell King sword began to move as well. It was using the Trisource vein-severing sword. With the Tianxia map, you can obtain. The voice in his mind grew weaker and weaker. Zhou Xuanji became more clear-headed and refreshed. You want to possess me? Go to hell. Zhou Xuanji thought fiercely. He swung his sword even faster. The sand and rocks around him were swept up by the wind generated by his sword. It was a spectacular sight. After a few hundred rounds of sword techniques. For you can counterattack the old ancestor. An insidious and panic-stricken voice resounded in his mind. After that, it stopped. The evil spirit has been successfully killed. The sword spirit's voice came, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. He immediately sheathed his sword. At this moment he felt a burning sensation in his right palm. He immediately put down the God Emperor sword and looked at his palm. Thin lines of ink appeared on his palm, drawing a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers. Xianxia map. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. When he focused on the Xianxia map, his consciousness suddenly exploded. Next, he felt that the world around him was spinning, and the world around him disappeared. At the same time, he closed his eyes slowly. He sat down with his legs crossed and began to meditate. His consciousness came to another scene. He stood above the clouds and looked down at the world. Below him was a wasteland. Countless soldiers knelt on the wasteland. They were densely packed and occupied a radius of 100 miles. They were all worshipping one person. That person stood on the top of the mountain and sat on the throne. He wore an emperor's robe and a crown. Behind him was a 5-clawed golden dragon, which was extraordinarily majestic. He smiled proudly and said, "The world is in my hands. Who can stand against me?" Chapter 182. This is... Zhou Xuanji looked quite confused. His gaze locked onto the great emperor who was wildly laughing below, and his mind wandered. Could this be the memory of the owner of the Xianxia map? The 5-clawed golden dragon roared into the sky. The great monarch slowly stood up. He raised his right hand, and a scroll flew out from his palm. It unfurled and a phantom image appeared from the scroll. Magnificent mountains and rivers appeared above the great emperor's head. He looked down at the billions of people kneeling before him and said with a smile, "This is the Xianxia map. If you obtain it, you can obtain the world. I will grant you eternal life." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory image of the mountains and rivers above his head suddenly burst forth with 7-colored light. The soldiers kneeling on the wasteland were all sucked into the air and quickly swept towards the illusionary mountains and rivers. Once they got close to the illusionary mountains and rivers, their bodies quickly shrunk to the size of rice grains and were sucked into the Xianxia map. "Oh, what is this? Your Majesty, please let us go." "Help. Why are you doing this? We are your soldiers." "Damn it. Supremacy, you will die a horrible death." Countless curses and cries resounded, and it was like purgatory on earth. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He felt quite disgusted with this great emperor for treating his subordinates like this. Could it be that the evil spirit in the Xianxia map was this great emperor? At this moment, heaven and earth spun again. Next, Zhou Xuanji appeared under the thunderclouds. Below him, the ocean surged with destructive waves, and numerous mountain peaks appeared. The sea drowns the heavens and earth. On one of the mountain peaks, an elder in a tattered gray robe stood. He raised his arms, and the Xianxia map floated above his head. His face was full of all kinds of black scars, and he had a crazy smile on his face. "Xianxia map. I got the Xianxia map. This world belongs to me." "Ha!" He laughed maniacally, causing thunder to rumble. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. This was crazy. Was the Xianxia map that good? At this moment, the surroundings changed again. Then he saw many scenes of people controlling the Xianxia map. Those great emperors and old ancestors were all in a frenzied state. They even massacred the common people. Apart from madness, he also felt something else. The one who obtained the Xianxia map would obtain the world. This was not a false statement. The experts who owned the Xianxia map all had the strength to look down on the world. All living beings are enemies, and all living beings are not enemies. He treated all living beings as his enemies, but all living beings were not qualified to be his enemies. Zhou Xuanji had an indescribable epiphany. However, his temperament had also transformed because of this. He understood what it meant to be invincible in the world. The number one in the world was just the strongest. To be invincible in the world was to be the strongest. Even if the entire human world joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to match him. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. The sky was already dark, and thunder clouds were rolling above him. Boundless spiritual energy gathered from all directions and poured into his body. He was stunned because he was still in a cultivation posture. He clearly did not have this consciousness. Was it the sword spirit or the Xianxia map? Then, his expression suddenly changed. This cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than his usual speed. He subconsciously looked down at his right palm. The Xianxia map was faintly discernible. How do I control it? Zhou Xuanji was confused. In the illusion he saw, those powerful cultivators looked so majestic with the Xianxia map. He also wanted to use it that way. But it was a pity that no matter what he did, he could not draw the Xianxia map out of his palm. The Xianxia map possesses power that transcends the mortal realm. The sword owner's cultivation is too weak, so you cannot use it now. However, this treasure can help the sword owner in his cultivation. When the sword owner is in danger, it will protect the sword owner. The sword spirit explained in his mind, which made him feel a little regretful. At this moment, his cultivation broke through suddenly. Astral Infant Level 4. I broke through just like that? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and felt the surging spirit energy in his body. He was a little dissatisfied. It was an ultimate treasure in the world, after all. It should at least help him break through to astral projection, right? He shook his head and stored all the legendary swords around him into the supreme storage. At this moment, he felt that he was in his best condition. He even felt that his potential had been stimulated. Now, he might have the power to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and Huang Hantian. No, the Sword Monarch was nothing. Huang Hantian was someone who could fight against Lin Guanyu. Their cultivation might be similar, but there was a huge difference in their battle prowess. This was normal. Everyone's talent in battle was different. For example, Zhou Xuanji could already fight against a spirit refinement cultivator when he was at the astral infant stage. The day he reached astral projection would be the day he would rule over Great Zhou and take revenge for Huang Lianxin. After the thought, he began to regulate his qi flow. Half an hour later, he got up slowly with a smile on his face. He experimented just now. Once he started cultivating, the Xianxia map would take effect and increase his internalization of qi by 10 times. It felt good. His cultivation speed was already fast, and with the help of the Xianxia map, it felt even better. He left on his sword to look for Xianxia. Xianxia was being harassed by the Huangquan twin devils, so he could not leave just like that. If not for Xianxia, he would not have gotten the Xianxia map. Pifik. Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood and almost blew off her veil. She covered her abdomen with her right hand and held a black fan with her left. Around her was a pile of rubble, and dust was rising like smoke. 100 meters away, the Huangquan twin devils were severely injured as well. One of them was lying on the ground, while the other lost his left arm. They were still staring at Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia, you deserve this. If you continue to fight like this, we will exhaust you to death. One of the devils stabilized his body with the saber in his hand. He grinned sinisterly as if he was going to eat Xianxia alive. Xianxia's eyes were cold. You want to kill me? Even your master, the Huangquan Drake King, does not dare to speak so arrogantly. When the Huangquan Drake King knelt before me and begged for mercy, did you see it? The Huangquan twin devils' faces turned ugly when they heard that. This was Xianxia. Not only did she have to defeat her opponent, but she also had to scold them. She was ruthless and talkative. Far away, Qin Gang lay on the mountain top with a look of despair. He mumbled, "It's over, it's over. If Xianxia died, the Tanhua sect would cease to exist." He was loyal to the Tanhua sect and was ready to die. Xianxia, no one can save you today. Not even the Tanhua sect worm over there. The Huangquan twin devils stood up and walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually turned purple. Who said that no one can save you? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. With the God Emperor's sword and white dragon bone sword in his hands, he flew over on Hegemonjio. The God Emperor Qi wrapped around his body and coalesced into the God Emperor. A divine white dragon coiled around the God Emperor and looked extremely imposing. Seeing him, Xianxia was stunned, and Qin Gang was even more stunned. The Huangquan twin devils frowned. Isn't this guy the Emperor's hatred demon? Why can he speak? Numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Xianxia and smiled. Are you in a good mood now? Chapter 183. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Xianxia smiled. Back then, at Great Chen's border custom, when she saved Zhou Xuanji, she had said these words. Kid, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Why don't you measure your own strength first? The blade-wielding Huangquan demon laughed disdainfully and immediately walked toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and came to the Huangquan twin devils' heads with the 8-step sword lunge. The two swords slashed down furiously. Sky-dominating divine sword. Tyrannical sword chi. The Huangquan twin devils' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately dodged. There was a loud bang. A huge crack that was hundreds of meters long and several meters wide appeared on the ground. If it was a little deeper, it would have formed a canyon. Xianxia frowned and murmured, "How did this brat become stronger again?" She could tell that although Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had only increased by 1 level, his power had doubled. Did this brat already control the Xianxia map? After the Huangquan twin devils landed, they looked at Zhou Xuanji with a dark expression. They had battled with Xianxia for a long time and had used up most of their spirit energy. They were also injured. Although they were confident that they could defeat Zhou Xuanji, Chen, Tang, Xianwang, and Wanzhong King Spectre were still in Juedi Cliff. The two of them looked at each other and saw through each other's thoughts. Sword God Zhou, the hatred between you and Huangquan has been established. With that, the Huangquan twin devils left, disappearing from where they stood. In the next second, they appeared behind Qin Gang. Qin Gang turned around instinctively, but his vision went black as he was knocked out by the Huangquan twin devils. Xianxia, Thousand Hands Devil has been taken away by us. If you want to save him, bring the Xianxia map to us. The longer it drags on, the more painful it will be for him. In 10 years at most, we'll kill him. The Huangquan twin devil's voice rang out again, but it didn't cause the expression in Xianxia's eyes to change. She slowly sat down and began to heal. Zhou Xuanji could no longer track the Huangquan twin devil's aura. He landed in front of Xianxia and asked, "What should we do?" He had a good impression of Qin Gang. Although this guy was from the evil path, in terms of loyalty, not many people could compare to him, even among the people of the righteous path. Let me recover first. Even if she wanted to save Qin Gang now, she would not be able to. Zhou Xuanji frowned but did not say anything. He could only mourn for Qin Gang. Blue sky and white clouds. In a forest, an old man in a Daoist robe was slowly moving forward. He held a compass in his hand. His hair was white and he was tall and sturdy. He had thick eyebrows and eagle-like eyes. There was a black grain of sand between his eyebrows. With every step he took, he covered a distance of 10 feet. It had the wondrous effect of shrinking the ground into inches. When the fallen leaves touched him, they fell to the ground as if they had touched a shadow. The Xianxia map has an owner? How is this possible? He frowned and muttered to himself. His expression was a little ugly. The compass in his hand emitted a burst of golden light, and the needle inside spun rapidly. He immediately stopped and sat down on the ground. It has only been a few years since I released the map, and someone has already obtained the Xianxia map? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they find the Xianxia map, the great emperor's soul inside will devour their souls. It's impossible for the Xianxia map to recognize them as its owner. He muttered to himself with an anxious look on his face. After thinking for a moment, he closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead sweating. He took a deep breath and murmured, 10,000 swords in the sky, number 1 in the world. Who is he? I must go to Juedi Cliff. He immediately got up and disappeared on the spot. At Juedi Cliff. An hour after the Huangquan twin devils left, Xianxia's injuries finally recovered a little. She opened her eyes and asked, "You have already obtained the Xianxia map?" Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji, who was standing guard nearby, turned around and replied, "Yes." Xianxia squinted her eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked at her quietly and thought to himself, "This old demonic woman won't go back on her words, right?" She continued to speak, "Let's go. It's time to leave. The Xianxia map is just a trap. If it's only you, It might be a serendipity. But the Huangquan twin devils and Wanzhong King Spectre are here. Along the way, I saw others searching for the Xianxia map. This is not a good thing. After that, she waved her right hand. Demonic qi rose from the ground and swept Zhou Xuanji away. Within the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Aren't you looking for healing medicine? And Qin Gang, are you not going to save him?" Xianxia said calmly, "It's better to leave as soon as possible. The Huangquan twin devils are sly and cunning. They captured Qin Gang because they wanted to leave. Do you think the 10-year period is limited to Juedi Cliff?" Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Even the top evil cultivator, the Huangquan twin devils, retreated. Who was the one who set this up? Using the Xianxia map as a chess piece, what was the person trying to do? Could it be to attract all the powerful cultivators in the world to feed the evil spirit? You obtained the Xianxia map and solved the trap. But you also created a huge disaster. The person who dared to set up this trap must be an ancient monster. Be careful in the future. Xianxia reminded him. The other party could find the Xianxia map and even use it. His cultivation was definitely not simple. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He understood. But he had enough enemies and he was used to it. Next, he needed to focus on his cultivation and study the Xianxia map. Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji landed and the demonic qi dissipated. They landed on a hill. Looking down, they could see Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong and the others. The group saw them too and immediately rushed up with cheers. Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji and even picked him up, spinning him around on the spot. "Did you obtain the Xianxia map?" Daoist old man asked. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on Jiang Shui's head and smiled, "Yes." Seeing how intimate they were, Xianxia, who was not far away, snorted softly and walked down the hill. The others began to ask questions all at once. Zhou Xuanji told them everything he knew. Knowing that so many powerful cultivators were searching for the Xianxia map, everyone became anxious. "Let's run quickly," the little black snake urged anxiously. It looked back occasionally, fearing that the Huangquan twin devils would come after them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Pack up and leave quickly." So everyone packed up, and the group quickly flew away. Obtaining the Xianxia map from this trip to Juedi Cliff was already their biggest gain. During their flight, Daoist old man came to a big side and said to Zhou Xuanji, who was on its back, "Emperor Yan of Zhou is about to ascend. I calculated the time. His end should be in 3 years. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked back, "What does that have to do with me?" Jiang Shui nodded and said, "Xuanji doesn't want to be the emperor. If he ascends, then so be it." Daoist old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Did this kid really not understand, or was he pretending not to? What he means is very simple. The great Zhou dynasty is a dynasty of fortune. Once Zhou Yalong ascends to the throne, the fortune of the nation will pour into him and his cultivation will skyrocket. At that time, he will use all the power of the dynasty to hunt you down. Xianxia's voice rang out, her tone filled with disdain. It was just the great Zhou dynasty. Daoist old man could hear the disdain in her voice. He curled his lips and did not reply. "Perhaps in 3 years, I will be able to charge into the great Zhou dynasty," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the Xianxia map, he could cultivate for 3 years, which was equivalent to 30 years of cultivation before. As long as he reached the leaving aperture realm, he was confident that he would be able to sweep through the entire spirit ascension realm. Perhaps it could even contend against low-level Mahayana stage beings. Chapter 184. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a waterfall and settled down. The surrounding 100 miles were surrounded by forests, and the scenery was beautiful. Beixiao Wangjian, Han Shenbua, and Xiao Jinghong went to build the wooden houses. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin also began to choose suitable places to settle down. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xianxia and said, "All right, we're even now. It's time for you to leave." He had saved Xianxia and did not want to have anything to do with her anymore. Xianxia stared at him and faintly said, "Do you really want me to leave?" Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. With Xianxia by his side, The others felt quite unnatural. Moreover, this fellow's hatred was simply too great, and who knew when enemies would attack. Hearing that, Xianxia snorted and said, "Then I won't leave. Unless you come with me, I will impart the Tianhua sect's ultimate technique to you, allowing you to be invincible in the world for 1,000 years, and even giving you the position of the sect master in the future." These words were enough to move most people. After all, the Tianhua sect was once an existence that dominated the northern wilderness region. It had a deep foundation and could be ranked in the top 5 among the countless forces in the northern wilderness region. Are you thinking of luring me over so that the ancient Diablo can possess me? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Ever since he was possessed by the evil spirit in the Xianxia map, he had become extremely sensitive to this matter. He didn't want to become the tragic main character in some kind of plot, allowing some expert to be reborn and rule over the world, living a happy life. Xianxia looked at him deeply, causing his heart to palpitate. Holy shit! Could it be that he had guessed her thoughts? He immediately became alert and prepared to fight at any time. Xianxia didn't say anything. She turned around and quickly disappeared into the forest. Daoist old man appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, "You are the first person who dared to speak to her like this and is still alive." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "It's my honor." He then asked, "How much do you know about her? Can you tell me about it?" Xianxia seemed to have a good impression of him, but he felt that it was unreal. The dignified number 1 person of the demonic path, someone who had lived for over 10,000 years, would fall in love with him? I don't even dare to write that, okay? Daoist old man immediately told him what he knew about Xianxia. 10,000 years ago, the ancient Diablo fought with the hegemon sword emperor and was defeated time and time again. When he finally reached his peak, the hegemon sword emperor had already ascended, and he became the number 1 in the world. He was a playboy by nature and had many wives and concubines. He had many children, and Xianxia was one of them. The ancient Diablo king was very harsh to his children. Many of his children died suddenly while cultivating, and Xianxia was one of the few who survived. The cruelest thing was that the ancient evil king forced each of his children to personally kill their own mothers before they ventured into the world and cast away the last shred of compassion in their hearts. Since then, a few more demons appeared in the northern wilderness region. Later on, the Holy Lands worked together to kill the ancient Diablo, returning peace to the northern wilderness region. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. In less than 2,000 years, Xianxia's demonic technique was mastered, and she dominated the world, leading the Tianhua sect to new heights. She was even more cruel and tyrannical than the ancient Diablo. She brought disaster to the world and plunged the people into misery and suffering. Even the demon race had to avoid her. After that, it was the legend of Xianxia's invincibility. Zhou Xuanji understood now. No wonder Xianxia loved to make up stories about killing her parents. This old demonic woman's childhood must have been filled with trauma. Somehow, he felt a little sad for Xianxia. This old demonic woman had never shown weakness before him. Even when she was severely injured, she was still arrogant. Behind her power, countless tears and blood were piled up. He quickly adjusted his emotions and said, "Let's be careful during this period of time. What if she sets a trap for us?" He was afraid that Xianxia would lure a group of powerful cultivators from the righteous sects here. Moreover, he was the vice suzerain of the Tianhua sect, and if that happened, he would not be able to clear his name. Daoist old man nodded and said, "There are few people around here. You can focus on your cultivation." Zhou Xuanji had always wanted to focus on cultivation, but the world was unpredictable. There were always some things that changed his plans. After that, Zhou Xuanji walked to the lakeside and sat down. He gathered the ink for the Xianxia map in his right hand and began internalizing qi. He cultivated along the way. In half a month, he discovered another use of the Xianxia map. That was to store spirit energy. Zhou Xuanji could channel his spirit energy into the Xianxia map. If he expended too much spirit energy during a battle, the Xianxia map could provide him with spirit energy at any time. If he could store it every day, one day, he would have unlimited spirit energy. Now, he could rely on his many legendary swords to fight those at a higher stage than him. However, he did not have enough spirit energy, so he could not last long. The Xianxia map could solve this problem. No wonder the Xianxia map is so attractive. This is only one of its uses. TSK is it. Zhou Xuanji thought happily. This risk was worth it. In the following period of time, the group stayed at the same place. Daoist old man began to patrol Chongming demon monarch, the little black snake, a big, small heir, and the three-eyed drought rodent. Their happy days had come to an end. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin also began to cultivate diligently. Zhou Xuanji taught each of them a different sword technique. With his personal guidance, the speed at which the four of them improved their sword techniques greatly. Under Zhou Xuanji's forceful invitation, Jiang Shui cultivated with him every day. Because of the Xianxia map, her cultivation speed also increased. Although it was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji's 10 times increase, it was at least 3 times faster. Han Shenhua's cultivation had been completely restored, and he was now beginning to break through to a higher realm. The atmosphere of the whole team was very positive. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 5. After Xianxia left, she never returned. Every half a month, Zhou Xuanji would send Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Han Shenhua out to gather information. 6,000 li away, there was a city that did not belong to any dynasty or empire. It was under the protection of a sect, and from there, one could understand the situation of the world. Currently, the 2 hottest topics were Emperor Yan of Zhou's ascension and Juadi Cliff. The matter regarding the Xianxia map was exposed. Now that the entire world knew that the Xianxia map was hidden in Juadi Cliff, many first-rate experts flocked to Juadi Cliff. After Zhou Xuanji knew about it, he rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he escaped quickly. In addition, Xianxia disappeared without a trace, and there was no more news about her. Time continued to pass. More than 3 months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 6, which made the others envious. The Xianxia map was indeed powerful. They were not jealous because Zhou Xuanji treated them really well after all. Whatever sword techniques they wanted to learn, Zhou Xuanji would not be stingy. However, before they learned a sword technique, they could not learn more. This day, Daoist old man suddenly sat down beside Zhou Xuanji and said softly, "I feel that something is wrong. When I divined your fates just now, I sensed someone else's divine will. Someone is watching you." Chapter 185. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and glanced at him with a strange expression. Isn't this normal? He had so many enemies. Was there something wrong with divining him? Daoist old man frowned and said, "That divine sense is very powerful. There are not many people who can surpass me in the northern wilderness region. They are all powerful hermits or old immortals. No matter who they are, once they set their eyes on us, we will be at a disadvantage." Zhou Xuanji could hear his worry and comforted him. "Don't worry. If they can divine us, we will be found no matter where we go. It's better to focus on cultivation and increase our power." Daoist old man thought about it and nodded. But he was still worried, so he got up and left. He was prepared to set up a barrier around the area to block divine senses. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and continued to cultivate. All he wanted now was to break through to astral projection as soon as possible. When that time came, he would no longer have to hide. Jiang Shui walked over with a grilled fish and sat beside him. "Xuanji, eat some first," she said. With their cultivation, they could already abstain from food and did not need to eat. But they still loved the taste of food and could not give it up. Zhou Xuanji took the grilled fish and asked, "How's your cultivation going?" He took a bite. The fish skin was fragrant and crispy, and the meat was tender and smooth. The texture was excellent. This girl's cooking was getting better. Jiang Shui tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "The wood rejuvenation technique is a little difficult, but I'm confident that I can master it. When that time comes, I can heal you guys even faster." Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and patted her head. "You are already a qualified nanny." Jiang Shui blushed and stared at him. "I'm still a virgin. Don't talk nonsense." She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a tinge of resentment. But, are you in a hurry to marry me? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked. Their relationship was already clear, but they had not broken through that barrier. After all, they were not married yet. Now that they were homeless, Zhou Xuanji did not dare to marry her. It was not that he was worried, but after marriage, the responsibilities and mentality would change. Moreover, they were still young. Cultivators pursued the path of immortality, but, unlike mortals, they did not give birth to children and end their lives. Humph, just you wait. Jiang Shui snorted. After that, she grabbed Zhou Xuanji's face and pulled it. Stop fooling around. What if I get stuck by a fishbone? A nascent soul realm cultivator was killed by a fishbone? Nonsense. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. You only know how to quibble. The two of them fooled around for a while, and only after Zhou Xuanji finished eating did Jiang Shui leave. She was prepared to roast some other wild game. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and created the Xianxia map again. He continued to study it. Every day, he would spend time studying the Xianxia map. The Xianxia map should not only be a support-type treasure. He hoped to discover its attacking methods. Spring passed and autumn came. For months passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 7. At this rate, he would definitely be able to break through to the Astral Projection Realm before Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended. Han Shenhua and Xiao Jinghong had also begun pushing for a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm, and the others had also made some progress in their cultivation. Jiang Shui, Wang Lin, and Beixiao Wangjian were getting closer and closer to the Spirit Spring stage. With a three-eyed drought rodent around, they could always find all kinds of natural treasures. Coupled with the resources they obtained from the enemies, their cultivation speed was naturally fast. On this day, Zhou Xuanji began to break through to the 5th level of the Sword Qi Golden Body Incantation. Flesh Sword. Daoist Old Man took out a giant cauldron and placed many spirit herbs into it. At the same time, he set up a formation around the cauldron to gather spiritual qi from the heavens and the earth. The others stopped their cultivation and came over to watch. So many herbs. Can our master handle it? Beixiao Wangjian asked worriedly. Just by looking at the natural treasures in the cauldron, his scalp felt numb. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and asked, I can't. He immediately gave in and cried out, You can definitely do it. The others burst out in laughter. They were not worried about Zhou Xuanji. His endurance was unparalleled. Despite the severe injuries he suffered previously, he still managed to pull through. Moreover, he had the Xianxia map in his hand. Soon, the cauldron boiled. Zhou Xuanji leaped into it and turned into a golden man instantly. Daoist Old Man stroked his long beard and muttered, This time, he should be able to form a flesh sword. So many treasures are great nourishment. Even the princes of the empire cannot afford to enjoy them. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly but did not speak. Great Zhou, the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Yalong knelt on the ground with an ugly expression. Do you know your mistake? A majestic voice came from the front. A middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe sat on the throne. He was handsome and had an indifferent look in his eyes. It was Emperor Yan of Zhou, the Emperor of Great Zhou. He was also the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou. Facing his question, Zhou Yalong gritted his teeth and said, I know my mistake. This time, he went to Juadi Cliff without telling Emperor Yan of Zhou. In the end, he returned empty-handed, and 4 of his companions died. It must be known that those people were the successors of the empires or sanctums. He could not deny that he had something to do with their deaths. We will ascend soon. By then, you will be the Emperor of Great Zhou. If Great Zhou dies in your hands, how will you face your ancestors? With Great Zhou's fate, you might not even have a good reincarnation. Everything must be done through your brain. Do you understand? Emperor Yan of Zhou tapped his finger on the armrest and said with a stern tone. Zhou Yalong took a deep breath and said, I will remember father's teachings. Great Shang severed ties with Haoqi alliance, and the little evil lord lost his manhood. We personally went to the Han Yin divine sect, and they have agreed to marry Su Xianxian to you. She will be the empress of Great Zhou, and the day of your marriage will be the day of our ascension. Emperor Yen of Zhou continued to speak, and Zhou Yalong raised his head. He wanted to retort, but the words were stuck in his throat. He understood what Emperor Yen of Zhou meant. Great Zhou needed a backer. In Great Zhou, only the sword monarch and Shitan Changsha are powerful enough, but they are not enough. Su Xianxian is the disciple of the sect lord of the Hanyin divine sect. If you treat her well, the Hanyin divine sect will not mistreat you. You can have many women, but the position of empress must be of great help to you. Emperor Yen of Zhou stared at Zhou Yalong and said seriously. Zhou Yalong felt bitter in his heart and thought, back then, you married my mother for this purpose? Cultivate well and don't go out during this period of time. The Qilins tendon will be sent to your residence soon. On the day of your ascension, Great Zhou will undergo a tribulation. As the crown prince, your burden is not light, Emperor Yen of Zhou said earnestly. Zhou Yalong could only nod in agreement. After he left, Shitan Changsha entered the palace. Your Majesty, according to our investigations, Sword God Zhou and Xianxia appeared at Juadi Cliff and fought with the Huangquan twin devils and Qin, Tang and Xianwang. Shitan Changsha knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock. In just a few years, Zhou Xuanji had grown to such a stage? Emperor Yen of Zhou squinted his eyes and said, do you still remember what we ordered you to do? Chapter 186. This subordinate will always remember. Shitan Changsha cupped his fist and replied respectfully. He had followed Emperor Yen of Zhou for thousands of years and was extremely loyal. Emperor Yen of Zhou sighed and said, we no longer have any attachments in the mortal world. If Great Zhou stabilizes, you should ascend soon. We will wait for you in the upper realm. Shitan Changsha looked up at him with a complicated expression. The ruler and the minister looked at each other. Everything was understood without words. The winter snow danced in the air, covering the forest with a layer of silver. It was sad, beautiful, and full of vicissitudes. By the lake, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Xiao Jinghong, and the rest stood in a row, gazing at the vast snowy landscape. They could not help but sigh. Another year of snow. Unknowingly, Xuanji is almost 21. We passed another year in peace. There might be some rare treasures on such a snowy day. Emperor Yen of Zhou still has 2 years to ascend. Do you think Master will go? Everyone was talking and laughing, and behind them, Zhou Xuanji was still lying in the cauldron. At this moment, the surface of Zhou Xuanji's body was alternating between gold and silver. Hot air emanated from his body, making it so that the snow could not land on him. Daoist old man stood in front of the cauldron, playing with the three-eyed drought rodent in his hand. What kind of cultivation technique is this kid practicing? He has absorbed so many herbs, but he still hasn't broken through? He muttered with a curious look on his face. There were too many mysteries about Zhou Xuanji that he wanted to know. Unfortunately, this brat refused to say anything. Even Jiang Shui didn't know much. It made him feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. Half a month had passed since he entered the cauldron, and Zhou Xuanji had yet to come out. That was all. Another 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji finally had a chance to break through. The mortal body divine sword was to refine the mortal body into a sword. He crossed his arms in a circle, and the Tianxia map in his right palm was faintly discernible. It attracted the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and formed a cyclone above the cauldron. My body is a sword, my heart is a sword, my eyes are a sword, my hair is a sword. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Sword qi filled every part of his body. In terms of modern biology, if the sword qi turned into cells, he could form a fleshly legendary sword. Once he mastered it, every part of his body would become a sharp sword. Just a little more. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and roared. Boom! Spiritual energy violently surged into his body, causing the cauldron to shake violently. Everyone turned their heads to look, and all of them became excited. Master is going to succeed? Huang Lianxin cried out in surprise. They immediately walked over. Wait! Stay away from him! Daoist old man raised his hand and shouted with a nervous expression. Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. Shio! Shio! Swoosh, strands of sword chi flew out from the cauldron and soared into the sky like fireworks. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Such a powerful sword chi! Zhao Tsongjin exclaimed with a look of admiration. There was a loud bang. The huge cauldron exploded, and countless amounts of medicinal liquids splattered everywhere. Zhou Xuanji leaped up. His body was radiating with gold and silver radiance, and his sword chi was like a tornado that surrounded his body. Children, watch carefully. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a sword, and a sword is a man. I want to transform into a sword, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His eyes shone with a silver light, and he looked like he would disappear at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky. His body was enveloped by the silver radiance, and he turned into a silver rainbow that spiraled rapidly in the sky. The snow was swept up and turned into gusts of cold wind. Everyone was looking forward to it anxiously and expectantly. After the silver radiance dissipated, Zhou Xuanji disappeared and was replaced by a silver long sword. The blade was snow-white and was engraved with all sorts of patterns. There were dragon scales, flames, demons, eagles, and so on. The two ends of the crossguard were dragon heads, and the end of the hilt was an emperor's crown. The entire sword looked majestic and was clearly a legendary sword. The long sword spiraled in the sky, and everyone was dumbfounded. Did Zhou Xuanji really turn into a sword? Swoosh! The long sword dived down and quickly transformed into Zhou Xuanji's figure, landing in front of them. Sword Chi Golden Body Incantation Level 5, Flesh Legendary Sword. Completed. Zhou Xuanji could sense the immense power in his body and could not help but let out a long cry. His physical strength grew tremendously, and it could no longer be measured by human strength. The Sword Chi Golden Body Incantation was a physical cultivation technique after all. He turned to Chongming Demon Monarch and said with a smile, "Come, exchange fists with me." Chongming Demon Monarch was a 7th-rank demon and a bull demon. He had immense strength. Do I use my full strength, or? Chongming Demon Monarch raised his brow and asked. He naturally did not want to be beaten up. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Full strength." Having heard that, he became excited immediately. I finally have a chance to teach Zhou Xuanji a lesson. We have agreed. You can only use your physical strength. You cannot use your spirit energy or swords. Chongming Demon Monarch walked to a nearby place and instructed. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others looked at him with hostility, but he pretended not to see them. Zhou Xuanji walked toward him and said with a smile, "I always keep my word. I said to compete in strength, so I will compete in strength." A human and a demon stood facing each other, 10 meters apart. No one stood behind them. Chongming Demon Monarch grew taller, and the muscles all over his body bulged. His bull horns towered into the sky, and the domineering aura of a demon was fully revealed. He patted his chest and said proudly, "My iron fists are invincible in Great Shang." Today, he was going to show Zhou Xuanji how powerful he was. How is it compared to Great Shang's Fury Buddha? Zhou Xuanji asked in a mocking tone, which made Chongming Demon Monarch's face fall immediately. "Okay, I'm going to punch." Zhou Xuanji walked forward. Chongming Demon Monarch's eyes turned sharp and charged toward him as well. 10 meters was such a short distance for them. Both of them came up to each other almost in just one step. They punched almost at the same time. The powerful wind blew against everyone's face, and it hurt. With a loud bang, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch's fists collided. The white dragon golden robe fluttered loudly. Zhou Xuanji's feet sank into the snow, and so did Chongming Demon Monarch. Both of them slid a step back. "Not bad. You have great strength," Chongming Demon Monarch praised, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. "Oh my, how can this guy be so strong?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Take another punch from me." After that, he punched out with his left fist. Chongming Demon Monarch reacted quickly and punched out as well. Bam! Chongming Demon Monarch was sent flying backward. His massive body slid dozens of meters in the air before he landed. After he landed, he slid backward for another 10 meters, leaving 2 long ravines on the snowy ground. His left arm was trembling, and he looked up at Zhou Xuanji in fear. How can it be? Chongming Demon Monarch swallowed his saliva and mumbled to himself. The others were dumbfounded too. In terms of strength, Zhou Xuanji was already on par with a 7th-rank demon? And he was a bull demon. Zhou Xuanji shook his numb left hand and said with a smile, "You have been training well recently. From tomorrow onwards, increase the intensity of your training." Having heard this, Chongming Demon Monarch became anxious immediately. "I'm already suffering enough. I can't increase it anymore." He was lazy by nature, and his current state of cultivation was much better than before. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Jiang Shui and asked proudly, "Did I transform into Sword Handsome?" Chapter 187. Handsome. As long as it's you, it's handsome, okay? Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji and said half-heartedly. Zhao Congjian, Xiao Jinghong, and Beixiao Wangjian surrounded him and asked what sword technique it was. Zhou Xuanji's answer was an energy technique, which disappointed them immediately. All of them had their own cultivation techniques. If they were to recultivate their cultivation techniques, it would take too much time, and they could not afford to waste it. That's right, Master. Emperor Yan of Zhou will ascend in 2 years. On that day, Zhou Yalong will marry Great Shang Su Xianxian. Zhao Congjian suddenly remembered something and said to Zhou Xuanji. Not far away, the little black snake heard it and leaped over with a whoosh. Haha, I really crippled little evil prince? He was extremely excited. Xian Xianghua was supposed to be married to the little evil lord, but in the end, the marriage was changed. He instantly understood the reason and was filled with a sense of achievement. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and said, Emperor Yan of Zhou wants to find a backer for Zhou Yalong. The Han Yin divine sect was a first-rate faction and was not inferior to the Xinhao sect or the Haoqi alliance. However, weren't they allied with the Great Shang dynasty? Were they not giving the Great Shang dynasty face by doing this? Xiao Jinghong asked. 2 years is enough for Master to break through to the leaving aperture realm. Will you go then? Once Zhou Yalong ascended to the throne, he would definitely think of ways to take revenge on Zhou Xuanji. If they were to successfully get married and climb up the Han Yin divine sect, it would be even more troublesome. Of course I'm going. I want Emperor Yan of Zhou to see me kill Zhou Yalong. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He did not hold a grudge against Zhou Yalong, but he had to take revenge for Huang Lianxin. This was a promise. Moreover, without Huang Lianxin, there was no way Zhou Yalong would let him off. There were many things in this world that couldn't be explained with logic. A life for a life, an eye for an eye for an eye. Then we have to hurry up and cultivate. We can't be a burden to Master. Northern Sword Valiant muttered with a serious expression. The little black snake said disdainfully, The one who's dragging us down the most is you. Our mistress's cultivation is about to surpass yours. Northern Sword Valiant blushed and glared at it. Zhou Xuanji ignored their bickering and left with Jiang Shui. He was in a good mood and decided to rest for a day. He would take Jiang Shui to enjoy the snowy scenery and spend some time alone. Daoist old man stood on the spot, thinking hard. Transforming one's body into a divine sword. Is there such a sword cultivation technique in this world? He really couldn't figure it out. He had only heard of this kind of cultivation method in legends. Legend had it that the ancient sword emperors could transform into divine swords and annihilate millions of enemies. Could Zhou Xuanji really be the reincarnation of an ancient sword emperor? It's over. Zhao Xian, this old man is ashamed to have let your child be possessed. As such, in the next few days, Daoist old man looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange gaze. Until one day, Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and found him. After knowing what he was thinking, Zhou Xuanji felt quite speechless. How many times have you suspected that I've been possessed? He was too lazy to explain. Seeing his attitude, Daoist old man felt relieved. Judging from his bad temper, it was obvious that he had not been possessed. He was just like his mother. Inside a pavilion, Su Xianxian sat in front of the dressing table as a maid combed her hair. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror, her eyes a little blurred. Miss, what are you thinking about? The maid asked. As she spoke, she looked at Su Xianxian in the mirror and sighed in her heart. She's so beautiful. Great Shang's #1 beauty indeed. Su Xianxian sighed faintly and said, I feel lost. Even though I cultivate hard, I'm still a chess piece of the divine sect that can be used as a bargaining chip at any time. My face has really harmed me. The maid opened her eyes wide and said, How could it harm you? You are going to be the Empress of Great Zhou, the mother of the dynasty. Many women are envious of you. Great Zhou was an empire. As the Empress, she would be surrounded by fate and have a long lifespan. She might even ascend in the future. As a mortal, she did not even dare to have such a dream. Su Xianxian smiled and did not speak. She did not care about the Empress of Great Zhou. Somehow, the ugly face of the Phoenix Sword Emperor suddenly appeared in her mind. No, he should be called Sword God Zhou. Thinking back to the legend of Sword God Zhou, she envied him. She wanted to be like Sword God Zhou, to settle grudges with one slash. No one could restrain him. He even dared to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. Even Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance dared to resist. That was true freedom. Sigh. She let out a heavy sigh and subconsciously reached out to touch her face. If she did not have this face, could she exchange it for freedom? In the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji was about to celebrate his 21st birthday. This morning, he opened his eyes and prepared to get out of bed. Jiang Shui hugged him like an octopus, and he could not free himself. Stupid girl, how old are you already? Why are you still hugging me like this? Zhou Xuanji stared at her. He remembered that when he was young, he was hugged by this girl to the point that he could not breathe. He felt a little anxious. Childhood trauma. Hearing his voice, Jiang Shui rubbed her eyes and got up slowly. She hugged him and said weakly, It's so early in the morning, what are you doing? She had just woken up from a dream. She was still in a daze, and she did not look like a cultivator at all. Zhou Xuanji said, Nothing. I want to go out for a walk. You continue to sleep. Forget it. I will get up and prepare for you to wash up. Jiang Shui mumbled before she got down from the bed and put on her outer clothes. Zhou Xuanji got up and put on the white dragon golden robe. After a while, the two of them went out. As soon as they walked out of the wooden hut, they saw Shao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the others huddled together, discussing something. What is this? Kirin? Impossible, how could there be such a small qilin? It must be a divine beast. There's no demonic aura on it. It's so cute, don't scare it. Kirin? Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui heard him and were immediately interested. They held hands and walked over. Soon, Zhou Xuanji saw the qilin. It was only the size of a palm, and its entire body was crimson. It was small and cute. It had the head of a lion, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a moose, the scales of a dragon, and the tail of an ox. Even though it was small, it still looked mighty. As soon as the qilin saw Zhou Xuanji, it leapt up and jumped into his arms, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. Does this little guy know master? Shao Jinghong asked curiously. The others also had the same guess. Zhou Xuanji touched the red qilin and looked curious. He could sense the intimacy the little guy had toward him. At this moment, Daoist old man walked over. When he saw the red qilin, his eyes widened. He rushed over and snatched the red qilin away. Let me inspect it. You guys disperse first. Don't disturb me. Daoist old man turned around and left with the red qilin. The red qilin cried out with a tender voice like a chick. The group looked at each other but did not say anything. Qilins are auspicious beasts. It seems like we are going to be lucky today, Zhou Xuanji said expectantly. Zhou Xuanji said expectantly. He would be 21 years old today. He hoped to get a mighty legendary sword. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, it should be a legendary sword that surpassed glorious gold, right? After that, the group dispersed. Time passed quickly. A few hours passed. Zhou Xuanji came to the lakeside and was about to sit down when the sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 21 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Heavenly Soul. Chapter 188. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Heavenly Soul, Sky Extinguishing Sword, Gold, Truth Sword. Heavenly Soul, Heavenly Soul, Heavenly Soul. Important things must be shouted 3 times in one's heart. Zhou Xuanji trembled in excitement. The glorious gold legendary sword was already very powerful. How powerful would the Heavenly Soul legendary sword be? When he broke through to astral projection, he was confident that he could defeat everyone at spirit refinement and great realization with the amethyst and glorious gold legendary swords. If he had the Heavenly Soul legendary sword, how powerful would he be? Supercilious. Only this word could describe the swelling in his heart. Next, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sky Extinguishing Sword grade, Heavenly Soul description, a legendary sword born at the beginning of the world. It contains the power to destroy the world. Only astral projection cultivators can use it. Sword name, Truth Sword grade, gold description. Those who are pierced by this sword must speak the truth. Only astral projection cultivators can use it? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Can this be a problem for me? As for the truth sword, although it had some special abilities, it was no longer a threat to him. Where's the Sky Extinguishing Sword? Let me see it. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He could not wait to see how amazing the Heavenly Soul legendary sword was. The sword owner must reach astral projection to see and use it. The sword spirit replied, but it did not extinguish the fire in his heart. In a good mood, he walked toward Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was meditating and he tickled her, which made her glare at him. He smiled proudly before turning to harass the others. A while later, Daoist old man stopped Zhou Xuanji, who was wandering around. Something bad has happened, he said seriously. Zhou Xuanji sat down in front of him and asked, "What is it?" The red Qilin jumped into his arms and rubbed against him intimately. "When you were born, a Qilin appeared. Do you remember?" Daoist old man asked with a frown. A murderous intent could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji stroked the red Qilin in his hand and asked, "Could this little guy be the son of that Qilin?" "That's right, Emperor Yan of Zhou killed that Qilin and extracted its Qilin tendon. Before that Qilin died, it sent this little fellow near us. It has already turned into dust and disappeared." Daoist old man's reply made Zhou Xuanji frown. Emperor Yan of Zhou's actions were too cruel. If this matter were to spread out, what would the world say? When you were born, that Qilin came to pray for you, and your fate is actually connected. Over these years, your luck has been so good, and you have escaped death many times. In actuality, the Qilin's prayer also helped you. The Qilin's death is equivalent to cutting off a portion of your fate. Emperor Yan of Zhou was most likely worried that you would suppress Zhou Yalong, so he bought time for him to grow. Daoist old man guessed, which made Zhou Xuanji frown even deeper. How vicious! Coincidentally, I am also preparing to barge into the great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "I will remember this enmity." With that, he grabbed the red Kirin and left. "Hey, don't go, let me play with it for a while." Daoist old man stretched out his hand and cried out, but Zhou Xuanji ignored him. And so, the red Qilin joined Zhou Xuanji's party. Qilins were auspicious beasts that represented good luck. At the same time, they were also very powerful. Legends said that a long time ago, before the human race was born, the Qilin race dominated the world. The red Qilin was about the same size as the 3-eyed drought rodent. The two soon played together and rolled around on the snowy ground. Next, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate hard. For months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 8. Now, he was so powerful that even Daoist old man was amazed. With the legendary sword made of flesh, his strength was terrifying, and the Xianxia map could provide him with endless spirit energy. Daoist old man often sighed in amazement. In less than 100 years, this brat would be able to enter the northern wilderness top 100. By then, he would be able to face Lin Guanyu and Huang Hantian head-on. Zhou Xuanji was also looking forward to meeting those two. He wanted to avenge his humiliation. Beishao Wangjian also broke through to Soul Fountain. Jiang Shui was 10 days later than him, while Huang Lianxin was still working on her breakthrough. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shenbo were already at Astral Infant level 10, while Zhao Zongjian was at level 5. The others had their own improvements, but none of them had broken through to the next stage. All of you are extraordinary, but compared to Zhou Xuanji, you are all mediocre. Daoist old man sat on a huge rock by the lake and said with a chuckle. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and Zhao Zongjian were all talented enough to join the sanctum. Han Shenbo was even a disciple of the sanctum. Although Huang Lianxin's talent in cultivation was not top-notch, she had the Ghost Emperor Divine Eye, which was really powerful. When she reached great accomplishment in her cultivation, she would surely be someone who would shake the world. Big and small air were dragon eagles, mounts that countless people desired. The three-eyed drought rodent recognized all the treasures in the world. Chongming Demon Monarch was a 7th-rank demon. Among the demons, there were not many who could cultivate to such a stage. Only Beishao Wangjian and the little black snake had mediocre talents. So, the two of them disliked each other and did not want to bear the title of the weakest. During their cultivation, some people passed by occasionally, but they did not cause any conflict. Zhou Xuanji and the rest were scattered when they cultivated. The two dragon eagles flew around, so their identities were not exposed. But the good times did not last long. 3 months later, a group of carriages barged into the place where Zhou Xuanji and the rest were cultivating. The leader was a muscular man who wore heavy black armor. His skin was dark and he did not wear a helmet. His black hair was loose, and he rode on a giant tiger that was also black. The tiger's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Behind him were 15 soldiers riding on demonic beasts, escorting 4 carriages. May I ask who is Sword God Zhou? The man in black armor asked. With this, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Han Shenbo, and Chongming Demon Monarch looked at them warily. Sensing their gazes, the man in black armor frowned slightly and said, "We are the emissaries of the Songhai Ziggurat, Lu Longlin. We represent the Songhai Ziggurat to visit Sword God Zhou. Behind this is a generous gift. I hope Sword God Zhou will not blame us." Songhai Ziggurat, one of the Northern Wilderness region's 8 sanctums. It was also the largest intelligence-gathering faction. The Northern Wilderness Top 100 was created by them. Great Zhou's hero ranking was based on them, but it was not rigorous enough. I wonder why Emissary General Lu is looking for our sword god? Daoist old man asked with a relaxed expression. The Songhai Ziggurat rarely fought with the secular world. They were probably here to gather information. It's like this. Recently, our Songhai Ziggurat wants to create a Northern Wilderness Genius ranking. Everyone says that Sword God Zhou is an old monster, but according to our observations, Sword God Zhou's body has been growing, so we want to test his bone age. If he meets the requirements, he will enter the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking. Lu Longlin replied as he looked at everyone and quickly locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating by the lake. The vortex of spiritual qi above his head was visible to the naked eye, which made his expression change slightly. This is a good thing. Xuanji, come here quickly. Daoist old man waved at Zhou Xuanji. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji got up and came to his side with the 8-step sword lunge. Such exquisite footwork. Lu Longlin felt quite startled. He had not been able to see Zhou Xuanji's movements clearly. Chapter 189. What's so good about entering the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. His goal was the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Wasn't this lowering his status? Daoist old man rolled his eyes at him and said, "What do you know? This is called fame. The more famous you are, the more benefits you will receive. If you are the top genius in the world, apart from evil cultivators, who would dare to kill you?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt that it made sense. He looked at Lu Longlin and said, "I'm 21 years old this year and am at Astral Infant level 8. My strength is enough to defeat anyone in the spirit refinement stage. Can I be ranked first?" Lu Longlin was stunned. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others were speechless. Can you not be so direct? The Songhai Ziggurat soldiers all looked at Zhou Xuanji strangely. They all suspected that this guy was boasting. They did not doubt Sword God Zhou's strength, but who would believe that he was only 21 years old? Can I have a look? Wang Lin asked respectfully. Being able to defeat anyone in the spirit refinement stage was enough to make him feel respect. Zhou Xuanji nodded and stepped forward. Wang Lin got off his horse and came up to him. He placed his right hand on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and closed his eyes. The method of determining bone age in the cultivation world was different from that of modern society on Earth. One used divine sense to probe into the depths of the bones to determine how old a person was. A while later, Wang Lin opened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. You're really only 21 years old, a 21-year-old astral infant cultivator. Although it was not unprecedented, this boy had already reached level 8. This level of cultivation was far too shocking. You don't believe in yourself? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Must you force me to act cool? Wang Lin took a deep breath and said, let's fight and let me test your strength. How about that? With your talent and cultivation, you can already be ranked first. The strength test is just for me to evaluate you more clearly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with sincerity in his eyes. In response, Zhou Xuanji could only sigh. There was no helping it. You wanted me to fight. But let's fight in the sky. Zhou Xuanji nodded. After that, he leaped up and flew into the sky. Wang Lin followed closely behind. About 20 breaths later, the two landed. Zhou Xuanji held the God Emperor sword and white dragonbone sword in his hands. He was unscathed and looked calm. Wang Lin, covered in blood, looked at him in horror. The soldiers of the Zhanghai Ziggurat all had their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. What did they just see? Wang Lin, who was at the spirit refinement realm, was completely suppressed and had no way to fight back? Brother Zhou is amazing. I'm not as good as you. With your strength, you are indeed invincible in the spirit refinement realm. You haven't used your full strength, have you? Wang Lin said with a look of admiration on his face. Zhou Xuanji could not deny it. After that, Wang Lin began to recuperate. The others came over and asked Zhou Xuanji how much of his strength he had used. After all, he had only used 2 divine swords. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but smiled. Daoist old man sighed. It seems that even I am not your opponent now. How many years had he been with Zhou Xuanji? This child's growth rate was truly terrifying. However, he was most curious about the sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. 4 cultivators, wealth, companions, techniques, and land were all part of one's strength. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Wang Lin got up and took out a jade slip. He walked over to Zhou Xuanji and asked, do you have anything to introduce yourself? I can write it down. Zhou Xuanji said, my real name is Zhou Xuanji, and my mother is Lady Zhao Xian of Great Zhou. Today, it was time for him to correct Lady Zhao Xian's name. He did not know if Lady Zhao Xian's paternal family had really rebelled, but he was Lady Zhao Xian's son. From today onwards, he would travel under the name of Zhou Xuanji. Wang Lin felt quite startled and a strange look appeared on his face. No wonder this boy wanted to kill the Empress of Great Zhou. Back then, news of the Empress of Great Zhou chasing after Lady Zhao Xian had long since spread, but Emperor Yan of Zhou had turned a blind eye. It was just like when the Empress of Great Zhou had been killed. He had only issued a warrant and had not personally acted. This was the emperor. It looked like it was just the enmity between the 2 goddesses, but in actuality, Emperor Yan of Zhou had already cleaned up the emperor's side for the next emperor. First on the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, Zhou Xuanji, known as Sword God Zhou. His talent is unparalleled, Wang Lin said with a slight smile. Even though he had not received any information on the other emissaries, he believed that Zhou Xuanji was definitely first. His talent was unparalleled, and it was far more powerful than the second-ranked. Following this, he exchanged some pleasantries with Zhou Xuanji before leaving. Go and check what's in the carriages. Zhou Xuanji got up and said as he patted his bottom. Everyone went to the 4 carriages. Daoist old man stood beside Zhou Xuanji and stroked his long beard as he sighed and said, with a son like you, Lady Zhao Xian can rest at ease in the netherworld. Zhou Xuanji nodded. In a few years, I should also find a way to ascend. Otherwise, when my time is up, I'll have to go down to accompany your mother, Daoist old man said as he shook his head and smiled. Unlike Chief Monk Xuanhe, his cultivation had not been able to break through to the great realization stage. If this went on, his lifespan would run out and he would die. Before, he had been prepared to die, but after seeing Zhou Xuanji, he did not want to die. He suddenly felt great anticipation. He wanted to see Zhou Xuanji's majestic bearing. "Don't worry, I won't let you die," Zhou Xuanji said as he patted his shoulder and smiled. Zhou Xuanji patted his shoulder and smiled. Although he was always arguing with Daoist old man, he had long regarded this old man as his family. The two of them looked at each other and smiled before walking towards the carriages. The 4 carriages were filled with all sorts of treasures, jewelry, and even some spell scrolls and enchanted artifacts. All in all, they were quite sincere. Shanghai Ziggurat could become the most powerful intelligence organization because they were generous in their spending. With these treasures, their cultivation speed would increase again. After this, the group returned to their boring life of cultivation. More than a month later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Astral Infant Level 9. Han Shenbua exclaimed in amazement. At this rate, Zhou Xuanji would break through to astral projection before him. For months later, Zhou Xuanji celebrated his 22nd birthday. He forcefully broke through to Astral Infant Level 10 and began to break through to astral projection. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 22 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Glorious Gold, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Silver, Snakeskin Sword, 10,000 Ultimate Steps. Glorious Gold Legendary Sword. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and felt elated. My luck has been pretty good recently. Could it be because of the red qilin? An auspicious beast is a bull. Next, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Holy Light Redemption Sword grade, Glorious Gold description. This sword has the ability to absorb the enemy's life force. It can also revive the dead and regenerate broken bones. Sword name: Snakeskin Sword grade, Silver description, forged from the skin of countless strange snakes. If it flies, its flight path will be unpredictable, making it difficult to track and attack. Revive the dead and regenerate broken bones. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. This sword is great. Amazing. But the snakeskin sword's special function was snakeskin movement. Chapter 190. Zhou Xuanji took out the 2 legendary swords and examined them closely. The Holy Light Redemption Sword was a golden sword with a wide blade. The connection between the hilt and the blade was like a pair of wings, which made him wonder if it was really the redemption sword. It seemed to be very lethal. As for the snakeskin sword, the surface of the blade was covered in snakeskin patterns. The hilt was slightly slanted, like a small half of a black snake's body. He immediately stepped on the snakeskin sword and began to fly with the Holy Light Redemption Sword in his hand. The others noticed his movements. Those 2 swords seemed to be new? Han Shenbua asked curiously. The Holy Light Redemption Sword was obviously not an ordinary sword. Xiao Jinghong nodded and smiled. Today, Master will be 22 years old. Every time it was Zhou Xuanji's birthday, he would have a few more swords. Everyone had long since understood the pattern. Zhou Xuanji flew quickly in the air. Sometimes he spiraled and sometimes he landed at a slanted angle. His flight path was ever-changing and the onlookers were dazzled. Could it be that he is practicing some kind of sword technique? The little black snake blinked its eyes and asked in confusion. No one answered it because no one else knew. After a while, Zhou Xuanji landed and put away the Holy Light Redemption Sword and Snakeskin Sword. What is 10,000 ultimate steps? He asked in his heart. Could it be a kind of footwork? Then, an unfamiliar memory drilled into his mind. As it turned out, the 10,000 everlasting steps was a type of movement sword technique. It was similar to the 8-step sword lunge, but it was not a pure movement technique. Instead, it was an offensive sword technique. Within 1,000 feet, he could kill the enemy with a single step. It was even faster than the ranged sword propelling. Most importantly, it was very difficult for the enemy to dodge. The ranged sword propelling was actually very easy to dodge, so Zhou Xuanji rarely used it. He immediately took out the dog-culling sword and began to practice the 10,000 ultimate steps. He was practicing his swordsmanship by the lake. Seeing him practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beixiao Wangjin and Huang Lianxin immediately surrounded him. Another new sword technique. I wonder what kind of powerful sword technique it is. Zhao Congjian mumbled to himself, his eyes burning. Xiao Jinghong stretched out his hand and covered his eyes. It's better if you don't look. But I want to see it. Zhao Congjian slapped his hand away and said excitedly. The 10,000 everlasting steps had a total of 180 sword moves, and it could cover a distance of 300 meters. If one's cultivation level was high enough, it wouldn't even be a dream for them to cross 1,000 miles and slay their enemies. With Zhou Xuanji's current strength, practicing the first round of 10,000 ultimate steps took him 15 breaths of time. His movements were smooth, as if he had practiced for a long time. As always, after practicing it 100 times, he had achieved minor success in 10,000 everlasting steps. After 200 repetitions, 10,000 everlasting steps reached the major stage. After 300 repetitions, the 10,000 everlasting steps had formed its sword intent. The sword will of 10,000 ultimate steps was incredibly sharp. Once he entered the sword will mode, Zhou Xuanji's expression became cold. He raised his sword and slashed at a tree 100 meters away. In that instant, Xiao Jinghong and the other three could only sense that Zhou Xuanji had turned into a series of afterimages, and he was so fast that he could not be seen with the naked eye. There was a loud bang. The tree's trunk shattered, and countless branches and leaves scattered. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind the tree. He held the dog-culling sword in his hand, and his robes fluttered in the wind. From behind, he looked so handsome and domineering. Xiao Jinghong and the other three immediately surrounded him and asked him questions. 10,000 everlasting steps. At small accomplishment, you can kill from 100 meters away. At great accomplishment, you can kill from 1,000 miles away. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. His tone was very cool, which made the four even more excited. You guys should first master the sword techniques that you have. Zhou Xuanji snorted. After that, he turned around and left. Xiao Jinghong and the other three were not discouraged. Instead, they were even more motivated. 3 months later, Han Shenbo returned from his scouting trip. He held a blue-covered book in his hand. His expression was one of excitement as he gathered everyone together. What made you lose your composure like this? Chongming Demon Monarch cried out. Recently, under Daoist Old Man's guidance, his cultivation had improved. He felt that he had a chance to break through to the 8th rank, so he was in a good mood. Han Shenbo coughed lightly and opened the blue-covered book. The first batch of the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking has been released. It has spread to all major factions and empires, he said. The top genius of the Northern Wilderness, Zhou Xuanji, the son of Great Zhou's Lady Zhao Xian. He is known as Sword God Zhou. He reached Astral Infant Level 8 at the age of 21, and he can defeat anyone in the Spirit Refinement stage. The Songhai Ziggurat nominated him as the unparalleled way of the sword in the Northern Wilderness. His spirit is not inferior to the ancient Sword Emperor. Everyone heard him and became excited. The unparalleled way of the sword in the Northern Wilderness. His spirit is not inferior to the ancient Sword Emperor. Paul said. Xiao Jinghong clapped his hands and praised. This time, the Songhai Ziggurat nominated him personally. This sentence would surely spread across the world. Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he was proud in his heart. Not bad. Han Shenbo continued to read. The first page of the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking recorded Zhou Xuanji's achievements since his birth. He fought the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou and killed the Empress of Great Zhou. Great Shang's prowess shook the world with the sun, moon, and stars. Xian Xianghua, Huang Hantian, Xinhao Sect, Haoqi Alliance, and many other famous people were mentioned. Just when everyone was excited, the world was shocked. Sword God Zhou was only 21 years old? A 21-year-old astral infant level 8. Was there any justice in this world? In an instant, the entire Northern Wilderness region was shaken. Even the sanctums were discussing Zhou Xuanji. This time, Zhou Xuanji's name was remembered by countless people. After the news spread to Great Zhou, it caused a huge commotion. What? Sword God Zhou is the Prince of Great Zhou. Ah, our Great Zhou is blessed with great people indeed. No wonder the Empress of Great Zhou would assassinate Sword God Zhou for no reason. So that's why. Her son should be like Sword God Zhou. I suggest Zhou Xuanji to be the crown prince of Great Zhou. Zhou Yalong could not even enter the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking. Although it was because of his age, what was his cultivation when he was 20 years old? Zhou Xuanji could kill him with one finger. Within Great Zhou's territory, all kingdoms and cities had such discussions. The one who was most affected was Zhou Yalong. The Empress of Great Zhou was so vicious, how good could her son be? Although Zhou Yalong had a good reputation, he was not as benevolent as Zhou Xuanji. On the other side, in the Great Zhou Royal Palace, Emperor Yan of Zhou sat on his throne and listened to the soldiers reading in the palace. Tonghai Ziggurat called him unparalleled sword's way in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperor. The soldier read carefully. After he finished, he looked up at Emperor Yan of Zhou carefully. The civil and military officials in the 2 rows were all shocked. Zhou Yalong's face was ugly. His eyes were burning with hatred. Zhou Qingxin's expression was complicated, while the princes were tongue-tied. Sword God Zhou was their brother. Okay, you can leave first. Shitan Changshi stood up and waved his hand. The soldier felt relieved and left the palace immediately. Emperor Yan of Zhou laughed suddenly. Well said. It is Great Zhou's honor for my son to become the top genius in the northern wilderness. Zhou Yalong heard this and his eyes almost spewed fire. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and bled, but he did not let go. The hatred of killing his mother was irreconcilable. When Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended, he would use all the power of the entire empire to kill Zhou Xuanji. Humph, I'm afraid he's an unfilial son. At this moment, an unpleasant voice came from outside the palace. Lin Guanyu walked in with an indifferent expression, ignoring the shock of all the civil and military officials. Chapter 191. Facing Lin Guanyu's rude words, Emperor Yan of Zhou was expressionless. He had never been on good terms with this brother-in-law of his. It was because of Lin Guanyu and the merciful Melody Cliff that the Empress of the Great Zhou was so arrogant and domineering that she disturbed his harem. I wonder what brings Brother Lin to the Great Zhou dynasty? Emperor Yan of Zhou asked indifferently. This fellow had barged into the Great Zhou imperial palace. He did not take him seriously at all. If not for the fact that he was about to ascend, he would have abolished Lin Guanyu. On the day of ascension, Zhou Xuanji will surely come. At that time, I will kill him in Great Zhou. Lin Guanyu said indifferently, completely unafraid of offending Emperor Yan of Zhou. As soon as these words came out, the civil and military officials were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji was coming? Shitan Changshi frowned and asked, why is he here? Lin Guanyu pointed at Zhou Yalong and said, Zhou Xuanji had a maidservant by his side. That maidservant's clansmen were all slaughtered by the Yalong. Out of the hundreds of thousands of people in the city, only that one was left alive. Hearing this, everyone's expressions fell, including Emperor Yan of Zhou's. Zhou Yalong widened his eyes and quickly explained, I killed the Ghost Emperor tribe. They are the descendants of Xinhao's Pontiff Ming. Other than that, I have never massacred a city. Even so, everyone still looked at him strangely. Massacring the entire city was truly insane. If such a person became the son of heaven in the future, what kind of atrocious things would he do? But right now, other than Zhou Yalong, no one else could assume the position of the son of heaven. Then you can stay in the Zhou dynasty for now. He did not look at Zhou Yalong and instead stared at Lin Guanyu. Lin Guanyu nodded slightly and also looked at Emperor Yan of Zhou with killing intent in his eyes. By the lake. Spit fire. Zhou Xuanji folded his arms in front of his chest and instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the red qilin on his shoulder stretched its head forward and burped. A wisp of charred smoke seeped out from its mouth. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in disdain and asked, why are you so weak? The red qilin felt aggrieved and buried its head under its claws. Daoya old man shouted from afar, "It was just born not long ago. Don't force it. Did anyone force you when you were young?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "I killed an evil cultivator at Inner when I was 2 years old. What do you think?" Daoya old man was stunned, not knowing what to say. "You're ruthless." Zhou Xuanji continued to train the red qilin. He only stopped after training it for an hour. The little fellow ran towards the three-eyed drought rodent with a wronged expression. He shook his head with a smile and looked at the horizon. His thoughts had already drifted to the great Zhou. After thinking for a while, he continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye. A month later, Zhou Xuanji began breaking through to astral projection. Everyone gathered around and waited expectantly. Once Master achieves a breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm, it'll be the time for you to stand at the top of the world. Xiao Jinghong said with a face full of admiration. If he encountered Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance in the future, he would not have to worry. The others nodded in agreement. Daoya old man stroked his beard and smiled. When he breaks through to the God Ascension level, he might be able to enter the top 50 of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Once he breaks through to the Mahayana level, he will be able to compete for the top spot in the world. As he said this, he sighed in his heart. Even though they saw this freak every day, when they thought about his talent and strength, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhou Xuanji sat by the lake as spiritual qi surged into his body. At this moment, he was using his inner vision. The leaving Aperture Realm was the realm where one's primordial spirit could leave one's body after clearing all 9 apertures in one's body. If the primordial spirit could leave the body, it would be able to absorb spiritual qi and grow stronger. Now, he had already opened up the apertures in his arms. The 9 apertures in the human body were located in the limbs, head, abdomen, chest, and back. There were 2 apertures on the back, but they were not as difficult to open up as the aperture in the heart. Zhou Xuanji had already mastered the flesh sword, so it was not difficult for him to open up all 9 apertures. He opened up an aperture every half an hour, which made Daoya old man's face twitch. "I'm not watching anymore. This is too depressing." Daoya old man turned around and left, waving his hand. The others watched with great interest to prepare for breaking through to astral projection in the future. "I feel like astral projection is not that difficult." Jiang Shui mumbled. The others had the same thought. Chongming Demon Monarch covered his forehead and said, "That's just him. I've seen many cultivators die from blood spurting out from their bodies when they broke through to astral projection." Astral projection was a major obstacle on the path of cultivation. Regardless of whether it was humans or demons, the death rate before this stage was extremely high. Zhou Xuanji had the protection of the Xianxia map and a powerful physique, so his life was not in danger. Time continued to pass. A long while later, suddenly, Zhou Xuanji opened up the last aperture. Next, his body trembled, and he felt that he was flying. He looked down and realized that his body was still on the ground. Everyone was looking at his body anxiously. "This is the out-of-body experience?" Zhou Xuanji was amazed. He felt that he was as light as a feather and was not affected by gravity. He looked over and actually saw some lonely souls and wild ghosts. Some were at the bottom of the lake, some were floating above the forest, and some were hiding in the bushes in the forest. Damn, why are there so many ghosts around? Seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Aren't they afraid of light? Zhou Xuanji cursed. No wonder he always felt chilly winds blowing at his back when he was sleeping. Shortly after, he collected his thoughts and traveled around the world. After his soul left his body, his speed became even faster. After he leaped over mountains and lakes, Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. The feeling of traveling with his soul was so good that he could not help but sigh in amazement. "I'm a mayfly in the world, a grain in the vast ocean. I mourn for the fleeting moment of my life, and I envy the boundless river. I carry a flying immortal to travel, and I embrace the bright moon to die." On the other side, Jiang Shui saw that Zhou Xuanji was not moving and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with him?" His soul left his body. "Don't worry. He will be fine." Chongming Demon Monarch explained in amazement. This guy's breakthrough is as easy as drinking water. A while later, Zhou Xuanji's astral spirit entered his body. Next, his spirit energy began to grow tremendously. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached astral projection. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Silver, Bookcutter Sword. Amethyst, Frost King Icebound Sword, Rui Purple Cloud Robe. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes with an odd expression. Bookcutter Sword again? Wasn't it broken? And how did its grade increase? Some swords are not unique. The sword spirit explained, which made Zhou Xuanji feel that it was forced. But it was not bad to obtain another Amethyst legendary sword. Most importantly, he could finally use the Heavenly Soul legendary sword. The information of the two legendary swords appeared before his eyes, but he ignored the Bookcutter Sword. Sword name, Frost King Icebound Sword Grade, Amethyst description, made with 10,000-year-old ice flame. Contains boundless ice elemental energy. It can absorb the ice and snow in the world and freeze an area of 100 miles with one slash. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and began regulating his chi flow. The others came up to him and surrounded him, asking him questions all at once. A while later, Zhou Xuanji got up slowly. After breaking through to astral projection, he felt that his spirit energy grew tremendously. His overall power was more than 5 times stronger than before. Chapter 192. Zhou Xuanji took out the Frost King sword first. Seeing that he took out a new legendary sword, everyone was curious. The Frost King sword was a meter long, and its blade was 4 fingers wide. It looked like it was made of crystal, and the moment he took it out, everyone felt a wave of chilliness wash over them. Such a handsome sword. Beixiao Wangjian praised. His eyes were filled with envy. Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly and slashed toward the surface of the lake. In an instant, the surface of the lake froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was dumbfounded. After that, he put away the Frost King sword. After that, he took out the Sky Extinguishing sword. With this sword, everyone, including Zhou Xuanji, felt the chill down their spines. The Sky Extinguishing sword's blade was blackish-red in color, as if magma was hidden within the blade. The sword guard was like the head of a demon king from hell, with 2 horns growing out of it. The sword hilt was like a burnt bone. The entire sword looked like a demonic sword. The blade was a meter long, and it was as wide as the Frost King sword. Holding the sword, Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. So powerful. Just by holding it, he felt invincible. It was as though he could destroy the world with a single slash. He immediately put away the sword because the others were already trembling and were covered in cold sweat. What sword is that? Why do I feel fear when I see it? Zhao Zongjian asked in confusion. His eyes were filled with worry. Would such a demonic sword cause Zhou Xuanji's cultivation to go berserk? Jiang Shui also looked at Zhou Xuanji anxiously. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "This is the Sky Extinguishing sword. Only astral projection cultivators can use it. Don't worry, my sword will not harm me." The Supreme Legendary Sword System's products were all top-notch. There was no such thing as losing control. In half a year, Emperor Yan of Zhou would ascend. Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to that day. After that, he gathered everyone together to discuss about charging into Great Zhou. Everyone in the team was powerful. Other than the 3-eyed drought rodent and the red qilin, the weakest was at the peak of inner pellet. In a kingdom, they could be the most powerful cultivators of a kingdom. Zhou Xuanji needed their help. Using a legendary sword consumed too much energy after all. After he finished fighting, he needed his teammates to help him escape. Daoist Old Man was not only powerful, but he could also tell fortunes. Chongming Demon Monarch could defend against an army of 10,000. The 2 dragon eagles could be used as fighter jets. Wang Lin had the Ghost Emperor Divine Eye and could see through everything, including arrays. Jiang Shui was a sorcerer and healer. Beixiao Wangjian, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Han Shenbo could all be fighting forces. For now, he was very satisfied with this team. When they began to discuss the matter of killing Zhou Yalong, The entire world gathered in the Great Zhou dynasty. Emperor Yan of Zhou was in the northern wilderness top 100, and he was about to ascend, so he invited all the powerful figures in the world to come and watch. The Han divine sect had already brought many of their elders with them, and the Great Qin Empire had done the same. After Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended, although the Great Zhou Empire's power was greatly reduced, he still went to the upper realm. If they destroyed Great Zhou and met Emperor Yan of Zhou after ascending, how awkward would that be? The cultivation resources in the upper realm were definitely higher than those in the mortal realm. No one could predict how powerful Emperor Yan of Zhou would become. In a mansion in the Great Zhou imperial city, Su Xianxian, who was wearing a veil, sat in front of the stone table, her eyes empty. An old woman stood beside her with an angry expression and berated, "Do you know what you're doing? Disfiguring your face and rejecting the marriage? Let me tell you, even if your face is disfigured, you still have to marry Zhou Yalong. However, with your face gone, will Zhou Yalong treat you well in the future? You're hopelessly stupid. You're just forcing yourself onto the path of death." This old woman was an elder of the Han divine sect, and she was called Zhang Lanya. She had raised Su Xianxian, and she was so angry that her body trembled. In order to reject the marriage, Su Xianxian had disfigured her face. This caused the higher-ups of the Han divine sect to be furious, and they did not even dare to tell Great Zhou about this. Now, they were thinking of ways to help her recover her face. No matter where, a woman's face was very important. This was especially so in the cultivation world. Unless one could shake the world like Xianxia, one could only rely on their face. Su Xianxian remained silent and did not say a word. At this moment, she wished that someone would come and save her. She had completely given up on the Han divine sect and felt that it was a den of demons. "That's right, is Zhou Xuanji coming?" Su Xianxian suddenly asked. Now, everyone knew that sword god Zhou's name was Zhou Xuanji. She already knew about Zhou Xuanji's past. He was also a prince of Great Zhou. He had an irreconcilable feud with Zhou Yalong. Along the way, she heard many rumors that sword god Zhou would come to stop Zhou Yalong's coronation. "Humph, Lin Guanyu is here. Unless he wants to die, he will not dare to come. It's good that he's here. This way, your future husband's position as the emperor will be stable." Zhang Lanya snorted coldly as she thought about how to convince Su Xianxian. Having heard that, Su Xianxian did not speak anymore. Her thoughts had already drifted away. 4 months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to astral projection level 2. He wore an exquisite purple robe and looked handsome and noble. It was the Rui purple cloud robe. The defense of this robe was much higher than the white dragon golden robe. Even the silver-grade legendary sword could not pierce through it. After wearing it, it was as light as if he was not wearing it at all. The group began packing their things and prepared to leave for Great Zhou. Daoist old man walked up to him and chuckled as he asked, "Lin Guanyu has arrived in Great Zhou. Are you sure you want to go?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's good that he's here." He was already confident that he could defeat Huang Hantian. Although Huang Hantian was not at the great realization stage, he could stand against Lin Guanyu. This meant that Lin Guanyu was only at a low level in the great realization stage. Great Zhou would be the place where Lin Guanyu would fall. Actually, he did not hate Lin Guanyu. Instead, he admired Lin Guanyu. There were not many people in the world who were so determined to take revenge for his sister. But this was the world. If Lin Guanyu wanted to kill him, then he had to kill Lin Guanyu. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the jungle. If you can defeat Lin Guanyu, won't you be able to enter the northern wilderness top 100 directly? Daoist old man rubbed his chin and said in a mocking tone. But he did not think that it was possible. Lin Guanyu was the Baba Blade Master. It was already good enough to fight to a draw. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak further. After a while, the group packed up and began their journey. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chongming Demon Monarch and said, "Are you ready?" Chongming Demon Monarch was a little stunned and asked, "Ready for what?" Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. The others laughed too. The little black snake, who was coiled around Small Air's neck, said, "Of course, to be a tank." When we reach Great Zhou, you will have to defend against Great Zhou's army. What the? Are you serious? Chongming Demon Monarch trembled and asked anxiously. Although he had thick skin and flesh, how could he defend against an empire alone? The red Qilin, which was already as big as a dog, bared its teeth at him, as though it was encouraging him. Will it be a sneak attack, or will it be a thunderbolt from the clear sky? Han Shenhua asked as he rubbed his hands. He looked excited. Once they succeeded, they would all be famous across the world. Zhou Xuanji would no longer be the only one in the limelight. Chapter 193. On the mountain path, Zhou Xuanji strolled ahead with a fruit in his hand. Jiang Shui walked beside him. Chongming Demon Monarch walked in front, while Han Shenhua and the little black snake followed behind. Daoist Old Man walked to the side, while the others trained with their swords. A big and small heir circled in the air to scout for them. Zhou Xuanji looked at the two of them and asked curiously, why can't they speak? The two dragon eagles were already at the 4th rank. If it were any other demon, they could transform into human form. Maybe they are born handicapped? Jiang Shui guessed as she looked at Zhou Xuanji. The expression in her eyes made him confused. What's wrong? He touched his face and asked. Nothing. I just felt a faint strand of violet qi between your brows. Jiang Shui shook her head. She rubbed her eyes and looked at him seriously. It's gone now. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly. Maybe my monarchical violet qi intimidated you. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, You? Only you can't intimidate me in the whole world. You are the one I'm least afraid of. Not bad, not bad. From now on, you will be in charge of my wives and concubines. You want to have a group of wives and concubines? Can't I? No. Can I take a few less? How many? Are you itching for a beating? The two began to bicker, which livened up the atmosphere. With their speed, it would take them at least a month to reach the royal city of Great Zhou. They were not in a hurry. It was best to arrive on the day of the coronation. Only then would it be interesting. The main character always arrived at the most crucial moment. Along the way, the group chatted about the past and the present, enjoying the scenery. At the same time, all the checkpoints around Great Zhou were filled with people. Many cultivators from other empires or factions came to join in the fun. Especially the royal city of Great Zhou, it was extremely noisy. In the royal palace, Great Shang State Advisor Yang Zhongtian looked at Emperor Yen of Zhou with a smile. The generals on both sides looked alert. It's time for Great Zhou and Great Shang to bury the hatchet, Emperor Yen of Zhou said slowly. He stared at Yang Zhongtian and sighed in amazement. Back then, I had yet to ascend to the throne, and Yang Xindi was still young. The few of us traveled around the world together. How carefree it was. Unfortunately, things remain the same, but people have changed. Listening to his words, Yang Zhongtian and Shitan Changshe revealed looks of nostalgia. Their time had passed. Yang Zhongtian sternly said, Our emperor also has the same intention. Great Zhou has left you, Great Shang has left Haoqi Alliance. If the two empires can join hands and support each other, it will definitely be a win-win situation. Emperor Yen of Zhou nodded and started to chat with Yang Zhongtian about the past. The two of them did not even mention the Han-In divine sect. It seemed harmonious, but there was actually an undercurrent surging. If it wasn't for the fact that the Han-In divine sect had a marriage alliance with Great Zhou, Great Shang probably wouldn't have lowered their heads and come here. Right? Have Zhong Kuiming come in. Emperor Yen of Zhou suddenly ordered. Hearing this, a general immediately left. Yang Zhongtian's expression changed as he asked, Why is he in the Zhou dynasty? Most of the civil and military officials in the hall were in an uproar. Even Zhou Yalong looked at Emperor Yen of Zhou in surprise. He owes me his life. Emperor Yen of Zhou replied calmly, a slight smile on his lips. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to notice. Yang Zhongtian's expression flickered as he fell silent. Soon, Zhong Kuiming entered the hall. Emperor Yen of Zhou, your Zhou dynasty is indeed prosperous. Great Zhou's women are also quite tasty. I like that whatever tower, Oh, drunken spring tower. A hearty laugh sounded out, followed by Zhong Kuiming. He was dressed in black clothes with red silk and had a green crown on his head. His face was not handsome, but he gave off a ferocious aura. This was especially so for the red tattoo on the right side of his face, which looked like a blood-red claw. Zhong Kuiming was one of the Northern Wilderness top 100, and his strength was not inferior to Lin Guanyu's. No one knew which sect he was from, but 1,000 years ago, he had appeared out of nowhere and saved the Hunyuan Empire. Hunyuan's emperor had personally received him, and his name had shaken the world ever since. This person's personality was domineering and his temper was quite explosive, but he had a benevolent and righteous heart, and he loved to help those in need. Zhong Kuiming glanced at Yang Zhongtian and smiled as he said, "Ho, an old goat like you came as well. How is the Fury Buddha?" The outcome of the last battle was not decided yet. Next time, I will personally pay him a visit. When Yang Zhongtian heard this, his face instantly turned ugly. Zhong Kuiming looked at Emperor Yen of Zhou and cursed, "I met Lin Guanyu. That fellow still has a scowling face, and his little sister definitely has a scowling face as well. How did you endure it?" Emperor Yen of Zhou gave a slight smile and said, "I'll be counting on Brother Zhong's help in ascending to the throne." "No problem, no problem." Zhong Kuiming waved his hand, and then he walked over to Zhou Yalong and clicked his tongue with admiration. "You really resemble your imperial father. But why do you seem like a short-lived ghost?" When Zhou Yalong heard that, his face instantly turned green. Emperor Yen of Zhou frowned and said, "Brother Zhong, don't tease a child. We will discuss the matter of the venue first." Zhong Kuiming grinned when he heard this, and then he turned around and walked to the center of the hall. "Don't worry. With me here, even Xian Xianghua can't leave, let alone Sword God Zhou." Zhong Kuiming said conceitedly, causing Yun Zhongtian to shake his head. "You can indeed deal with Sword God Zhou. But you want to deal with Xian Xianghua? He was probably courting death." A month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to the top of a mountain. Looking into the distance, they could see the high walls of Great Zhou's border pass at the end of the forest. "Leave a big and small air nearby, or else we will be exposed too easily," the little black snake said. If the two dragon eagles had transformed, it would be fine. But they were so big that they were too eye-catching. The red Qilin was already covered with black fur and looked like a black dog. Fortunately, its horns were not long and could be wrapped around its ears. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked up at a big and small air, who were circling above him. "Hide yourselves and don't get caught by others, understand?" he said. The two dragon eagles tilted their heads before flying deep into the forest. The group continued to fly toward the border pass. After flying past the forest, they saw many cultivators walking toward the border pass on the plain. Looking from above, they looked like a long line of ants. Soon, they landed and lined up to enter Great Zhou. Thousands of people lined up in front of them. It was a majestic and noisy scene. "Why are there so many people? Won't the royal capital be even more crowded?" Jiang Shui said in amazement. There were hundreds of such entrances, and there were already so many people today. It was hard to estimate how many people there were in the royal capital. A young master in front of them turned around and smiled as he waved his fan. "Actually, most people are here to see Sword God Zhou. Ever since he was revealed to be the Prince of Great Zhou, countless rumors have been spreading. Everyone thinks that with Sword God Zhou's personality, he would not allow the son of the enemy who killed his mother to ascend to the throne." After that, a look of admiration appeared on his face. A muscular man in front of him turned around and grinned. "Lin Guanyu, Emperor Yen of Zhou, Han Yin Divine Sect, and so many powerful cultivators are guarding Great Zhou's royal capital. Do you think Sword God Zhou dares to come? Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that Sword God Zhou would line up here like them." Chapter 194. No matter how many powerful enemies there are, Sword God Zhou still dares to charge in. Zhao Zongjian scoffed and the young master in front of him nodded. Seeing that there were so many of them, the burly man didn't say anything. He just shook his head and laughed. In his eyes, Sword God Zhou was being praised too highly. Sooner or later he would fall miserably. Jiang Shui curled her lips and said in a low voice, It seems like there are many people who look up to you. In the team of a few thousand people, what she heard the most was how powerful sword god Zhou was. Zhou Xuanji chuckled at her, hiding his achievements and fame. In fact, he was also lamenting. Didn't I just do those things? Is it worth so many people singing praises? It was really strange. There were no phones or computers in the northern wilderness region, nor was there any internet. Why did it feel like news was more developed than on Earth? Whatever he did, news would spread quickly. It could only be said that people were afraid of fame as pigs were afraid of being fat. Time passed. Only after 2 hours did Zhou Xuanji and the others enter. They were all using pseudonyms. In any case, as long as they paid enough spirit stones, the border guards wouldn't stop them. This was also the unspoken rule of the dynasties. If the strong couldn't stop them, it wouldn't matter even if the weak blocked them. It was better to make more money. After entering, everyone walked slowly. After all, there was still some time before the day of ascension. There are so many people. Emperor Yan of Zhou really knows how to create momentum. Daoist old man clicked his tongue in wonder. Looking around, there were people everywhere, all rushing towards the great Zhou imperial city. Emperor Yan of Zhou had announced that he was going to ascend 3 years ago, and he had arranged a marriage with the Han Yin divine sect. He had even announced Lin Guanyu's arrival, causing Great Zhou to become the most talked about empire in the northern wilderness. It seemed ordinary, but in reality, there were many intentions behind it. Xiao Jinghong nodded and said, "I'm afraid he's trying to intimidate Master so that Master won't dare to come." Daoist old man smiled faintly and said, "That might not be the case." Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. However, the old man just smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was very relaxed. After all, he had already experienced many fierce battles, and his mental fortitude was already extraordinary. The closer he got to Great Zhou's royal city, the more Zhou Xuanji thought back to the days when he was young in Great Zhou's royal palace. At that time, the ones who accompanied him the most were palace maids and nannies. He shook his head and smiled, no longer thinking about it. On the day that Emperor Yan of Zhou ascended, he would definitely flip the heavens and earth upside down. 3 days later, they stopped by the river to rest. Chongming demon monarch used the little black snake as a whip and whipped it on the ground. He called it tempering his body. "Old ox, didn't you eat?" The little black snake was still very strong-willed and clamored. When Chongming demon monarch heard this, he forcefully threw him onto the ground, causing the ground to crack. Afterward, the little black snake fainted and blood flowed out of its mouth as if it was dead. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and cursed, "Are you killing snakes?" Chongming demon monarch quickly put down the little black snake and said pitifully, "It's the one who asked me to use force. He was already gentle enough. Who told this fellow to court death?" The others also surrounded him and added insult to injury. They reprimanded Chongming demon monarch, causing him to hate the little black snake even more. Daoist old man stood by the river, his right hand constantly calculating something. Strange, why is the fate of the Great Zhou being blinded? Something is wrong, something is wrong. He muttered to himself, appearing very distressed. Just then he noticed a figure walking out of the woods across the river. It was a monster. It had a tiger's body and a human's face. It was covered in white fur and looked like a child. It stared at Daoist old man and opened its mouth to say something. Daoist old man's expression changed drastically, and he frowned. "Chongming, catch it." At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's voice came from behind. Next, a black shadow flew past Chongming demon monarch's head and dashed toward the demon. The demon was so frightened that it turned around to flee. Unfortunately, Chongming demon monarch pressed its butt onto the ground and almost crushed it to death. Trying to escape? Chongming demon monarch laughed disdainfully as he spoke. Soon he brought the demon to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked Daoist old man, "What were you guys talking about?" Daoist old man turned around and said, "It told me that we are in great trouble." The group frowned. What did that mean? Daoist old man shrugged his shoulder and said, "It said that we captured a very important person and that we will be in great trouble sooner or later. I don't know anything else." Zhou Xuanji turned to look at the tiger-bodied, human-faced demon and asked, "Can you speak?" Although the demon was terrified, it acted as though it could not understand human language. Seeing this, he immediately took out the truth sword and stabbed it with his sword. "Tell me, who did we capture, and who is looking for trouble with us?" Facing his interrogation, the demon confessed straight away. "You captured the descendant of the Jiang clan. The great emperor will come for you. Now, all the demons inside and outside of Great Zhou are looking for you." The group heard him and looked at Jiang Shui instinctively with a strange expression. Jiang Shui was stunned too. She suspected that she had heard wrongly. Zhou Xuanji pointed at her and asked, "Is it her? The descendant of the Jiang clan, the great emperor? Could it be the third in the world, Jiang Wudi?" The demon looked at Jiang Shui instinctively and shook his head, saying, "Too young." The group could not help but think of Jiang Shui's grandmother, the crazy old woman. Daoist old man clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Interesting, interesting. No wonder Great Zhou's destiny has been concealed recently. So it was Jiang Wudi's doing." Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. What? He could already smell the scent of dog blood. Could it be that Jiang Wudi wanted to forcefully take Jiang Shui away and humiliate him by saying that he was not worthy of Jiang Shui? After that, the two of them would have to be separated for several years or even decades, and he would only be able to marry Jiang Shui when he reached the peak? There shouldn't be any problems with the engagement during this period, right? "My grandma is still alive?" Jiang Shui asked with a frown. She did not show any surprise. The demon looked at her and asked in surprise, "Your grandmother? Could it be that your grandmother is a descendant of the Jiang family? Quick, tell me where she is. We need to return your grandmother to the great emperor as soon as possible." Chongming demon monarch couldn't help but ask, "Isn't she a descendant of the Jiang clan? Do you really have to find an old lady?" The demon said disdainfully, "She won't be acknowledged by the Jiang clan. Back then, that descendant of the Jiang clan was engaged to someone, but she ended up falling in love with Immortal and escaped from the Jiang clan, causing the Jiang clan to be humiliated. Now, she even has a granddaughter. The Jiang clan wants to capture her and bring her back to apologize. As for her granddaughter, the Jiang clan hasn't mentioned a word about it. Perhaps they don't even know about it." Zhou Xuanji frowned. The story was indeed melodramatic. But why was the plot not right? Jiang Shui's grandmother? Jiang Shui's expression was complicated. She didn't know what to say. "I advise you to release me. The great emperor will personally descend upon the great Zhou dynasty sooner or later. If you protect the descendant of the Jiang clan, you will all die." The monster saw the change in everyone's expression and thought that they were afraid, so he shouted, "You're very arrogant," Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. He could sense Jiang Shui's dejection. The feeling of not being accepted by one's family was hard for anyone to accept. "What's wrong? I'm advising you out of goodwill. If you dare touch me, you'll be going against the great emperor. You'll die a horrible death." The demon snorted. Even though he was being stepped on, he was still arrogant. An hour later, everyone sat by the river. Chongming demon monarch held a roasted leg in his hand and smiled. "This guy's meat is quite fragrant." In front of them, there was a fire rack with a tiger's body on it. The smell of burnt meat filled the air. Chapter 195. The group began talking about Jiang Wudi as they ate the barbecued meat. Daoist old man spoke the most. He had lived for thousands of years and was the most experienced after all. The Jiang clan was one of the oldest clans in the human race, and Jiang Wudi was even more unfathomable. His highest ranking in the World Millennium Duel was second. Unfortunately, at that time, he encountered Xianxia at her peak and was utterly defeated. Putting aside Xianxia and Yang Di, who reigned supreme in the world, Jiang Wudi was as powerful as a god. The rise of each empire had the Jiang clan behind them. There were also disciples from the Jiang clan in the 8 sanctums. They had infiltrated every corner of the human race. "It's okay. He's looking for the crazy old woman anyway. We will leave after we finish this," Beishao Wangjian said indifferently. Northern Sword Valiant said nonchalantly. They finally understood why the crazy old lady would abandon Jiang Shui. It was to protect her. But what about the fact that she owed him money? If she did not owe money, Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji would not be homeless. Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Shui, who was beside him. She hugged her knees and remained silent. He asked, "Do you want to look for your grandma? After this is over, I will bring you to her." Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "Forget it. Maybe I will become a burden to her if I look for her." If she was not a burden, why would she abandon her? There was another possibility, which was that her grandma was already dead. Regardless of the reason, she did not want to pursue it. That's right. Everyone has their own path. The conflict between your grandma and the Jiang clan should be settled during your parents' generation. You have your own life. Daoist old man said with a smile as he stroked his long beard. He paused for a moment before continuing with deep meaning. Follow Xuanji and cultivate well. When he becomes the top cultivator in the world, you can support your grandma. Jiang Shui nodded and said excitedly, "I want to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100 too. I want to be the second in the world and suppress Jiang Wudi." Zhou Xuanji smiled. "Okay. I will be the first in the world, and you will be the second." This girl had really grown up. Her heart was much stronger than he imagined. "If so, then I will be the third in the world and suppress Jiang Wudi," Xiao Jinghong said in high spirits. He believed that he could do it. The others laughed along. "I will be the fourth in the world and become the sovereign of the demon race." I want to be the third. Then I won't fight with you. I'll just be the fifth in the world. But the fifth place is mine. Forget it. You won't be able to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100 in this lifetime. The red Qilin tilted its head as it looked at the group fooling around with each other. Its big watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Jiang Shui felt warmth in her heart. She knew that everyone was trying to liven up the atmosphere so that she wouldn't feel so sad. After everyone finished eating the tiger demon's meat, Zhou Xuanji clapped his hands, got up, and said, "Let's go. It's time to go." Jiang Wudi's target was not them. Their target was not Jiang Wudi. Emperor Yan of Zhou's ascension was their current goal. Under the blue sky of the great Zhou imperial city, a huge stone platform that was thousands of meters wide floated in the air above the imperial city. Soldiers flew up and down, setting up altars, flags, and banquets for the guests on the stone platform. This platform was called the Ascension Platform. Emperor Yan of Zhou would ascend here, and at the same time, Zhou Yalong would become the emperor here. The streets of the imperial city were packed with people, and all the inns in the city were full. Countless red lanterns were hung on the streets, and laughter could be heard everywhere. Among the sea of people, many children were playing and chasing each other. The child beggars under the trees by the streets were also talking about ascension and becoming the emperor. In a heavily guarded residence in a corner of the imperial city, Su Xianxian was wearing a bright red wedding dress. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror and was lost in thought. She was still wearing a veil. Previously, it was to reduce trouble, but now, it was to cover her ugliness. "My lady, the envoy from the Shanghai Ziggurat is here too." At this moment, a lady walked in from the gate and said excitedly, "This time, you are going to marry the new emperor of Great Zhou. This will surely shake the Northern Wilderness region. All the people who came are influential people. The future emperor is better than the little evil lord no matter how you look at it. He's cultured, has powerful cultivation, and is well-read." The lady walked up to Su Xianxian and sighed in admiration. Her tone was filled with envy. "Are you going to marry him?" Su Xianxian asked. The lady heard her and blushed immediately. "I'm of humble birth, how can I marry?" she said shyly. Her heart was already in turmoil. If she were to be a dowry maid, could she become a noble or even a concubine? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, as though she had found a direction in life. Su Xianxian sighed faintly and did not speak anymore. At the same time, Emperor Yan of Zhou and Great Zhou's officials and generals were approaching the Shanghai Ziggurat's envoy, Wang Lin. His Majesty, the Flame Emperor, is really powerful. Each of his sons is more powerful than the other. I tested Zhou Xuanji personally, and I was the one who passed his information to the ziggurat. Wang Lin chuckled, which made Zhou Yalong, who was behind Emperor Yen of Zhou, change his expression slightly. The other officials looked at each other in dismay, knowing that they did not come with good intentions. Emperor Yen of Zhou laughed heartily and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for taking care of me. If Yalong breaks through to great realization in the future, please take care of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Even though Lu Longlin's cultivation was lower than his, he still had to call him brother. It was because he could not afford to offend the Songhai Ziggurat. No problem, no problem. Lu Longlin waved his hand and smiled. Seeing Zong Kuaming, he smiled and said, "Oh, Brother Zong is here too." After that, he walked toward Zong Kuaming. Emperor Yen of Zhou looked at an old official beside him and asked, "Are you ready?" The old official replied respectfully, "Everything is ready until the time comes." In 20 hours, the ascension ceremony would begin. Following this, Emperor Yen of Zhou told Zhou Yalong to make preparations. Before he ascended, he had to see Zhou Yalong get married and see his son ascend to the throne. Only then would he be at ease. Just like that, all of the officials started to get busy. Great Zhou's royal guards and soldiers landed on the walls of the royal city, waiting in formation. There were also many soldiers riding on flying wolves in the air above the royal city, patrolling. The sun set and the moon rose, and the sun rose in the east. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight streaked across the great Zhou royal city, figures walked through the air towards the ascension stage. There were guests from the Hanyin divine sect, Great Shang, Songhai Ziggurat, Great Qin, and other large factions. Yun Zhongtian and Great Chen's officials chatted as they looked outside the city, as if they were waiting for something. Soon, they were all seated. Looking down, there were 2,000 banquets on the ascension stage, and the higher one's status was, the closer they sat. There was a tall tower at the edge of the stone stage near the palace. Great Zhou's flag was at the top of the tower, fluttering in the wind. Looking down, everyone in the city had walked out of their houses and were on the streets or balconies, looking up at the ascension stage. Nearly 10 million people were looking up. This was an unprecedented event in Great Zhou's history. Shitan Changshi leapt up and landed below the tall tower. He stabbed his long saber into the ground and stood there like a guardian deity, his face expressionless. Royal guards landed at the edge of the ascension stage, silently waiting for Emperor Yen of Zhou to descend. Chapter 196. Zhou Yalong, who was wearing a golden dragon robe, led a group of princes and princesses out of the palace. He wore a red embroidered ball on his chest. His face was calm, but his eyes could not hide the excitement in them. He was about to become the ruler of Great Zhou. "Second brother, from now on, you are the son of heaven," Zhou Qingxin said enviously. As for the great Zhou crown prince, he did not come. Back then, he had made a big fool of himself and guessed Zhou Xuanji's identity. But he had already disappeared from the world, and no one knew who did it. Emperor Yen of Zhou did not pursue this matter, but every time they thought about it, they would feel terrified. "Please support me in the future." Zhou Yalong chuckled, but he didn't turn around to look at Zhou Qingxin. Seeing this, Princess Xianxia pouted and thought to herself, "What are you pretending for?" She hated Zhou Yalong's hypocrisy the most. He was clearly looking down on everyone, yet he was still pretending to be polite. Soon, the imperial family members were seated. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 people on the ascension platform. There were more than 10 major factions, and there were even guests from holy lands and dynasties. Beside Princess Xianxia sat an exquisite young lady. She wore a blue dress and was also a princess. Her name was Princess Lingling, and she was Consort Chen's adopted daughter. After Lady Zhao Xian's incident, Emperor Yen of Zhou had betrothed her to Zhou Xuanji, which was equivalent to a ghost marriage. This caused her to become a laughingstock, and only Princess Xianxia treated her sincerely. "Sister, there are so many forces here. Will something happen?" Princess Lingling asked in a low voice. She felt somewhat uneasy. Princess Xianxia shook her head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, they are all here to help." After that, she glanced at Zhou Yalong and shook her head. "I don't know if the great Zhou dynasty will prosper in the future. It would be great if your husband could become the emperor." Ever since she knew that sword god Zhou was Zhou Xuanji, she had teased Princess Lingling many times. Without Zhou Xuanji, Princess Xianxia might have already died in Cloud Swallow City. She began to worship Sword God Zhou a long time ago. She watched as Sword God Zhou's name shook the world step by step, which made her look forward to meeting him again. Big sister, what are you talking about? It doesn't count. I don't even know. Princess Lingling blushed and pouted. Their voices were very soft, and the ascension platform was very noisy, so no one paid attention to their conversation. Time continued to pass. The sun was getting hotter and hotter. Noon had arrived. It's time. Shitan Changshi suddenly shouted, his voice resounding through the sky, causing countless people to tremble in fear. However, he was the great general of the state, so no one dared to scold him. All the civil and military officials flew over and knelt in front of the tower. Zhou Yalong, Zhou Qingxin, Princess Xianxia, and the other princes and princesses also did the same. The concubines in the harem knelt beside the tower, their eyes red and heartbroken. Emperor Yen of Zhou, courtesy named Zissou, was born when Great Zhou was in danger. He wandered about, but he did not forget his roots. After learning a divine ability, he killed millions of Great Zhou's enemies with his sword. He was recognized by the previous emperor and was made the crown prince. After the previous emperor died, Zhou Zissou ascended to the throne and became the emperor. He was called the Flame Emperor, and people called him Emperor Yen of Zhou. Shitan Changshi spoke. His voice was like a torrent, and his tone rose and fell. It was extremely inciting, causing the entire imperial city to quieten down. Millions of people began to listen to his speech. After Emperor Yen of Zhou ascended to the throne, he got rid of the surrounding demon race and shocked the other countries, leading Great Zhou to become more powerful. He started to talk endlessly about Emperor Yen of Zhou's achievements, causing the people of Great Zhou's blood to boil. Putting aside those personal matters, Emperor Yen of Zhou was indeed a qualified emperor. He was never weak to outsiders, and he was never unreasonable to his own people. He was a powerful and benevolent emperor. Great Zhou could not do without him, so he had always been the emperor. If he had stepped down 100 years earlier, he would not have needed to ascend. It had to be known that the higher one's cultivation was, the higher one's status would be after ascending. It was said that when ascending, there would be a door. Once one stepped through it, one would shed their mortal body and their cultivation would soar. How much one could soar depended on one's foundation. Shitan Changshi spoke for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before saying, "We respectfully invite your majesty to descend." Following this, a domineering aura covered the entire city. Emperor Yen of Zhou appeared at the top of the tower, looking down at Great Zhou's officials, generals, princes, princesses, and concubines. He wore a golden emperor's robe and a crown inlaid with pearls. He looked high and mighty, and the aura of an emperor was displayed to its fullest, causing people's hearts to tremble. "Today, we have ascended, and Great Zhou is in your hands." As he spoke, he pointed at Zhou Yalong. Zhou Yalong raised his head and said excitedly, "Your son will definitely lead Great Zhou to prosperity and will not let father down." Emperor Yen of Zhou smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, the tower beneath his feet suddenly lit up with candles. In front of every windowsill on the tower, a layer of faint purple mist enveloped the tower. A powerful ray of light shot out from the sun and landed on Emperor Yen of Zhou's body. Ascension. Emperor Yen of Zhou slowly flew up and said, "From today onwards, you are the Emperor of Great Zhou. Before we ascend, we want to see you start a family and have an empress." Hearing this, Zhou Yalong immediately got up. Shitan Changshi shouted, "Emperor Zhou Yuan's marriage ceremony has begun. Han Yin Divine Sex Saintess, Su Xianxian, please ascend the ascension stage." As he spoke, waves of obscene sounds came from the edge of the royal city. A group of Han Yin Divine Sect disciples carrying a red sedan chair walked through the air, and everyone in the city could see them. "They're here. I heard that Su Xianxian is Great Shang's #1 beauty. I wonder if that's true?" "It's true. Even Great Shang's emperor wants his son to marry her. It's a pity for the little evil lord. I wonder who crippled him. I heard that it was done by one of Sword God Zhou's black snakes, but it's very likely that they're trying to slander him." "Fine, everything is done by our Sword God Zhou." Haoqi alliance is truly shameless. The entire city was filled with heaven-shaking discussions. Most people were very excited. Ascension was something that was rarely seen in a lifetime. Within the sunlight, Emperor Yan of Zhou slowly rose up, seeming to give off a divine light. Zhou Yalong turned around and took a deep breath. Even though he had never met Su Xianxian before, her beauty had spread throughout the world, so how could he not feel anticipation? Soon, the Han-In divine sex red sedan chair landed. It was 800 or so meters away from Zhou Yalong, and red flowers bloomed on the ground between them, looking incredibly beautiful. Standing in front of the red sedan chair, a woman in a green dress said softly, "Miss, it's time to come out." However, she did not receive a reply. Everyone's gazes gathered on her, including Emperor Yan of Zhou's. However, Su Xianxian did not come out. Within the sedan chair, Su Xianxian, who was wearing a red veil, tightly gripped her clothes. She was currently struggling with herself. She understood that if she stepped out, she would no longer have freedom. If she did not come out, she would definitely die. Shitan Changshe frowned. If Su Xianxian did not come out, it would be a slap to Great Zhou's face. He looked at Han-In divine sex elder Zhang Lanya. Zhang Lanya's expression was also unsightly, and she immediately sent a telepathic message. Swoosh! At this moment, an air-piercing sound came. It was a sword. Wind-cutter sword. It quickly landed in front of the red sedan chair and pierced into the stone surface. In that instant, everyone turned to look. "But wife, you're going to die today, don't harm the lady." Zhou Xuanji's arrogant laughter sounded throughout the heavens and earth, causing countless people's expressions to change. Chapter 197. What? Great Zhou's royal city was in an uproar. Someone dared to come at such a crucial moment? Could it be? Everyone became excited and quickly guessed the identity of the newcomer. Zhou Yalong's eyes were red, and extreme murderous intent flowed out of them. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xuanji and the others flew over on their swords like a group of immortals. The soldiers on the city walls wanted to stop them but were all injured by Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. On the ascension platform, everyone got up. Emperor Yan of Zhou, who was under the sunlight, narrowed his eyes. "He's here indeed." Yang Zhongtian mumbled to himself with a strange smile in his eyes. The royal city was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou is here. I knew Zhou Xuanji would not let Zhou Yalong off. Is he going to fight for the throne? Sword God Zhou is too impulsive. Why didn't he wait for His Majesty to ascend before coming out? Unparalleled sword's way in the northern wilderness, not inferior to the ancient sword emperor. This is Zhou Xuanji. He wants to prove himself in front of the emperor. Everyone began discussing excitedly. Most of them came for Sword God Zhou, so how could they not be excited when they saw Sword God Zhou coming? Emperor Yan of Zhou said. The soldiers heard him and immediately retreated. Zhou Xuanji brought Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others to the ascension platform. He looked down at Zhou Yalong and said, "Zhou Yalong, the heavenly Tao has its own cycle, and karma and retribution will come sooner or later. Today, your retribution has come." He was filled with murderous intent. This made many people nervous, especially Great Zhou's ministers and generals. They did not want anything to happen to Zhou Yalong, because if anything happened to him, Great Zhou would be finished. Zhou Xuanji could not become the lord of Great Zhou. After all, his hatred was too great. Within the red palanquin, Su Xianxuan's hands loosened her grip on her clothes. Under the red veil, she smiled slightly. Outside, Zhou Yalong looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and said, "The one who should be punished is you." The hatred of killing his mother was irreconcilable. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. He flipped his right hand, and a silver spear appeared in his hand. "You killed her entire clan and massacred an entire city. Whose punishment is greater? I only killed your mother because your mother killed my mother. You even tried to kill me." Zhou Xuanji pointed at Wang Lin and said. His voice was so loud that everyone in the city could hear him. Wang Lin said furiously, "Zhou Yalong, when you entered the city, my people treated you so warmly. Yet, you pretended to go berserk and slaughtered my people. How cruel is that? Why aren't you killed by the heavens and earth? Why do you still want to be the emperor of Great Zhou? I'm afraid the entire Great Zhou will be slaughtered by you in the future. Boom. The whole city was in an uproar. Countless people were dumbfounded. Zhou Yalong's reputation had always been good. Although he was not as world-shaking as Zhou Xuanji, few people had any objections to him becoming the emperor of Great Zhou. Zhou Yalong didn't panic and responded calmly, "You are the Ghost Emperor tribe, and your tribe leader is Xinhao Sec's Huang Ming. You are all demons, so what if I kill you?" After he had committed the crime, he had fantasized about it. Faced with such a situation, he had already memorized the lines he had prepared. Zhou Xuanji coldly snorted and said, "You make it sound so dignified. They treated you warmly, but you massacred the entire city. Who wouldn't think that you are the devil? Just because the descendants of the nefarious devil are the nefarious devils? Are there definitely no devils among righteous cultivators? You don't believe your words and your methods are cruel. You are even more devilish than a devil, just like your mother. She kills anyone she doesn't like. You are all devils disguised as righteous. Today, I'm going to kill you right here." After saying this, Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and the God Emperor's sword appeared in his hand. The God Emperor Qi wrapped around him, looking incredibly eerie. Zhou Yalong's expression immediately became unsightly. This boy's words were filled with needles and were too hurtful. Before he could say anything, Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the heavenly lights. His sword Qi turned into the heavenly lights and shot towards Zhou Yalong incredibly quickly. They were like birds flashing past. Zhou Yalong's eyes widened and he instinctively raised his spear to block, but he was unable to dodge in time. On the ascension stage, over 10,000 people felt a powerful gust of wind blow past. A cold harumph sounded out as Lin Guanyu appeared in front of Zhou Yalong and destroyed the heavenly lights with a saber strike. Sword Qi and saber Qi swept out in all directions, shaking the entire ascension stage. Seeing Lin Guanyu appear, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, and Xiao Jinghong, Jiang Shui, and the others did not panic. Daoist old man clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "Interesting." Chongming Demon Monarch cursed out, "Do you dare to duel with our master?" Zhou Yalong did not reply, and he savagely glared at Zhou Xuanji. Lin Guanyu raised his saber and coldly laughed as he said, "You don't know that I'm in Great Zhou?" With his strength, he was confident that he could kill Zhou Xuanji and the others. However, he was afraid that Xianxia was there as well. Zhou Xuanji smirked and condescendingly laughed as he said, "You think I'm here to kill an ant like Zhou Yalong? I'm here to kill an old dog like you. Lin Guanyu, you're the Baba Blade Master, yet you indulge your own little sister and bully the weak. You're not worthy of being called an expert." Hearing this, Lin Guanyu frowned. This boy's mouth was quite vicious. For him to be so fearless, could it be that he really had something to rely on? Everyone's gazes fell on Zhou Xuanji. Hanyin Divine Sect Elder Zhang Lanya frowned, looking quite confused. Where did Zhou Xuanji get his courage from? Yang Zhongtian thought to himself, and Lu Longlin gulped, looking quite expectant. "You want to kill me by yourself?" Lin Guanyu asked with a double meaning. Zhou Xuanji took out the white dragonbone sword and Hegemongio. He gripped the God Emperor sword and white dragonbone sword with both hands and stepped on Hegemongio as he approached Lin Guanyu. "I'm going to kill you in front of everyone in the world," Zhou Xuanji said as he laughed. After saying this, he ferociously used the 8-step sword lunge and rushed at Lin Guanyu. Lin Guanyu raised his saber and slashed to the left, his movements incredibly sharp. Zhou Xuanji appeared on his left out of nowhere and slashed out with his 2 swords, but was blocked by his saber. "Astral projection? No wonder you're so arrogant," Lin Guanyu said as he coldly harumphed. However, he was 2 stages higher than Zhou Xuanji, so how could he fear him? As long as Xianxia was not here, Zhou Xuanji was a dead person in his eyes. He immediately flung Zhou Xuanji away, and he chased after Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the power of the God Emperor sword and white dragonbone sword. A God Emperor appeared on his body, and a white dragon coiled around his body. His aura was incredibly majestic, and the dragon's roar shook the heavens. Zhou Xuanji sensed his sword, and he quickly dodged Lin Guanyu's saber before unleashing the six-path sword shadow and heavenly lights. Sword chi rushed over from 6 directions, instantly inundating Lin Guanyu. Boom! An explosion sounded out above the royal city, and everyone stared with wide eyes. Facing Lin Guanyu, did Zhou Xuanji really have the power to fight back? Even Emperor Yan of Zhou looked quite surprised. Lin Guanyu was in the northern wilderness top 100, and even though he was at the bottom, he was still a top-tier expert in the northern wilderness. He had charged into the empire by himself and was able to escape unscathed. Zhou Xuanji had already grown to such a level? Zhou Yalong's body trembled, and his eyes seemed to spit out flames. He inwardly roared, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Chapter 198. Lin Guanyu charged out from the explosion, his entire body burning with a layer of white flame, allowing him to remain unscathed. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he swung his saber extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed Zhou Xuanji's six-path sword shadow. Zhou Xuanji charged at him again, and the two began to compete in sword and saber techniques in the air. With 2 swords in hand, his attacks were extremely fast, and countless sword shadows appeared one after another. On the other hand, although Lin Guanyu only relied on his blade, he had the upper hand and forced Zhou Xuanji to retreat. Although Zhou Xuanji had 2 glorious gold legendary swords to compensate for the difference in their cultivation stages, it was still difficult for him to defeat Lin Guanyu. He was not in a hurry. After all, he had a trump card. He could use Lin Guanyu as a whetstone. The God Emperor's sword and the White Dragon Bone sword's power began to merge in the battle. He displayed various sword techniques and began to gradually turn the situation around. White Crane Sword Technique, Fiery Sword Art, 36 Paths Jade Shao Sword, Trisource Vein Severing Sword, Soul Eater Slash, Moonlit Wind Sword Dance, Tempest Skybreaker Slash. His sword techniques were endless, and his sword intents were constantly changing. Soon, Lin Guanyu was countered. In the eyes of others, Sword God Zhou's sword technique was so pleasing to the eye that it was visually stunning. He kept moving around Lin Guanyu, his sword flashing, fierce, and domineering. So powerful! Zhou Xuanji is already on the same level as Baba Blade Master? So powerful! This is Sword God Zhou. Every time he appears, his strength increases by leaps and bounds. Lin Guanyu is in trouble now. See that? That's the number 1 on the Northern Wilderness Prodigy leaderboard. Oh my god, could Sword God Zhou really kill Lin Guanyu? Look, even the Son of Heaven is moved. In the Imperial City, countless people exclaimed and shouted. Lin Guanyu was not from Great Zhou, and Zhou Xuanji was their prince. It was easy for them to choose a side. Moreover, almost all the people from other places wanted to watch this battle. If they had no expectations for Zhou Xuanji, why would they come? High in the sky, Zhou Xuanji used all sorts of sword wills as he pleased, which caused his battle style to change rapidly. Lin Guanyu felt a headache. It was his first time encountering such an opponent. His cultivation is only at leaving aperture realm, so why is his strength and speed on par with mine? Lin Guanyu thought as he gritted his teeth. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji's sword was not simple? No matter what, he must kill Zhou Xuanji. Otherwise, if he couldn't avenge his sister, his reputation would be ruined. Then, his saber speed suddenly increased. His right arm danced wildly, and his saber chi shot out and sent Zhou Xuanji flying backward. He abruptly sheathed his sword. His left hand gripped the hilt, and both his hands gripped the saber. His aura skyrocketed. In an instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. The clouds stopped and the wind stopped. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are powerful indeed, but a life for a life. Don't blame me for being impolite." With that said, he slashed out with his saber. The saber flashed. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, including Yang Zhongtian, Zhou Yalong, and Daoist old man Zhou Xuanji also closed his eyes, but his hands did not stop moving. He directly used the sky-dominating divine sword, the unparalleled sword art of the ancient sword emperors. The two swords slashed out with an indomitable will. The momentum was so strong that it seemed like it could break through all obstacles. At this moment, he was one of the 9 emperors of the sword Dao, the hegemon sword emperor. Boom! The sword chi and saber chi collided, causing the clouds in the sky to tremble. A wild gale blew, and the ascension stage trembled. Countless structures in the royal city trembled. Looking up, a visible shockwave appeared behind both of them, sweeping across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's purple clothes fluttered in the wind. Even though his eyes were closed, his aura was not any weaker than Lin Guanyu's. Lin Guanyu's expression changed. This was his most powerful saber art. Even though it was not beautiful, it was incredibly lethal. How could this boy block it? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. This sword is called the Sky-Dominating Divine Sword, and it's the sword technique that the hegemon sword emperor used to dominate the world. Have you seen it before? He asked calmly as he looked at Lin Guanyu. His voice sounded out in everyone's ears. Sky-Dominating Divine Sword, hegemon sword emperor. Zhou Xuanji had actually obtained the legacy of the 9 emperors of the sword's way. Lin Guanyu's expression greatly fell. The legend of the hegemon sword emperor was incredibly famous. Xianxia's father had been suppressed by the hegemon sword emperor for his entire life, and he was the end of the legend. After the hegemon sword emperor ascended, there had been no such peerless person in the world. Emperor Yan of Zhou frowned and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. His gaze was a little complicated. He had fantasized about how powerful this boy would be when he grew up, but he did not expect the two of them to be so unfamiliar. Zhou Yalong's face was even more ashen. If Lin Guanyu lost, who could protect him? After witnessing Zhou Xuanji's power, he knew that he was no match for him. I've received the legacies of the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor and the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Even though their sword techniques are not enough to convince me, it's more than enough to deal with you. Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at Lin Guanyu and smiled proudly. He said this intentionally because he did not want to be labeled as the Hegemon Sword Emperor's successor. Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. Lin Guanyu's face turned even darker. Just how many backers did Zhou Xuanji have? After all, he would ascend sooner or later. If he killed Zhou Xuanji, how could he explain himself to the Hegemon Sword Emperor and the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor when he ascended? With their divine abilities, they might know about the matters of the mortal realm. The saying that the gods were watching was not groundless. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji took out the other legendary swords. The Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Phoenix Emperor Sword, Defeating Hell King Sword, Truth Sword, Holy Light Redemption Sword, Snakeskin Sword, Frost King Icebound Sword, and so on. More than 30 legendary swords appeared behind him, all pointing at Lin Guanyu. He activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation straight away. All the legendary swords gathered dragon-shaped sword chi and coiled around their blades. The scene was majestic, and countless people's blood boiled. It's coming! Sword God Zhou's most famous sword technique was coming. No one knew what this sword technique was called, but it was powerful and cool. Anyone who saw it would be fascinated. Is Lin Guanyu going to lose? No wonder he's so overpowered. Even the 2 ancient sword emperors were convinced by him. I heard that Sword God Zhou could manifest a sword will in an earth-grade sword technique within a day. Even the 9 emperors of the sword's way could not compare to him. Can you stop exaggerating? Although I admire Zhou Xuanji, how can his talent be so ridiculous? So domineering. I heard that Zhou Xuanji's goal is 10,000 swords soaring in the sky. Do you think he can do it? The tens of millions of people in the city discussed excitedly, and there were even many people who flew into the air to get a better look. Zhou Xuanji dashed toward Lin Guanyu, and all the legendary swords followed closely behind. The white dragon coiled around the God Emperor, and the other dragon-shaped sword chi followed behind as though they were following the Dragon King. Lin Guanyu stopped thinking and began swinging his blade. No matter what, he must kill Zhou Xuanji today. Let's talk about the future in the future. Clang. The blade and sword clashed. Zhou Xuanji smiled, and all the legendary swords slashed at Lin Guanyu crazily as though they had a mind of their own, catching him off guard. Chapter 199. Clang, clang, clang. Although Lin Guanyu appeared to be in a sorry state when he was surrounded by dozens of divine swords, he still managed to fend them off. Zhou Xuanji felt more and more satisfied. He could also use the glorious gold legendary swords consecutively. The coordination between the legendary swords was also increasing. He was using Lin Guanyu to practice his sword. What's going on? Why are these swords getting stronger and faster? Cold sweat broke out on Lin Guanyu's forehead. Even though his cultivation was strong, he couldn't withstand the attacks of so many divine swords. Very quickly, the Hell King sword pierced through his shoulder, and fresh blood splattered out. The people on the ascension platform widened their eyes. Lin Guanyu was injured first? Amazing! Princess Xianxia exclaimed. After speaking, she hurriedly covered her mouth, afraid that someone would hear. Zhou Qingxin looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Back then, at the Xie sect, Zhou Xuanji had to avoid even Xie Wuyo's fury, but now, he could injure Lin Guanyu. How many years had it been? Thinking about himself, his cultivation had barely broken through a small realm. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, he felt like he had been living like a pig all these years. Wang Lin murmured, "Is he going to make it into the Northern Wilderness top 100? If he defeated Lin Guanyu, Zhou Xuanji could replace his ranking." When the others heard this, they all swallowed their saliva. At this moment, they felt an indescribable sense of shock. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of a legend. Top 100 of the Northern Wilderness in his early 20s? No one had ever done it before, and probably no one would be able to do it in the future. From the red palanquin, Su Xianxian walked out in her wedding dress. She took off her red veil and looked up at the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Lin Guanyu. This scene was seen by Zhou Yalong, and he was instantly enraged. Previously, this woman refused to come out, but now she came out. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Wait till I ascend to the throne, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Zhou Yalong roared in his heart. The more majestic Zhou Xuanji was, the more irritated he felt. At this moment, Lin Guanyu suddenly landed on the ascension platform. There were many sword wounds on his body, and his aura had become chaotic. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Zhou Xuanji, I admit that you are powerful. You are indeed worthy of the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor and Hegemon Sword Emperor's legacies," Lin Guanyu said in a deep voice. He raised the saber in his hand horizontally, and the gravel under his feet flew up. The little black snake muttered, "Is this guy going to risk his life?" Jiang Shui scoffed, "So what? It's still hard to defeat Xianji." Although she said that, she was still very surprised. It was the same for the others. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be able to face Lin Guanyu head-on and gain the upper hand. In these 3 years, Zhou Xuanji had been cultivating, and no one knew his true power. The moment the divine sword was unsheathed and revealed its sharpness, it truly amazed them. "My little disciple is about to soar into the sky." Daoist old man sighed as he stroked his beard. He knew very well what defeating Lin Guanyu meant. Huang Lianxin was the most excited, because she was about to take revenge. Zhou Xuanji gripped the 2 swords in his hands, his body hanging upside down as he spun and dived downwards. All of the legendary swords wrapped around his body and descended as well, looking like a storm of sword qi descending from the sky. Lin Guanyu gripped his saber with both hands and slashed upwards.